Chapter 523. Roar! 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 The demonic beasts seemed to be able to understand the voice coming from the sky. They roared angrily as they stared at the figure in the sky. Then, a dense wave of magic started spreading out from the demonic beasts. Magic skills rose from the bodies of the magical beasts. Flames, lightning, gales, rocks, ice, all kinds of magic filled the entire sky. Colorful halos reverberated, and under the gaze of everyone on the ground, they attacked the floating figure in the sky. Yen! Mikoto, Shokuhu Misaki, Kinuhata Sai, Frenda, and Takitsuba Riku couldn't help but yell out in worry when they saw Wu Yen being bombarded by so many powerful spells. Master! Ikaros and Astria took a step forward. They wanted to use their defensive equipment to block the spells and protect Wu Yen, but Wu Yen stopped them. Wu Yen calmly glanced at the barrage of spells. He could feel the power coming from the barrage. It was as if the barrage of spells didn't pose a threat to him. Just as the barrage of magic is about to hit him, Wu Yen lifted his head and pointed his finger forward. Territory, random territory. Expand. The airship shuddered and it started glowing with green light. It expanded and a hexagonal green barrier appeared around Fraxinus. The barrier enveloped Wu Yen, Ikaros, and Astria, who are flying at the front of the airship, and protected them inside. As the green barrier rose, the magic barrage bombarded the barrier and collided with it. A series of loud explosions sounded from the barrier. Smoke and dust shrouded the area where the magic barrage and the barrier collided, making it impossible for people to see the specific situation inside. The magic barrage continued to bombard the smoke and dust. The explosions became louder and louder, and the smoke and dust became thicker and thicker. When the magic barrage was exhausted and the smoke and dust dissipated, the intact green barrier reappeared in front of everyone's eyes without a trace of damage. The green barrier slowly retreated and released Wu Yen, Ikaros, and Astria. The moment they reappeared, Wu Yen pointed forward again. This time, he pointed at the direction of the demonic beast army. After a series of "kacha" sounds, a series of continuous firing sounds could be heard. From the countless cannons, countless missiles were shot out from Fraxinus. The number of missiles was comparable to the previous magic barrage. They covered the sky and covered the earth like meteors crashing to the ground. Boom, 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 boom. In an instant, a thunderous roar resounded across the land. Every missile stirred up the howls of beasts and the sounds of rocks exploding. Flames flickered repeatedly on the ground below, destroying the surface of the earth as easily as crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood. The missiles continued to bombard the ground, causing the ground to shake. By the time all the missiles were fired, the ground was already riddled with holes. Holes were everywhere on the ground, and in each of the holes were the remains of some magic beasts. There was no doubt that these magic beasts were all dead. This is impossible. In the crowd, many people cried out involuntarily. Their faces were filled with disbelief as they looked at the miserable state of the magical beasts in the distance and the ruined ground. Their minds were buzzing and they were about to faint. And these people were all from those large families and great powers. It was not hard to understand why they would lose their composure like this. On one hand, they had risked their lives to deal with the magical beast army, which had almost been in danger, but now, almost half of them were dead or injured. This made them feel shocked and dispirited. On the other hand, they felt that the current situation brought about by the floating ship flying in the air was inconceivable. In the Spalier world, they have never heard of a floating ship being used in a battle, let alone one with such terrifying destructive power. Of course, they don't know that Wu Yan's Fraxinus is not a floating ship. Oh! The magical beasts that were lucky enough to avoid being hit by the missiles once again let out a howl. But this time, the sound was not like the howl of a fierce magical beast. Instead, it was like the whimpers of a puppy that was running away with its tail between its legs. The sound was full of fear. Demonic beasts don't have high intelligence, but no matter how low their intelligence is, they are definitely smarter than ordinary puppies. Even puppies know what is dangerous and can't be touched. These demonic beasts naturally know. Their wild instincts told them that the huge flying ship in the sky is something that can annihilate them all. Some of the demonic beasts were hit by the missiles and have some wounds on their bodies. These wounds made their bodies twitch in pain, but at the same time, it also made the demonic beasts look even more ferocious. Unfortunately, the culprit that caused them to fall into this state is in the sky where they can't reach. They can't vent their anger on the flying ship, so they can only turn their attention to the humans. Just as these demonic beasts were about to charge at the humans, the Fraxinus in the sky had its cannons retracted back into the body of the flying ship. Instead, they were replaced by small pipes that look like water pipes. When the entire flying ship was filled with small pipes, a burst of light energy gathered at the pipes. Then, a laser beam that filled everyone's eyes fell from the sky. The demonic beasts on the ground stopped howling. The ferocious look in their eyes dissipated. Only fear remained in their eyes because they all sensed danger at this moment. The demonic beasts let out a wail that isn't any better than a scream. They all turned around, trying to escape from this dangerous place, but it's too late. The laser beam that fell from the sky was like a bunch of arrows, shooting at the demonic beasts from afar. When the demonic beasts turned around to escape, the laser beam already arrived in front of them and pierced through their bodies, leaving a bloody hole in their huge and tough bodies. Huff, huff. Fresh blood dripped down from the bodies of the magical beasts that had been pierced through. The heavy blow to their bodies caused the bodies of the magical beasts that were just about to fly away to pause and stiffen on the spot. The eyes of the beasts trembled intensely, and an unknown cry was emitted from their mouths. The blood at the corner of their mouths was like saliva as it flowed down. Together with the blood that flowed out from the bloody holes on their bodies, a small pool of blood formed on the ground. After a period of time, the laser beam attack also ended. At the scene, all of the magical beasts had a bloody hole on their bodies. When the laser beam attack ended, these magical beasts slowly fell to the ground, no longer able to move. The sound of magic beasts falling to the ground continued to resound, causing the ground to tremble. These tremors seemed to resonate directly in everyone's hearts, attacking their minds and causing their hearts to tremble as well. Looking at the corpses of the demonic beasts on the ground in a daze, everyone's eyes lost focus. They didn't come back to their senses for a long time. Front and back, 1 defense, 2 attacks, the demonic beast army is dead. Chapter 524. Wu Yan, who is floating in the sky, saw everything that happened on the ground. However, he didn't pay any attention to the performance of those who participated in the battle. He curled his lips and ignored them. In Wu Yan's opinion, these people's reactions were a bit exaggerated. Indeed, the effect of Fraxinus was shocking, but that was only based on the assumption that these people thought that Fraxinus was an airship. In fact, Fraxinus wasn't an airship at all. To be more precise, it was a large gold armament. Wu Yan can more or less guess why these people are so shocked. Fraxinus is a weapon that can be used in a large-scale war like this. Anyone with power or influence would want to get their hands on such a weapon. Think about it. When 2 forces clashed and fought each other to the point where it was either you die or I live, and one side had a weapon that was specially used for war, how terrifying would it be for the enemy? Perhaps with Fraxinus' strength, he wouldn't be able to do much against powerhouses of the 8th rank and above. However, would a faction, have so many powerhouses of the 8th rank under them? Of course, that's impossible. Most of their subordinates would be the weaker ones. Using Fraxinus to deal with an army made up of weaker people would be much more effective. Not to mention the peak fighting power, it could definitely wipe out an entire faction. If they had such a weapon of war, they'd be invincible in every battle. Plus, they're treating Fraxinus as a special airship. That's why they came up with this idea. Such a weapon of war could be mass-produced. These 2 reasons added together were the real reason why the members of the major factions were shocked. Wu Yan didn't care too much about what these people were thinking. He didn't care about what these people were thinking. If they were really greedy for Fraxinus, they could just come and take it. As long as someone can take away Fraxinus, Wu Yan wouldn't treat the person as an enemy. Instead, he would ask the person for advice before heading to the world of fate to rob the shiny gate of Babylon. Compared to these people, Wu Yan was more interested in the effects of Fraxinus. Fraxinus didn't disappoint him. No wonder the system rated it as a B-rank gold armament. In a one-on-one fight, Fraxinus couldn't compare to the Gate of Babylon. It couldn't even compare to the Shana. But in a war like this, it can be used as a fortress. No other armament can compare to it. At least, Wu Yan hasn't seen one yet. Especially Fraxinus, it even came with a territory defense type equipment. Even in a one-on-one fight, it could still be useful. In terms of defense, territory is on par with Ikaros Aegis. It's only slightly weaker than Astria's Aegis. I found a treasure. No, I should say I found a treasure. Wu Yan smiled and waved at the airship behind him. A door opened on the surface of the airship. Chuju and Flandrachon stood at the entrance. Ikaros, Astria, go fetch Chuju and Flandrachon. Yes, master. The two angelic girls flapped their wings and came in front of Hinajuku and Flandrachon, helping them down. Ikaros and Astria brought the two girls down. Wu Yan waved his hand and a crimson spatial ripple appeared behind Fraxinus. The ripple swallowed the entire airship. Everyone on the ground looked at each other in confusion as they watched the powerful floating ship vanish. It seemed like the floating ship had appeared out of thin air when it first appeared, and now it had vanished into thin air? After storing Fraxinus into the gate of Babylon, Wu Yan looked at the dead demonic beasts and licked his lips. Looks like I found a new item and ability point. Wu Yan flew down from the sky. Ikaros and Astria, who were carrying Chuju and Flandrachon, quickly followed after him. The five of them landed on the ground in front of everyone's eyes. Yen, Mikoto, Shokuhu Misaki, Kinuhata Sai, Frenda, and Takitsubu Riku squeezed through the crowd and ran towards Wu Yan. Mikoto was the first to speak when she saw Wu Yan. Yen, that airship just now. Oh, that's what I got from the other world. Wu Yan smiled at the girls. He sighed after looking at them for a bit. Although I've only been gone for less than half a day, I still want to say long time no see. Oh? Is that so? Shokuhu Misaki covered her mouth and giggled. Her eyes narrowed into slits. It was obvious that she was teasing him. Haven't you ever thought that it would be best if you never saw us again? Ha! Wu Yan was confused by Shokuhu Misaki's words. Why would I think that? I've never thought of it that way. Is that so? Shokuhu Misaki looked at him suspiciously. Don't all men who have a new lover think that way? Wu Yan almost spat out a mouthful of saliva. The girls were shocked and turned to look at Wu Yan. Hey Yan. Kaisha-sama's smile was as beautiful as a flower. You didn't mess around in the dungeon world, right? He shook his head desperately. Hey Yan. Sis Cannon's smile was as beautiful as a flower, but there was a spark in her forehead. You didn't add any more companions for us, right? He shook his head stiffly. Hey Yen. Jusama's smile was as beautiful as a flower, but it was cold. You're not lying, are you? He shook his head stiffly. Under the girls' intense gazes, he nodded with difficulty. When they saw Wu Yen nodding, Chuju, Mikoto, and Shokuhu Misaki's expressions darkened. Seeing the three girls' gloomy expressions, Wu Yen jumped in fright and quickly said, I'm not messing around, really. The companions I found for us are all very obedient and easy to get along with. You girls will definitely like them. Like them? Mikoto was so angry that she laughed. Do you think that's realistic? Wu Yen smiled bitterly. I don't have enough summoning points for now, so I can't summon them. You'll know when you see them in person. I'm sure you'll get along well with them. Shokuhu Misaki stared at Wu Yen for a while before she snorted and turned her head away. I hope you're telling the truth. Of course I'm telling the truth. Wu Yen said this with confidence. With Toka and Yoshitomo's naive and innocent personalities, no one would hate them. Kotori's personality is a bit of a tsundere, but there's no shortage of tsundere girls here. As for Kurumi, other than the fact that she can go berserk at any moment, what's the difference between her and Jusama? Chapter 525. Seeing a man and 9 women flirting with each other in the center of the battlefield filled with corpses of magical beasts, the surrounding people who came to resist the magical beast army looked left and right. Their eyes and faces were filled with a strange taste, not knowing how to react. In the end, they all decided at the same time that it was better not to care so much. After temporarily solving the problem in his backyard, Wu Yen turned his head to look at the corpses of magical beasts that were piled up in 2s and 3s on the ground. His eyes turned, and the corners of his mouth curled up. No matter how one looked at it, he was filled with joy. There was no way he could not be happy. The corpses of magical beasts were still very valuable to others, and it was even more so to Wu Yen. The torso of magical beasts could be turned over to the system to obtain item points, and the magic crystals could obtain ability points. The corpses on the ground were full of points. With a thought, Wu Yen lifted his foot in a small arc and quickly stepped down. Instantly, the corpses of magical beasts on the ground disappeared in front of everyone's eyes. Ding! Obtained 1375500 item points. Ding. Obtained 130,000 ability points. The system notification echoed in his mind. When he heard the numbers of the two types of points he had obtained, especially the item points, Wu Yan's face twitched a few times before returning to normal. However, his heart was in a mess, and he could not help but crazily laugh to the sky for 10 minutes. In the blink of an eye, the item points that were originally 0 had now jumped to 10 million. Wu Yan was still able to suppress his emotions, which was already a very difficult thing to do. After all, other than the time when he had obtained a huge item points in the sealed boundary of the world of the Whirlwind Butler, Wu Yan had never obtained more than 1,000,000 item points. Moreover, there were even 130,000 ability points. How could this not make Wu Yan go wild with joy? Don't think that it's a loss to get so little ability points from such a large number of demonic beasts. That's right, the demonic beast army this time was huge. Too many to count. Otherwise, Wu Yan wouldn't be able to get 13 million item points in one go. However, among so many demonic beasts, the highest level is only a dozen tier 7. The rest are all tier 7 and below. To be able to get 130,000 ability points is already pretty good. With such a harvest, although Wu Yan tried his best to suppress the joy in his heart, a faint smile involuntarily appeared on his face, telling others that he was in a very good mood. And in contrast to Wu Yan, the crowd who were just bystanders were not happy in their hearts. Not only were they not happy in their hearts, they even had thoughts of cursing. Their eyes widened as they looked at the ground that was still littered with the corpses of magical beasts a second ago. Now, only blood was left on the ground. They were stunned on the spot, and then they started to clamor. Where are the magical beasts? Why are they all gone? Impossible, they were clearly just now. What the hell is going on? Everyone's eyes were fixed on the ground, as if they were trying to see through the invisibility of the magical beast's corpse. Their faces were filled with hysteria. The magical beasts that charged out of the behemoth forest this time might not be high level, but the sheer number of magical beasts was enough to send chills down anyone's spine. If they could get a share of the magical beasts' corpses, it would be a great harvest. But now, the magical beasts' corpses are all gone. It's no different from Dollar growing wings and flying away on his own. Chuju and the others were stunned for a moment. When they saw Wu Yan smile, they knew who the culprit is. Other than Ikaros and Flandrachan, the girls rolled their eyes at Wu Yan, including Astria and Takitsubu Riku. Wu Yan glanced at the rowdy crowd and pursed his lips. He sneered in disdain. At least 70% of the magical beasts died under Fraxinus's bullet barrage. The remaining 30% came from Mikoto and the Misaka sisters. How dare they ask for a share of the loot? If I didn't come here, I don't know how many people would have died. Taking 10% of the magical beasts' corpses as compensation is letting you guys off easy. Thinking up to this point, he scanned the people around him. His eyes flashed with the light of the system's perceptive sense. When everyone entered his vision and their information was displayed, he couldn't help but frown in doubt. These people seemed to have formed a team spontaneously. However, a small part of them was obviously different from the rest. They were a team. This group of people was the most elite among the crowd. There were even a few of them who were at the 8th rank. Compared to the scattered teams, these teams seem more like they have a purpose. Wu Yan suddenly remembered that Mikoto and the others came to the Behemoth Forest to rescue the Misaka sisters. Why are they suddenly involved in this war? Also, the timing wasn't right, so he didn't think too much about it. Now that he thought about it, what's up with the magical beasts' army? Why did they charge out of the Behemoth Forest? Wu Yan was still in the dark about this. Wu Yan turned to look at Mikoto and the others. Mikoto, aren't you here to rescue the Misaka sisters? Why are you suddenly leading the Misaka sisters to fight against the magical beasts? Yeah. Chuju also snapped out of her daze. When I first came here, I saw you guys fighting against the magical beasts' army. I was shocked. Mikoto and the others looked at each other. Mikoto looked at Shokuhu Misaki. Why don't you tell me? Shokuhu Misaki nodded and turned to Wu Yan. Actually, we didn't expect things to turn out this way. Shokuhu Misaki explained the situation to Wu Yan and Hinajuku. Wu Yan and Hinajuku understood what happened. When they first came to the Behemoth Forest, Mikoto and the others were working together with Feifei. Mikoto and the others were there to rescue the sisters while Feifei was there to investigate the reason for the abnormality in the Behemoth Forest. Since they were close friends, they decided to enter the behemoth forest together. After all, Mikoto and the others were strong. Fei-Fei's strength was also there for everyone to see. It was much better for them to work together. Under the lead of Misaka 10032, the girls successfully found the Misaka sisters. They successfully chased away the demonic beasts and rescued the sisters. However, after that, something unexpected happened. The abnormality in the behemoth forest attracted the attention of the various clans in the Ailu Empire. As a natural treasure trove in the Spalier world, every faction sent their best men to investigate. Fei-Fei did the same. Because of this, the behemoth forest attracted a large number of people. This is where the problem lies. No one knows why the behemoth forest is abnormal. However, since the magical beasts in the behemoth forest chased away the humans, they must be hoping that no one will enter the behemoth forest. However, as more and more people flocked to the behemoth forest, the number of humans increased. Most of them were at least tier 6. As a result, the magical beasts in the outer perimeter of the behemoth forest couldn't stop the humans from entering, let alone chase them away. Finally, the magical beasts in the behemoth forest went berserk. Chapter 526. Wu Yan and Chuju felt relieved after listening to Shokuhu Misaki's explanation. Their brows furrowed even deeper. After Shokuhu Misaki finished, Wu Yan pondered for a moment. So according to what you're saying, the reason why the demonic beasts rushed out of the behemoth forest is because of you? What do you mean it's because of us? Mikoto grumbled. It's obviously because of those bastards. Even if we didn't come, the demonic beasts would have gone berserk because they couldn't stop the humans from invading. Shokuhu Misaki nodded in agreement. At the end of the day, it's because of those demonic beasts. If they didn't act strangely, no one would have come here to investigate and this wouldn't have happened. That's true. Wu Yan shrugged helplessly. Then where did Fei-Fei go? Didn't you guys travel together? Why can't you find her? Hearing this, Mikoto and Shokuhu Misaki bitterly smiled. Fei-Fei went back to her family to ask for reinforcements. Not only did Fei-Fei go back to her family to ask for reinforcements, many of the powerful families that were here also went back to report the situation. Ask for reinforcements. Wu Yan pulled a long face. Why would they ask for reinforcements? Distant water can't put out a nearby fire. Traveling from the behemoth forest to their family's base to ask for reinforcements. If something goes wrong, the demonic beasts will kill everyone here and feed the town. You can't blame them. Shokuhu Misaki smiled bitterly. You guys don't know this, but before this demonic beast army came out, there was another wave of demonic beasts. There's another wave? Wu Yan and Hinajiku gasped. Yes. Mikoto nodded. It was that wave of demonic beasts. They paid with their lives and forced everyone out of the behemoth forest. Because of that, there weren't many demonic beasts left after they rushed out of the behemoth forest. That's how we got rid of them. After that, Shokuhu Misaki didn't want to be outdone. We noticed that the other demonic beasts in the behemoth forest were showing signs of rushing out of the behemoth forest. Their numbers were 10 times more than before. If they rushed out and ran into the town would be finished. Fei-Fei and the other family members realized that things weren't as simple as they seemed. They rushed back to ask for reinforcements before the demonic beasts came out. There are 3 supply towns in the Spalier world. The 3 empires built them not far from the behemoth forest. Due to the abundance of resources in the behemoth forest, the supply towns are considered as a resource center for the 3 empires. They can't let a place like this fall. Plus, the demonic beasts are acting strangely. It's important that the demonic beasts come out of the behemoth forest. The development of the matter was no longer something that could be solved with a simple investigation. Fei-Fei and the members of the other powers had chosen to return and report the matter to ask for reinforcements. That was a very correct decision. However, Wu Yan isn't satisfied with their decision. What if the magical beasts rush out while they're reporting back? What should we do then? Before Mikoto, Shokuhu Misaki, and the others could reply, Wu Yan continued with a cold smile. The best solution is to leave some people behind to defend against the invasion of the demonic beasts. You guys are the ones who are left behind, right? That's a good idea. At this moment, even if his relationship with Fei-Fei isn't shallow, Wu Yan couldn't help but feel a bit of anger. With Mikoto and Ko's strength, No matter how many demonic beasts there are, they would at most be helpless against them, but they wouldn't be able to hurt them. However, there are no absolutes in this world. Plans can't always keep up with changes. Who knows what accidents might happen? Little Yen, don't be angry. The girls can see the anger in Wu Yan's heart from his sneer. However, they're happy. After all, Wu Yan is only doing this because he cares about them. Shokuhu Misaki even lowered her voice and tried to persuade Wu Yan. Don't blame Fei Fei. If she could, she would also want to stay and fight alongside us. It's not like you don't know her. If she doesn't do this, who knows if there will be a third or fourth wave of magical beasts. At that time we might be able to survive if we rely on the few of us, but how long will we be able to hold them off? Wu Yan's expression eased up a little when he heard Shokuhu Misaki's words. He sighed. I'm not worried about you girls. It's just that the sisters are weak. I don't want to see two of them get hurt. The sisters are weak? Shokuhu Misaki's lips curled into a smile. Yen, it seems like you don't care enough about the sisters. Wu Yen was surprised. He raised his head and looked at Shokuhu Misaki. Shokuhu Misaki didn't explain. Instead, she pointed at the sisters. Look at the sisters' current levels. Wu Yen looked at Shokuhu Misaki curiously. He opened his system perception and looked at the sisters. Wu Yen was stunned. His mouth opened into a circle. Wu Yen rubbed his eyes and looked at the sisters again. After confirming that the information he saw was correct, Wu Yen couldn't help but ask. Rank 6? That's so fast. How is it? It's super shocking, isn't it? Kinuhata Sai finally found a chance to attack Wu Yen. She put her hands on her hips and mocked him. You're trying to be a brother-in-law, but you don't even know your sister-in-law. You're so useless. What brother-in-law, sister-in-law? Mikoto blushed. In this place, the sisters only have one elder sister, and that's her. If Wu Yen is the sister's brother-in-law, wouldn't that mean that she's his wife? The arrogant cis-canon wouldn't admit it so easily. Hey, results, don't just focus on the sisters. Frenda looked like a kid who got full marks on a test paper. Look at us too, we're much stronger than before. Wu Yen snapped out of his daze. He opened his system perception and scanned the sisters. Their levels appeared in front of Wu Yan's eyes. Gue Chuju, level 69, Misaka Makoto, level 75, Ikaros, level 79, Astria, level 77, Shokuhu Misaki, level 69, Kinuhata Sai, level 65, Frenda, level 64, Takitsubu Riku, level 64. No way. Wu Yen was shocked. How did you all level up so fast? Shokuhu Misaki smiled and crossed her arms in front of her chest. It's all thanks to the sisters who hunted demonic beasts in the behemoth forest day and night. They all leveled up to tier 6. Even Kinuhata, Frenda, and Takitsubu leveled up to tier 7. We leveled up too. These experience points might not mean much to you, Misaka, Ikaros, and Astria. But for us, it's different. You probably didn't feel anything after killing so many demonic beasts, but we leveled up. The same goes for the sisters. Do you still think the sisters are weak? Wu Yen gulped and retorted. So what if we're tier 6? More than half of the demonic beasts were tier 6. It's not just in terms of power. Shokuhu Misaki giggled. The most important thing is that we have Takitsubu's help. After reaching tier 7, she has also reached level 5. Her ability can actually affect our personal reality and bring us improvement. With her help, almost all of my sisters have reached tier 7 strength. Wu Yen was shocked. He looked at the shy Takitsubu and smiled bitterly. So you're the one who hid the deepest. Chapter 527. Takitsubu Riku's original ability was the LV4 level ability tracking. The effect of this ability was to search for and lock onto the location of an aptitude user who possessed an AIM diffusion force field based on her previous memories. Even if the opponent had fled to an area outside of the solar system, she would still be able to track down their location and capture their information. Ability tracking was powerful, but it didn't have any offensive capabilities. It was also wrong to say that it was weak, because without this ability, the efficiency of the Academy City's Black Ops would be greatly reduced. Generally speaking, ability tracking was quite good in terms of support. However, after Takitsubu Riku reached LVL 5, ability tracking completely changed. Through the AIM diffusion field, she could freely manipulate other people's own reality. She could enhance, weaken, exchange, and change other people's abilities at will. She could even create a multi-ability user. This was Takitsubu Riku's current ability. This ability was undoubtedly very powerful, so powerful that it made people envious. To put it bluntly, with this ability, Takitsubu Riku could even start her own academy city. Moreover, it would be even more powerful than the original academy city. Because she could freely cultivate and create ability users, and even directly create an Esper, that wasn't just a dream. It has to be said that the previous Takitsubu Riku was buried by the entire academy city. Although Takitsubu Riku's ability could only be used for tracking before reaching LVL 5, after reaching LVL 5, it would definitely be more useful than any other ability user in Academy City. It's impossible that the people of Academy City didn't detect Takitsubu Riku's talent. Logically speaking, with Academy City's style, doing their best to nurture Takitsubu Riku would be the best choice. If that's the case, it would be of great help to Academy City. With such a talent, Takitsubu Riku was actually thrown into the Black Ops by the people of Academy City. They even made her use a body crystal, which was harmful to her body. It was as if there was something wrong with her head. Regarding this matter, the higher-ups of Academy City can't be blamed entirely. It's impossible for them not to covet such an ability. The main reason why Takitsubu Riku was reduced to this state was because it's extremely difficult to raise her ability to LV5. Originally, the higher-ups of Academy City had intended to raise Takitsubu Riku as the 8th person of Academy City. But later, according to the simulation of the tree diagram designer, the chances of Takitsubu Riku reaching level 5 and becoming the 8th person was infinitely close to 0. With regards to the results of the tree diagram designer simulation, the science-minded people of Academy City naturally wouldn't doubt it. Therefore, the higher-ups of Academy City could only focus on the body crystal, and have Takitsubu Riku consume the body crystal to achieve a similar effect. Unfortunately, the simulation also failed. In the end, Takitsubu Riku, the most talented aptitude user, could only become a Black Ops member who assisted in tracking. The higher-ups of Academy City probably didn't expect that in this world. There would be an anomaly like Wu Yen who possessed such a heaven-defying system. In their eyes, Takitsubu Riku had completely given up on her. But when it came to Wu Yen, it blossomed successfully and became the LV5 that they thought was impossible. According to the simulation of the tree diagram designer, the chances of Takitsubu Riku reaching LV5 were infinitely close to 0. But with the system, chances and whatnot were just nonsense. To become Wu Yan's summon, aptitude and bottlenecks were non-existent. As long as there was experience, it was only a matter of time before one reached the pinnacle, let alone a LV5. In other words, Wu Yan had picked up a great bargain. An aptitude user that everyone coveted was turned into his wife by him. Should I say that he had good taste? No matter what, the result was good. His wives were finally able to show their prowess, and the Misaka sisters were all growing up. This was undoubtedly a joyous occasion. Now, even if Wu Yan wanted to establish his own faction in the Spalier world, it would be more than enough. He had 20,000 Misaka sisters with unlimited growth potential, as well as powerful pillars of support like the young girls, and a wise woman like Shokuhu Misaki who was adept at managing her subordinates. What was impossible? Fortunately, Wu Yan didn't intend to establish his own faction in the Spalier world. Otherwise, the Spalier world would have gained another thug, who would steal their rice bowls, and a very powerful one at that. To prevent any more demonic beasts from escaping the Behemoth Forest and entering the supply town, Wu Yan and the rest stayed behind to guard the entrance of the Behemoth Forest. Whether the demonic beasts in the Behemoth Forest would harm the human world or the supply town had nothing to do with them. However, Wu Yan knew that if the Spalier world was unlucky, they wouldn't be able to escape from this whirlpool. Rather than waiting for that to happen, they might as well put in some effort since it wouldn't be a problem anyway. Moreover, Wu Yan couldn't bear to watch so many innocent civilians die under the claws of the demonic beasts in the supply town. The kind sis Canon and the president wouldn't let it happen either. Plus, Fei Fei still had a favor to ask of them, so they could only stay here for the time being. Demonic beasts appeared a few more times as expected. However, there weren't as many of them as before and none of them were above level 6. Wu Yan couldn't be bothered to do anything, so he let the Misaka sisters practice on their own. Needless to say, the combined strength of the Misaka sisters was off the charts. They killed the demonic beasts in a matter of seconds, leaving Wu Yan stunned. This time, Wu Yan didn't touch the corpses of the demonic beasts. If he ate the meat, he should at least let the others have the soup. Otherwise, what would happen if they ran away? Since there weren't many demonic beasts and their levels were low, they couldn't be exchanged for a lot of points. Wu Yan didn't mind. After waiting for about 3 to 4 hours, finally, another batch of demonic beasts fell under the swords of the human army. Reinforcements finally arrived. A large army that was several times larger than the number of people guarding the supply town, wearing armor, holding knight swords, long spears and other weapons, rushed from the direction of the supply town. They spread out and formed a human wall, protecting the entire supply town behind them. The leader of the army was an old man, one that Wu Yan and the others were familiar with. Lei Wang. Wu Yan and the others looked at the old man from afar and called out his name in shock. That's right, the old man is Lulu's grandfather, the host of the Spalier World Tournament, a member of the Academy Council, the ancestor of the Lori family of Ailu Empire, Lei Wang. Ha 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 ha. Lei Wang looked towards Wu Yan's direction. When he saw Wu Yan, he couldn't help but laugh. He waved his hand and said, "Little guy, we meet again." Yan, Chichu, Mikoto. Beside the Thunder King, Fei Fei, who was holding the night elf, ran over. She glanced at everyone before letting out a sigh of relief and said, "That's great. You guys managed to hold on until we arrived. You guys are finally here." Mikoto shook her head with a bitter smile. There were signs of relief on her face as well. "I didn't expect you to come personally," Wu Yan said politely to Lei Wang, who also walked towards them. Lei Wang was Lulu's grandfather. Be it in terms of seniority, strength or experience, Lei Wang was more than a level higher than Wu Yan. It was only natural for Wu Yan to be polite. However, Wu Yan didn't expect a Tier 9 powerhouse like Lei Wang to come personally. Chapter 528. Lei Wang's smile widened at Wu Yan's courteous behavior. He patted Wu Yan's shoulder without the slightest arrogance of a powerhouse. "You didn't expect this, did you, kid?" Lei Wang sized up Wu Yan with his weathered eyes. His eyes lit up when he noticed something. "Kid, I haven't seen you for a day or two and you've grown a lot. Did you rank up?" Wu Yan was slightly surprised. He lifted his head to look at the smiling Lei Wang and nodded his head in admiration. "I didn't expect you to see through me." Lei Wang shook his head in amusement. "Kid, you have so many secrets but you don't want to talk about them. I can't help it. I'm very curious, so I had to wipe my eyes clean and find out for myself." Wu Yan smiled sheepishly and didn't say anything else. Fei Fei finally reacted from the conversation. She covered her mouth and looked at Wu Yan in shock. "Yan, you've ranked up? You're a Tier 8 powerhouse now?" "Well, I've been grinding for so long," Wu Yan said half-heartedly to Fei Fei. "It's all thanks to the battle with Jaffer that I broke through my bottleneck." "I see." Fei Fei looked at Wu Yan with envy. "I didn't expect that the opponent who was on par with me a month ago would be ahead of me now." "Fei Fei, you'll reach Tier 8 sooner or later." Wu Yan saw the envy on Fei Fei's face. "You're already at the peak of Tier 7. It's only a matter of time before you reach Tier 8. It's not that easy." Fei Fei smiled bitterly. "There are many peak Tier 7 powerhouses in the Spalier World Academy, but how many Tier 8 powerhouses are there? One mistake and you'll be stuck at this level for the rest of your life. Don't underestimate yourself, Fei Fei." Wu Yan smiled and looked at Fei Fei's face. "You should think about it this way. How many Tier 8 powerhouses are there that can reach the peak of Tier 7 at your age?" "Well said, kid." Lei Wang clapped and looked at Wu Yan with praise. He then looked at Fei Fei and grinned. "Fei Fei, don't underestimate yourself. Back then, although your teacher was also a rank 7 when he was your age, he didn't reach your level. You're only one step away from the rank 8. Your talent is stronger than your teacher's. That brat has already reached the rank 8. How can you not reach the same level as him? The most important thing is to have a good attitude." Fei Fei lowered her head and thought for a while. Then she smiled. "I understand. Thank you, Patriarch. And Yan, I'm happy to see all of you grow up." The Thunder King stroked the white beard on his chin and said with a smile. At the Thunder King's level in age, compared to himself, he was naturally more willing to see his juniors grow up healthily. Otherwise, he would not have chosen to be the host of the Inter Academy tournament. At this time, some of the more well-dressed people walked out from the crowd. They glanced at Lei Wang and wanted to greet him, but when they saw Lei Wang chatting with Wu Yan and the others, they dismissed the idea and retreated to the side. Wu Yan took note of the situation. Based on their attire and their location, Wu Yan guessed that they are reinforcements sent by the other families to the giant beast's forest. Wu Yan looked at Lei Wang in confusion. Grandpa Lei Wang, why did you bring these people here? Aren't you the old ancestor of the Lori family? What? Lei Wang glanced at Wu Yan with a half-smile. Do I look like the kind of person who would watch a show behind the scenes? No, that's not it. Wu Yan scratched his face. However, there's something I don't understand. As a member of another family, why would they agree to let you lead their family members? Lei Wang's smile didn't change after hearing Wu Yan's words. However, Wu Yan's sharp senses noticed that Lei Wang's expression tensed up a little. It made that smiling face full of wrinkles look a little more serious. It can't be helped. Lei Wang looked at the troops and said to Wu Yan and the rest. After all, the Ailu Emperor personally ordered me to lead the troops here. The Ailu Emperor. Wu Yan and the girls looked at each other. They didn't know how to react. Shokuhu Misaki thought of something and looked at Lei Wang. Could it be that this incident has reached the point where the Empire has to send a Tier 9 expert? Lei Wang looked at her. Not bad, little girl. You have a sharp mind. It's no wonder you were able to raise the 13th faction in the Spalier World Academy in a month. Shokuhu Misaki wasn't happy with Lei Wang's praise. Instead, she frowned. Everyone else, including Wu Yan, had the same reaction. Lei Wang's words were equivalent to acknowledging Shokuhu Misaki's words. Even the Empire is paying attention to this issue, sending a Tier 9 fighter. Wu Yan rubbed his forehead as if he had a headache. This is the first time he's paying attention to this demonic beast anomaly ever since he arrived here. The atmosphere became a little heavy, causing everyone's hearts to seem to be covered by a layer of dark clouds. At this moment, the Thunder King's words changed. Don't look at me like that. Things aren't as bad as you think. Wu Yan blinked. He looked at Lei Wang and sighed helplessly. I say, Grandpa Lei Wang, don't keep us in suspense. You're causing us to feel uneasy. It doesn't feel good. The Thunder Lord laughed out loud. He crossed his arms in front of him and tapped his arm with a finger. After pondering for a moment, he said to the crowd, Then I'll be direct. The reason why the old emperor asked me to come was merely because of a guess. A guess? Everyone turned their gazes to the Thunder Monarch, waiting for him to continue. Everyone could roughly tell that what the Thunder Monarch was about to say next would be very important. Perhaps you all don't know. Lei Wang said softly. Actually, this incident where the magical beasts in the behemoth forest stopped attacking each other and stood on the same side and chased away the humans in their territory has happened before. Everyone's expression changed. Fei Fei said, Elder, since something like this has happened before, then the reason for the magical beasts in the behemoth forest should be clear, right? Why did you send me here to investigate? Because I'm not sure. The Thunder King said, although something like this happened in the past, it was a long time ago. We only learned about it from books. That's why we know a little more than you. Books. Shokuhu Misaki tilted her head. The books mentioned that something like this happened. What's the reason behind it? The Thunder Monarch nodded slowly as he gazed in the direction of the giant beast's forest. At this moment, the Thunder Monarch's face was no longer smiling. According to the books, when magical beasts gathered in the behemoth forest and chased away humans, it was always at the center of the behemoth forest. That's when the Beast King was born. Beast King. Everyone slowly repeated these two words. Their eyes were filled with doubt. Wu Yan's eyes flickered and he continued. What tier of demonic beast is qualified to be called a Beast King? What level of magical beast is qualified to be called a Beast King? Lei Wang shook his head. Let me tell you, magical beasts that are qualified to be Beast Kings are demigods. Chapter 529. Demigod Rank. Everyone present sucked in a breath of cold air. Since ancient times, the Spalier world had given birth to 5 peak-level god-level powerhouses. Everyone in the Spalier world knew about this. The people of the Spalier world also knew that many years ago, an unknown disaster had befallen these 5 god-level powerhouses. Since then, no more god-level powerhouses had appeared in the Spalier world. In today's Spalier world, only the demigod rank powerhouses, or in other words, powerhouses above level 90, could truly stand at the pinnacle of the Spalier world. And in the Spalier world, there were only 5 such powerhouses. The entire Spalier world surface area was so vast that it made people speechless. And the number of humans living in the Spalier world could be counted in the hundreds of millions. With such a terrifying number of people, there were only 5 demigods. One could only imagine how easily the demigod rank made people feel as if they were in a dream. But now, the Thunder King was saying that a demigod had been born in the Behemoth Forest. If the Thunder King, a level 9 powerhouse closest to the demigod rank, hadn't said this, perhaps even Wu Yan and the others who came from other worlds and didn't have as much respect for the demigod rank as they did for the Spalier world, they probably wouldn't have believed it so easily. You don't have to be so shocked. Didn't I just say it? This is only a guess. Apart from you, only us old fellows from the council know about this. The majority of people still don't know. The Thunder King sighed softly. No matter what, it's only something recorded in a book. Whether it's true or not still needs to be investigated. Is that so? Wu Yan looked in the direction of the Behemoth Forest, his gaze becoming incomparably sharp. It's just a guess. Is there a need for a level 9 powerhouse to investigate? That's because you still don't know what a demigod rank magical beast, also known as a beast king, represents. When he mentioned the demigod rank, the Thunder King's tone became a little illusory. If the demigod rank was only a legend to others, then to the Thunder King, it was a dream. Do you know why the birth of a beast king caused the magical beasts in the Behemoth Forest to abandon their former enmity and gather together to fight against foreign enemies, and even chase the living people of the Behemoth Forest out of the Behemoth Forest? Wu Yan's beast kings in the Spalier world king's eyes, and they all shook their heads in unison. The Thunder King demigod rank. And demigod rank in the beast king. The reason why demigod-level magical beasts are called beast kings is because demigod-level magical beasts are no less intelligent than humans. They can think and have their own ideas. At the same time, they have the ability to make all magical beasts obey them. The magical beasts will gather when a beast king is born and chase away foreign enemies together. This is the beast king's command. The Thunder King recalled the description of the Beast King that the 3 emperors of the 3 empires had about the Beast King during the council's meeting and said slowly. According to the records, when a peak level 9 magical beast successfully advances to become a demigod Beast King, it will begin to transform its body, making its body more suitable for displaying the strength of a demigod and more suitable for growth. During this period of time, the Beast King's strength will drop to an unprecedented low. In fact, it will be much weaker than before it advanced to the next level. Although it will not be completely defenseless, it will reach the point where even a level 9 powerhouse would be able to kill it. The Beast King has the ability to make magical beasts obey their commands. After advancing to the next level, due to the transformation of its body, its strength will drop even further. Shokuhu Misaki's eyes trembled when she heard this. She had a rough idea of what was going on. Could it be that the reason the magical beasts gathered together to chase away foreign enemies in the Behemoth Forest was to protect the Beast King? Exactly. The Thunder King's voice was as loud as thunder. The current situation in the Behemoth Forest is exactly the same as what is recorded in the books. That is why we thought of the Beast King. As you all know, the Council of Silveria World Institute is made up of the 12 most powerful factions in the world. When they realized that the Beast King might have been born, the 3 chairmen of the council, who are also the emperors of the 3 empires, immediately called for a meeting and explained the situation to us. That's how I came to the giant beasts forest with my team. That's right, I'm the one who brought you here. Thunder King's gaze shot towards the giant beasts forest like lightning. It was as if he could see through the forest's countless trees and reach the center. My main mission this time is to enter the giant beasts forest. The moment I discover a beast king, I will kill it. What? Everyone turned pale with fright. Fei Fei even shouted. Old Chief, you can't do this. It's too dangerous. You may be powerful, but there are definitely level 9 magical beasts in the depths of the Behemoth Forest. If you go alone, you may be in trouble. Even so, we cannot afford to fail in killing the Beast King. The Thunder King waved his hand and raised his voice. It wasn't hard to hear the determination in his voice. Old Chief. Fei Fei panicked. She took 2 steps forward and grabbed the Thunder King's sleeve. Her face was red from her agitation. It was easy to imagine how she was feeling. Grandpa Thunder King. Wu Yan's gaze swept over the Thunder King's aged face. Why must you kill the Beast King? Hearing Wu Yan's question, the Thunder King's dignified face crumbled. He smiled bitterly and shook his head. You don't know this, but the most frightening thing about the Beast King is not its demigod strength, but its ability to command magical beasts. The Thunder King looked around at everyone. After hesitating for a moment, he explained. The Behemoth Forest is a paradise for magical beasts. Magical beasts are everywhere in the forest. Not only are there many of them, but their reproductive abilities are also very strong. This is also why the Behemoth Forest, a natural treasure trove, is still full of vitality even after so many years of exploitation by humans. Due to the law of the jungle in the Behemoth Forest is a world where the strong preys on the weak. Therefore, low-level magical beasts are constantly hunted down in the Behemoth Forest, while high-level magical beasts are rarely hunted down. As a result, there are likely to be more level 9 magical beasts in the Behemoth Forest than humans. However, under such circumstances, there has never been any mention of a demigod or higher magical beast. The Thunder King sighed. That's because a long time ago, the demigod-level beast kings and even the divine-level beast gods of the giant beasts forest were all killed by the strongest humans. Hearing this, Wu Yan frowned. Why must we kill the demigod or higher magical beasts? It's because of the Behemoth Forest. The Thunder King said. The Behemoth Forest is a treasure trove that we humans cannot do without. Without it, the strength of humans and even other aspects will drop to a frightening level. The resources in the Behemoth Forest are very important to us humans. However, the Beast King's existence can command all the magical beasts. Because it has intelligence comparable to humans, the Beast King will not be willing to let its own kind become prey for other races. Therefore, once the Beast King is born, it can gather all the magical beasts to resist humans and completely take over the Behemoth Forest. When that time comes, it will not be as easy for humans to exploit the resources in the Behemoth Forest. Therefore, the Beast King's existence is a different kind of threat. The Thunder King's words caused everyone present to descend into silence. No one knew what else to say. Chapter 5:30. Night, outside the Behemoth Forest. At this moment, a wooden fence had been erected in front of the supply town. Around the wooden fence, groups of knights were patrolling. It was obvious that they were patrolling to prevent the flow of people from entering the Behemoth Forest. After all, the current Behemoth Forest was no longer suitable for people to enter. It was still necessary to take some protective measures. Not far away, there was another place surrounded by wooden fences. Tents were set up one after another inside. Similarly, groups of knights were patrolling the area. That was a place for the majority of the troops, as well as the people here, to rest. It was night. Within a tent, Wu Yan was lying on a blanket. His hands were behind his head as he looked at the ceiling of the tent. He did not move for a long time. In his mind, he was recalling the words of the Thunder King today. Actually, Wu Yan felt a little helpless in his heart. He really did not expect that he would encounter such a situation right after returning from the world of the date battle. Originally, he had thought that the abnormality of the magical beasts this time was merely a trivial matter. Before he came, he had not paid much attention to it. After he came, before he met the Thunder King, he also did not pay much attention to this matter. But who would have thought that in the end, the trivial matter he had thought of at the beginning had actually involved him to such an extent? The appearance of a rank 9 expert, the birth of a demigod rank magical Beast King. This series of events had already escalated to the point where he had no choice but to place it in his heart. If possible, Wu Yan doesn't want to get involved in this matter anymore. He's just a tier 8, he's still miles away from tier 9, he's still miles away from that so-called demigod tier. Now that he's involved in something that's so far away from these two terms, he's about to flip the table. He was still in high spirits over the fact that he got the Red Jade bloodline ability. He was even more excited over the fact that he got Flandrachan's Red Jade. Who would have thought that he would be able to enter tier 9 for a short period of time? Who would have thought that he would be able to do whatever he wanted once he entered Flandrechan's red jade mode? How could he not flip the table when he thought that he could do whatever he wanted once he entered Flandrechan's red jade mode? How could he not flip the table when he thought he could do whatever he wanted? If the development of this matter is as Lei Wang said, the birth of a beast king, then this matter is out of his control. That's why Wu Yan didn't want to get involved in this matter. It's fine if it's him. No matter what, he can use the heaven-defying items in the system to escape. However, he still has the girls around him. Chuju, Mikoto, Ikaros, Shokuhu Misaki, Flandrechan, Astria, Kinuhada Sayai, Frenda, Takitsuba Riku, Misaka sisters. Other than Kodori, Kurumi, Toka, and Yoshino, the most important people in Wu Yan's life are all around him. Even if he has the system's items as his trump card, he won't be able to take care of all of them. If something happens to any of them, Wu Yan will definitely go crazy. Even if he can use the summoning points to revive the girls, it's not an excuse for Wu Yan to let this happen. That's why Wu Yan didn't want to get involved. However, at the same time, Fei Fei was still here. Although he had only met the Thunder King once or twice, their relationship was quite close. Furthermore, the Thunder King was Lulu's grandfather. Could he just watch them stay here and not do anything? That night, Wu Yan's mind was filled with all sorts of worries. This is because the matter with the Beast King is only a guess. Only the Thunder King came to the meeting this time. Before the situation in the giant beast's forest is clear, the Thunder King doesn't dare to act rashly. The giant beast's forest's 9th-rank magical beasts are as rare as phoenix feathers and Qilin horns, but if 3 or 4 of them appear, the Thunder King would be surrounded and beaten to death. If one of them is higher ranked than the Thunder King, then one would be enough. Thus, the Thunder King didn't have any plans to act for the time being and stayed in the tent like everyone else, waiting for the decision to be made. During the day, Lei Wang said that the Ailu Empire's royal family, 1st family Lori family, 2nd family Saito family, and 3rd family Ladin family will each send out an elite team to investigate the situation in the Behemoth Forest. Tomorrow, Wu Yan and the rest will decide whether they want to go to the Behemoth Forest or not. Wu Yan bitterly smiled, cursing in his mind. Tomorrow, the elite team that will go to the Behemoth Forest will be led by Fei Fei, the Lori family's leader. If Fei Fei is going, how can he and the rest stay here and watch? He might be able to harden his heart and not get involved, giving Fei Fei something to save her life. But if Fei Fei agrees, he agrees. But what about Chuju? What about Mikoto? Will they agree? The answer, of course, is no. Grandpa Lei Wang, you really are heartless. Wu Yan gritted his teeth. Aren't you afraid of burying Fei Fei, the pearl of the Lori family in the Behemoth Forest? These words had just sounded when the Thunder King's familiar voice rang out in the tent. No, it's the opposite. I'm very afraid. The sudden voice made Wu Yan's heart skip a beat, causing him to jump up from the blanket. When he recognized the owner of the voice, Wu Yan grumbled. Grandpa Lei Wang, eavesdropping is not a good habit. No, I've just arrived and I've already heard what you said. That's why I answered you in passing. Following the voice, a breeze blew into Wu Yan's tent and stopped in front of Wu Yan. When the breeze dissipated, Lei Wang's figure appeared. As expected of a 9th-stage powerhouse. Seeing the way Lei Wang made his entrance, Wu Yan, who didn't sense any intruders, couldn't help but sigh in admiration as he looked at Lei Wang in awe. Little guy, it seems like you can't sleep either. Lei Wang chuckled and walked over to Wu Yan. He sat on the blanket facing Wu Yan. You can't sleep either, can you? Wu Yan scratched his cheeks and he grinned. Grandpa Lei, you must have something to tell me for calling me this late at night, right? Lei Wang nodded and looked at Wu Yan. I did have something to tell you, and it has something to do with what you just said. Something to do with what I just said. Wu Yan muttered. Is it about Fei Fei? That's right. Lei Wang raised his head and sighed. Perhaps you don't understand why I sent Fei Fei into the Behemoth Forest when the mission is so dangerous and important, right? Lei Wang didn't wait for Wu Yan's reply and asked. Do you know who will be the leader of the scouting party sent by the imperial family tomorrow? Wu Yan tilted his head in confusion. Then, he thought of something and he blurted out. Don't tell me it's Sylph? Congratulations, you got it right. Lei Wang's expression was bitter. You've seen Sylph's strength with your own eyes. She's more than enough to be the leader of the scouting party. That's why the imperial family sent Sylph. But there's a problem. Sylph is a junior. If the imperial family sends a junior to lead the scouting party, the other factions will be weaker than the imperial family. That's why the Lori family isn't the only one. I'm afraid the other two families will send their juniors to lead the scouting party as well. No way. Wu Yan's jaw dropped. Look at the situation and you're still trying to fight back? Are you out of your mind? But that's the truth. Lei Wang smiled bitterly. He turned serious and looked at Wu Yan. Kid, you're a mysterious person. There are many things we don't know about you. I'm sure you're not simple. I believe the behemoth forest won't be able to keep you here. That's why I hope you can help me protect Fei Fei. Chapter 531. The night passed quietly after the bright moon crossed the entire sky and drew a semicircle across the night sky. Perhaps it's because demonic beasts need to sleep too. No demonic beasts dashed out of the behemoth forest during the night. The troops stationed outside the forest lost their purpose. The night was quiet. There wasn't much noise. When the night slowly faded and the sky started to brighten, the behemoth forest encampment was filled with people. In the middle of the open space in the encampment, a team was neatly lined up. There were about 100 people in this team. Compared to the entire encampment, this number was like a drizzle. However, everyone in this team had at least the strength of a Tier 7 expert. From the outside, they appeared to be neatly arranged. However, if one were to observe carefully, one would discover that this 100-man team was actually divided into 5 small groups. To be more precise, there were 4 large groups and 1 small group. At the front of the group, 4 young boys and girls stood at the very front looking ahead. In the direction of their gazes, there was a figure standing in the wind, with his back facing them. He looked up at the sky, like a statue. For a long time, he didn't move at all. The 4 young men and women are familiar faces. One of them is Bing Ling, leader of Sea of Icicles, one of the 13 strongest factions in Spalier World Academy. The other one is Bai Shi, leader of Crimson Land, one of the 13 strongest factions in Spalier World. The last 2 are girls. They're Fei Fei, leader of Deadly Forest, and Sylph, leader of Snow Song and princess of Ailu Empire. The 4 of them stood at the front of the team in a row. It was obvious that the 4 of them were the leaders of this team. However, in this team there was a very conspicuous corner. There were 10 people who didn't fit in with this team. Wu Yan, Chuju, Mikoto, Ikaros, Shokuhu Misaki, Flandrachan, Astria, Kinuhata Sai, Frenda, and Takitsubu Riku. The 10 of them are standing in a corner of the group. They didn't line up with the others, they just stood there casually. The 10 of them are very conspicuous. However, the person in question didn't care about it. He ignored everyone's gazes and looked at the figure with his back facing them. It's Lei Wang. Looking at the figure with her back facing him, Wu Yan acted the same as the others on the surface, but in his heart, his thoughts had already drifted away. Feeling the different auras of the 9 girls surrounding him, he felt extremely helpless. Last night, Wu Yan couldn't just sit by and watch Fei Fei enter the behemoth forest. Under Lei Wang's request, he agreed to follow Fei Fei and the others into the behemoth forest. Wu Yan didn't want to let Chuju and the others know about this. However, he knew they would find out sooner or later, so he didn't hide it from them. How should he put it? Well, the result was more or less what he expected. The girls all said they wanted to follow Wu Yan and Fei Fei into the behemoth forest. Wu Yan had expected this, but he couldn't do anything about it. After all, Wu Yan didn't want the girls to get involved in this, even though he knew it was impossible. Not only that, if Wu Yan expected Chuju, Mikoto and the others' reaction, then when Flandrachan made a big fuss and said she wanted to go with them, Wu Yan really didn't expect it. Everyone knows that Ikaros is the strongest in the group on the surface, but the real strongest is Flandrachan. It's just that Flandrachan's power was sealed and it hasn't been unsealed since. That's why everyone subconsciously ignored Flandrachan's existence until now, when they finally remembered Flandrachan's true strength. After a series of twists and turns, Flandrachan will be coming with them. This time, all 10 of them will be moving together. Chuju, Shokuhu Misaki, Kinuhata Sai, Frenda, and Takitsubu Riku are all Tier 7. Wu Yan, Mikoto, Ikaros, and Astria are all Tier 8. Their hidden trump card is the Tier 9 Flandrachan. With this combination, The 10 of them will be more than enough even if they don't move together with the expedition team. They stood in the center of the base with the expedition team. They were surrounded by a large group of people. Everyone stood there quietly. They didn't say a word. It's as if they're waiting for something to happen. The sun rose from the other side of the behemoth forest and shone down on everyone. Lei Wang, who had his back facing everyone, slowly turned around. He took a deep breath and scanned the expedition team in front of him. After a while, he opened his mouth. I don't want to talk about how important this mission is. You should know how important each of you are in your respective families and organizations. Due to various reasons, this mission has fallen on your shoulders. Even I don't know what will happen when you leave. What I want to say is... The Thunder King paused for a moment and waved his hand to the side. His casual but solemn words reverberated in the air above the encampment, entering the ears of everyone present and also into their hearts. You must come back alive. Everyone's hearts trembled violently when they heard the Thunder Emperor's words. The entire elite exploration team felt a fire burning in their hearts, causing the blood in their bodies to heat up. Thousands of words were finally condensed into a single sentence. Yes. The Thunder King nodded and turned around. Once again he had his back facing the crowd. Go! This time there was no reply. The elite expedition party, led by Sylph, Fei Fei, Bingling, and Bishi, walked past Lei Wang and entered the giant beast's forest. Their silhouettes gradually disappeared from sight. Wu Yan spoke after the expedition team left. Let's go as well. The girls nodded. Under the watchful eyes of the rest of the team and the Masaka sisters, they followed Lei Wang into the giant beast's forest and stood beside him. Lei Wang saw Flandrachan being held by Chuju and frowned. He looked at Wu Yan in dissatisfaction. Little guy, are you going to bring this little girl with you? Wu Yan glanced at Flandrachan and nodded. Lei Wang's frown deepened. He opened his mouth to say something but was interrupted by Wu Yan. Grandpa Lei Wang, don't worry. Wu Yan smiled at Lei Wang. Do I look like an unreasonable person to you? Lei Wang was taken aback. He lowered his head and muttered to himself. He knew that Wu Yan was hiding a lot of things. His abilities are definitely not simple. He must have his own plans for bringing the little girl in. He could only nod helplessly. Be careful. Wu Yan nodded at Lei Wang with the other 9 girls. He then walked into the behemoth forest without looking back. The group of 10 disappeared into the greenery. Chapter 532. The Behemoth Forest is a famous training ground in the Spalier world. Everyone with a bit of strength has been here before. The same goes for the entire expedition team. Fei Fei got to know Wu Yan here. The Behemoth Forest is a forbidden area. Only the most powerful would dare to enter the forest. However, the outer perimeter is a familiar place to anyone who has been here once or twice. Even Wu Yan. That's why even though the environment of the Behemoth Forest is the same as before, everyone noticed something different. It's not the environment, it's the atmosphere. The outer perimeter is where demonic beasts of rank 5 and below roam. According to the rules of the Behemoth Forest, the higher the rank of the demonic beast, the closer to the center of the Behemoth Forest. Vice versa, the further away the demonic beast will be. That's why Lei Wang said the demonic beast king would be born in the center of the Behemoth Forest. However, it was different now. In the past, the highest level magical beasts in the periphery would not exceed level 5. However, they had only walked for less than 10 minutes and they had already encountered no less than 10 level 7 magical beasts. In the past, a rank 7 demonic beast would be a living coffin for anyone who entered the giant beast's forest. Unfortunately, this time, it's not just any normal person. It's an elite team made up of the 4 strongest factions of Ailu Empire. In this group, the weakest was at level 60, and there were 100 of them. The strongest was at level 8, and they could easily kill level 7 magical beasts even if they ganged up on them. But this time, they didn't come here to train, nor to hunt magical beasts. Most importantly, they came here to explore. Perhaps it was because of this reason that the 3 great clans and the imperial family chose to let the younger generation lead the group. Killing these demonic beasts for their own purposes is a thankless task. They might even attract the attention of other demonic beasts. Sylph, Fei Fei, Bingling, and Bishi immediately signaled their subordinates to use stealth to avoid the demonic beasts in the area. They quietly made their way into the forest. In fact, if they really wanted to use stealth to achieve the goal of scouting, then 100 people would be a little too much. The fewer people there were, the harder it would be to be discovered. It was not that the Thunder King had not thought of this problem, but when he thought about it, all the magical beasts nowadays were in groups. Once they were discovered, if there were too few people, then all their efforts would be in vain. Therefore, the Thunder King had chosen 100 people, which was not a small number, to be the size of the scouting team. The magical beasts in the outer perimeter were not enough to catch the eyes of the elite exploration team. Their infiltration was very smooth. Up until now, they had not been discovered by any magical beasts. The magical beasts in the outer perimeter were the areas with the highest number of magical beasts in the entire giant beasts forest. Towards the end, the number of magical beasts slowly decreased. This lessened the burden on everyone. Since they're going in stealth, there's no need to talk to anyone. Up until now, the entire team of 100 people is silent. Aside from some light footsteps, there's no other sound. Even Flandrachan, who's in Wu Yan's embrace, is keeping her mouth shut. She doesn't dare to make a sound. She's afraid of disturbing something. As time passes, the sky is getting brighter. The light in the behemoth forest is glaring. Rays of sunlight shone on the ground or on everyone's faces. It's a sign that they've been traveling for quite some time. Fei Fei and the others are walking at the front. They're constantly looking around. They're afraid they'll miss something. They're also prepared to give orders to the people behind them. Until a certain moment, Fei Fei saw a wide open space in a corner. She waved at Sylph, Bingling, and Bishi and pointed at the open space. The three of them nodded in understanding. Together with Fei Fei, they led everyone to the open space. After they scanned the area, they nodded to each other. Bingling and Bishi immediately signaled to their subordinates. A portion of the people who understood the two's gestures began to separate from the group. They went to each corner of the open space and surrounded it. Then, these people closed their eyes and chanted incantations. Under everyone's gaze, the incantation quietly fell, and a glass-like barrier rose from behind these people, fused together, and finally gathered into a square, covering the entire open space. Everyone's expression instantly relaxed when they saw the barrier covering the open space. Even Fei Fei, Bingling, and Bishi are no exception. Only Sylph's expression didn't change at all. No one can tell what she's thinking. All right, let's rest for a bit before we continue our journey, Fei Fei said to everyone present. Her voice was very loud and clear. It directly broke the dead silence that had lasted until now. From this, it could be seen that the enchantment should have the effect of soundproofing. After Fei Fei finished speaking, a quarter of the people accepted the order and left. However, the remaining 3/4 of the people acted as if they didn't hear it. Fei Fei didn't care about this at all and just walked away. After Fei Fei left, Sylph nodded at the rest of the people. Another quarter of the people left while the remaining half went to rest under Bingling and Bishi's agreement. Seeing this, Wu Yan curled his lips in disdain. This is why he hates these big families. They're all on the same side, but they can't even achieve the most basic level of unity. At the most critical moment, they're still thinking about their own problems. When they do things, Wu Yan can't help but feel pain in his ass. They're even more troublesome than being at Sundara. How troublesome. Of course, Wu Yan didn't say anything. He didn't care about other people's lives anyway. He's only here to protect Fei Fei. After Fei Fei gave her order, she walked towards Wu Yan and the others. Yen, Chuju, Mikoto and everyone else, you should rest for a bit too. That's great. Shokuhu Misaki's face was flushed red. She was panting heavily as she complained. We've been walking for so long, yet we still have to be careful. I'm exhausted. Mikoto glanced at Shokuhu Misaki with a gloating expression. Shokuhu Misaki was annoyed, but she couldn't say anything. Who told her to be an exercise idiot? Shokuhu, it's time for you to train your body. Chuju said seriously. Everyone couldn't help but laugh. Shokuhu Misaki gritted her teeth and humphed. I don't need to train my body. I have a smart brain, that's more than enough for me. Everyone laughed when they heard the annoyance in Shokuhu Misaki's voice. The girl's giggles attracted everyone's attention, including Sylph, Bingling, and Bishi. Fei Fei stopped laughing after a while. She looked at Flandrachan in Wu Yan's arms with a serious expression. I didn't get the chance to ask you earlier. Yen, why did you bring Flan here? Don't you know how dangerous the behemoth forest is? It's been like this for a long time now. What if we can't take care of her when she's in danger? Flan doesn't need anyone to take care of her. Flandre-chan pouted unhappily. Flan is strong too. Did you hear that? Wu Yan looked at Fei-Fei with a half-smile. That's how it is. You. Fei-Fei rolled her eyes at Wu Yan. She turned around and sulked. It's for everyone's sake. Fei-Fei didn't know that Flandre-chan was telling the truth. Chapter 533. Sylph's icy blue eyes stopped on Wu Yan's group for a moment before she walked over. Bing Ling and Bishi looked at each other. They hesitated for a moment before following Sylph. Everyone's attention was on Sylph and the other two walking towards Wu Yan's group. Wu Yan's group also noticed the trio's approach. Their chatter slowly died down as they looked at the trio in silence. Sylph looked at Wu Yan, Mikoto, and Ikaros before her gaze landed on Astria. Bing Ling and Bishi also looked at Sylph. However, Bing Ling's gaze was on Wu Yan while Bishi's gaze was on Chuju. The results of the last Academy Grand Tournament weren't only spread within Silveria World Institute. Even the outer court students knew about it. After all, Silveria World Institute had a very high status, and since the Academy Grand Tournament was a competition between the students of the major factions, it was only natural that the major factions would know about it. When Sylph, Bing Ling, and Bishi looked at Astria, Wu Yan, and Chuju respectively, everyone knew what was going on. Wu Yan and Chuju looked at each other before they looked at the trio in front of them. Both sides didn't say anything. Astria tilted her head when she saw Sylph looking at her. After a while, a question mark appeared above her head. Why are you looking at me like that? Astria pouted when she saw Sylph's emotionless stare. She didn't seem to be faking it. The atmosphere in the room instantly broke into two halves. Everyone felt a sense of helplessness when they saw Sylph's emotionless stare. Sylph, on the other hand, didn't seem to mind at all. Next time, I will definitely beat you. Huh? Astria flinched. She didn't understand what Sylph meant. Sylph didn't seem to want to say anything else. She turned around and left the corner. What the hell? Mikoto looked at Sylph's departing figure with an annoyed expression. She clenched her fist and said angrily, I should be the one saying that. Next time, I will definitely beat you. Sylph didn't hear Mikoto's words. She walked to a corner and closed her eyes to rest. Bing Ling and Bishi took a deep look at Wu Yan and Chuju before they left without saying anything. Astria wrinkled her nose. Her dissatisfaction deepened. She stuck out her tongue at Sylph, Bing Ling, and Bishi and made a funny face. What a bunch of weird people. Wu Yan shook his head with a smile. He didn't pay attention to the trio's sudden actions. It might seem strange to an outsider, but those who are in the know that they're just unhappy about their loss. Following this scene, everyone in the open space began to tidy up and rest. Perhaps it was because of the previous scene, everyone knew that there was a barrier around them so they wouldn't alert the enemy. However, they also subconsciously lowered their voices, causing the open space to be filled with whispers. After resting for about half an hour, Sylph, Fei-Fei, Bing Ling, and Bishi stood up. They looked at each other and gave out orders. Prepare to depart. After the four gave their orders, everyone put away their things and gathered together. Then, the person who set up the barrier came to the front of the barrier and removed it. The glass-like barrier was like a tide. It slowly fell down. Not long after, the situation outside appeared in everyone's eyes. When the barrier fell, Wu Yan and Sylph's expression changed. Not good. Be careful. Suddenly, 5 blurry black shadows, mixed with wind pressure, whistled and arrived in front of those people who had removed the barrier. With a trace of suppressed roar, they pounced on these people. These people had just smelled a trace of fishy stench when their vision turned black. Then, they felt a pain in their head and completely lost their consciousness. Seeing these heads disappear from their heads and blood spurting out from their necks, everyone present was stunned. They stood there stupidly, watching these headless bodies fall to the ground. They did not have the slightest reaction, so much so that when the 5 blurry shadows continued to pounce on them, they did not react at all. Are you guys stupid? Hurry up and be on guard. Seeing the dumbfounded look on everyone's face, Wu Yan's temper flared. He yelled at them to bring them back to their senses. By then, the shadow had already pounced on the nearest person. Just as these people were about to step into the path of those in front of them, Bing Ling with his dagger and Bishi with his sword appeared in front of the shadows. Both of them swung their weapons at the same time and cut two of the shadows in half. At the same time, a black sword, a Do Chi blade glow, and an ice blade flashed from behind everyone. They brushed past everyone's bodies and landed on the remaining three black figures. The next moment, similar to the two black figures in front, the three black figures were cut into two halves and landed on the ground. Only bright red blood droplets exploded in midair and splashed onto the stunned expressions of those people who had nearly lost their heads. It was only now that everyone could clearly see the true appearance of the black shadows. They were 5 completely black demonic wolves. Wu Yan sneered when he saw the people's dumbfounded expressions. He waved his hand and closed the gate of Babylon behind him. Then, he turned to Sylph and Feifei who have put down their staffs and night elves. So this is your so-called elite scouting party? Sylph and Feifei lowered their heads when they heard Wu Yan's words. The rest of the scouting party also came back to their senses. Their eyes were filled with fear and shame. They lowered their heads because they couldn't refute Wu Yan's words. Bing Ling and Bishi sighed when they saw this. They silently returned to Sylph and Feifei's side. For a moment, everyone was filled with an oppressive atmosphere. Wu Yan shook his head and snorted coldly. Now is not the time for you to reflect. Everyone was shocked when they heard this. Sylph and the others also realized that something is going on. They quickly looked outside the clearing and saw Black Demon Wolf, level 60, level 68. There are 30 level 60 to level 68 rank 7 Black Demon Wolves surrounding the clearing. They are slowly approaching. Everyone except for Wu Yan's group and Feifei's group sucked in a breath of cold air. Era, we're surrounded. Shokuhu Misaki gloated at his misfortune as she stated the cruel truth. Her expression didn't look relaxed at all. Damn it, when did this happen? Bing Ling gritted his teeth as he tightened his grip on his daggers. 30 rank 7 demon wolves are nothing to the elite expedition party. However, there are 3 level 68 demon wolves among them. Feifei and the others are worried. They don't have the system's perception so they can't tell the specific level of the demon wolves. However, they can sense the demon wolves' strength from their auras. Other than Sylph, everyone else in the party has to be wary. The members of the expedition party have regained some of their elite demeanor. Their expressions became serious and their impetus and mana fluctuated. They are ready to fight at any moment. Chapter 534. As the Black Demon Wolf encirclement closed in, the members of the expedition team also retreated to the center of the clearing. After a while, less than 100 members of the expedition team were squeezed back to back in the center of the clearing. They watched as the Black Demon Wolf encircled them from all directions. Sweat began to form on their foreheads. Feifei, Bing Ling, and Bishi looked at the 3 Black Demon Wolves that were slightly larger than the other demon wolves. However, their auras were much stronger than the other Black Demon Wolves. Their expressions were serious as they gripped their weapons. Everyone, get ready to break out. Following this command, the wolves seemed to have realized something. Their footsteps quickened. In the blink of an eye, the wolves arrived at the clearing. Finally, at a certain moment, one of the Black Demon Wolf raised its head and howled. It pounced towards the expedition team. This action seemed to have caused a chemical reaction. All of the Black Demon Wolf howled and turned into shadows as they pounced towards the expedition team. Attack! Feifei shouted. She pointed her night elf at the wolves. The magicians who had prepared their spells in advance immediately released their spells. The spells landed on the Black Demon Wolf's body. Kill! Bing Ling and Bishi shouted coldly. They jumped out from the crowd and charged towards the Black Demon Wolf that wasn't hit by the spells. The rest of the warriors did the same. They separated themselves from the crowd and charged towards the Black Demon Wolf. The sound of sharp weapons piercing through the wolf's body echoed in the clearing. The sound of weapons being pulled out followed by the sound of weapons being pulled out. Blood splattered all over the ground. In just a short moment, the ground was already stained with blood. The members of the elite expedition team were divided into 2 rows. The warriors stood at the front and assassinated the dark demon wolves that approached them, while the magicians stood at the back. They were in charge of support and ranged attacks to prevent other dark demon wolves from taking advantage of the opportunity to attack. Weapons and magic flew in the air, landing on the dark demon wolves one after another. Finally, the dark demon wolves were stopped. Yan. On Wu Yan's side, Chuju, Mikoto, and Shokuhu Misaki turned towards Wu Yen who was holding Flandrachan. They called out to him softly. It's obvious they want Wu Yen to make the decision. Wu Yen narrowed his eyes and glanced at the expedition team. He frowned slightly. It looks like other than Sylph, they're in a tough spot. Let's attack. Mikoto's tea-colored eyes stared straight at Wu Yen. Her forehead flashed with electricity. Her tone was filled with eagerness. It looks like she can't wait any longer. Wu Yen pondered for a moment and waved his hand. Let's attack. If we let them deal with it alone, I'm afraid there will be casualties. Mikoto's lips curled into a grin. She's very pleased with Wu Yan's decision. She had an excited expression on her face, but before she could express it, Kinuhata Sai stuffed it back down her throat. Super don't attack. Kinuhata Sai took a few steps forward and smiled at the approaching black demon wolf. These super weak wolves aren't strong enough for you guys to super attack. Leave it to me. You. Wu Yen flinched. He surprised. You want to deal with it yourself? Of course I won't be the only one. Kinuhata Sai patted her chest and pointed at Frenda and Takitsubu Riku. The three of us will attack together. Just the three of you. Wu Yen hesitated. The three of you are only tier 7, right? The opponents are 30 tier 7 demonic beasts. Can you guys handle it? In the end, don't underestimate us. Frenda winked at Wu Yen. No matter what, we're a team of 3. If we work together, our strength will multiply. Just super watch. Kinuhata Sai stopped explaining and looked at Takitsubu Riku. Takitsubu, I'm counting on you. Takitsubu Riku's face turned serious and she nodded firmly. Leave it to me. Okay. Wu Yen looked at them seriously and he smiled. Let me see how much you girls have grown. Kinuhata Sai, Frenda, and Takitsubu Riku looked at each other and smiled. Then, Kinuhata Sai walked out while Frenda stood in front of Takitsubu Riku. Takitsubu Riku closed her eyes. When Takitsubu Riku opened her eyes again, her pupils were trembling like pearls. The scene in front of her slowly turned transparent until all that was left was a few lines. Looking at these lines, Takitsubu Riku's heart stirred. She touched these lines and the color of the lines suddenly deepened. Kinuhata Sai, who was walking forward, seemed to have sensed something. Her lips curled into a smile and she stopped. She raised her hand and pulled it behind her. A stream of air invisible to the naked eye wrapped around her tiny fist. Looking at the wolves not far away, Kinuhata Sai's eyes turned sharp and she let out a roar before punching out. Boom! A clear vibrating sound rang in everyone's ears, causing both humans and wolves to subconsciously stop what they were doing. However, in the next second, a black demon wolf's body seemed to have been hit by a heavy hammer. It let out a blood-curdling scream and was sent flying. It smashed into a tree trunk, unable to get up again. This sudden turn of events startled everyone present. However, Kinuhata Sai acted as if she did not see anything. In a flash, she appeared in front of everyone and once again raised her fist and smashed it onto the ground. Boom! The invisible force directly affected the ground, causing it to tremble and collapse. Cracks spread out like a spider web. Shortly after, the ground collapsed. Pieces of rocks protruded out and smashed into the pack of wolves. Many of the dark demon wolves were smashed into the cracks in the ground, causing their bodies to sway and fall into the cracks in the ground. What welcomed them was Dolly, whose body was swollen and twisted, appearing at the bottom of the crack. Boom 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 boom. The series of unforeseen events stunned the members of the expedition team who were originally planning to fight to the death. Looking at the ruins not far away, they could only feel their heads spinning. Fei Fei, Bingling, and Bishi looked at each other and stared at the petite figure standing in front of them in shock. At this moment, the petite figure that was standing in front of them had a different kind of sturdiness to it. Fei Fei's beautiful eyes were half closed. She put down her night elf and looked at Kinuhata Sai's back. She muttered softly, "So she's this strong. So this is the strength of an elder of Starlight Queen?" Bishi shook his head with a bitter smile. "Oh my god, how old is she? Even I have less than a 50% chance of winning against her." Kinuhata Sai. Bingling stared at the front and took a deep breath. He felt bitter in his heart. As expected, he had been a frog in a well all this time. Even Sylph stared at Kinuhata Sai for a long time. Her face was expressionless, but no one knew what she was thinking. Kinuhata was the only one who knew her own strength. She looked at Frenda and Takitsubu Riku and gave them a thumbs up. Well done, Frenda. Takitsubu. Indeed, without Takitsubu Riku's ability, with Kinuhata ability, how would she be able to unleash her invincible might and smash all the wolves into the ground? Without Frenda's bomb, she wouldn't have been able to deal with so many black demon wolf in such a short amount of time. There were 30 black demonic wolves in there. All of them were demonic beasts of the same tier as Kinuhata. Among them, there were even 3 that had reached level 68. Kinuhata wouldn't have been able to deal with them in such a short amount of time without Frenda or Takitsubu Riku. Looking at Kinuhata, Frenda, and Takitsubu Riku hugging each other, Wu Yan chuckled. He felt comforted. Chapter 535. After Takitsubu Riku's ability reached LVL 5, she gained the ability to interfere with the personal reality of others. Through AIM, she was able to manipulate the personal reality of others. She was able to enhance, weaken, exchange, and change other people's abilities. She was even able to engrave the personal reality of others and grant them abilities. Although it might seem like Kinuhata was the only one who did all the work, the one who contributed the most was actually Takitsubu Riku. After reaching Tier 7, Kinuhata ability also reached LVL 5. But no matter what, she was still only LVL 65. Dealing with 1 or 2 black demon wolf wouldn't be a problem, but dealing with 30 of them at once would be a little overconfident. However, under the interference of Takitsubu Riku's ability, Kinuhata ability was amplified in an instant. Her strength was also greatly increased. That was why she was able to kill a black demon wolf with a single punch, shatter the ground, and force all the black demon wolves into the crevice. After that, Takitsubu Riku interfered with Frenda's personal reality, allowing Frenda to obtain the same spatial ability as Shiroi Kuriko. This allowed Frenda to move a large number of bomb dolls into the crevice and detonate them. That was how the 30 black demon wolf were dealt with in a short amount of time. Without a doubt, this victory belonged to Kinuhata, Frenda, and Takitsubu Riku. If any of them were missing, they wouldn't have been able to achieve this result. Of course, the black demon wolf couldn't react in time to Kinuhata and Frenda's methods and were caught off guard. But more importantly, the 3 of them were able to work together perfectly. Indeed, just like what Frenda said, they were a team of 3. If they worked together, their strength wouldn't just be multiplied, it would be multiplied by who knows how many times. Right now, Takitsubu Riku and Frenda's strength was already on par with Mujino Shizuri. Perhaps they were slightly weaker, but with Takitsubu Riku's addition, 2 Mujino Shizuris might not even be enough to take on one of them. One has to admit that Takitsubu Riku is a freak of nature. While Kinuhata, Frenda, and Takitsubu Riku were celebrating their victory, Shokuhu Misaki walked up to Wu Yan's side and chuckled. How is it? Are you relieved now? It's still too early. Even with the 3 of us working together, we're still far from it. Wu Yan pursed his lips, but he still had a grin on his face. Shokuhu Misaki couldn't help but snicker inside. Yan. Fei Fei walked in front of Wu Yan and company. It's all thanks to you guys this time. Otherwise, we would have definitely suffered a lot of casualties. Hearing that, the members of the expedition team couldn't help but fall silent. In terms of numbers and strength, they were no weaker than the Dark Demon Wolves. The Dark Demon Wolves had 3 peak Tier 7 existences, while they had Fei Fei, Bingling, Bishi, and Fei Fei who were peak Tier 7 existences. On top of that, they had Sylph who was a Tier 8 existence. However, in a real battle, wolves are ferocious creatures, and demonic beasts are even more so. The Dark Demon Wolves are not afraid of death, but they were caught off guard because of a little change. This situation is very similar to when the Dark Demon Wolves were fighting against Kinuhata just now. If the battle continues, victory is assured. However, just like what Fei Fei said, there will be a lot of casualties. So this is your so-called elite expedition team? These words filled with contempt and disdain kept ringing in the minds of the members of the elite exploration team, causing them to clench their fists tightly, their hearts filled with unwillingness. They are stronger and have more numbers than the Black Demon Wolf Pack. Yet they ended up in such a state. Unwillingness is a given. Well, they can't be blamed for this. Only Wu Yan's group, Sylph, Feifei, Bingling, and Bishi know what they are supposed to investigate. Normal members like them don't have access to such important information. Even after they entered the behemoth forest and noticed that the behemoth forest is different from before, they didn't have a sense of danger. That's why they ended up in this mess. 30 Class 7 demonic beasts appearing at the outskirts of the behemoth forest is an impossible feat in the past. Plus, they didn't have a sense of danger and were caught off guard. Naturally, their practicality was reduced by more than one level. Looking at Feifei, who went over to thank Wu Yan, the members of the expedition team felt very aggrieved. After all, they didn't need to do something like this. At this moment, all of them repeatedly urged themselves in their hearts. They couldn't embarrass themselves anymore. Otherwise, they would end up like their comrade who had his head bitten off and fell to the ground. Bingling and Bishi finally laughed when they saw the changes in the expressions of the expedition team members. Sylph also nodded. This is exactly what they wanted to see. Wu Yan glanced at the people over there. He waved his hand at Feifei, who came over to thank him. Don't thank me, I didn't do anything. If you want to thank someone, why don't you thank them? Thank them. Wu Yan then pointed at Kinuhata Sai, Frenda, and Takitsubu Riku. Feifei also looked at them. At this point, how could Feifei not know that everything that happened just now was actually caused by the three of them? She said in a serious tone. Thank you. Super, you're welcome. Kinuhata Sai straightened her back. Although she said that, her face was filled with pride. Frenda, who was standing by the side, grabbed her beret and exchanged glances with Takitsubu Riku. She felt a little embarrassed. Feifei saw the trio's reaction and felt happy. She secretly sighed. No matter how strong they are, they're still children. But Feifei looked at Kinuhata Sai, Frenda, and Takitsubu Riku and shook her head with a bitter smile. I didn't expect you three to be so strong. Wu Yan smiled faintly and waved his hand at Feifei. Feifei, don't overestimate them. They're still far from it. Far from it? Feifei was stunned. She turned her body to the side and didn't know whether to laugh or cry. If this is called far from it, then wouldn't we have lived for nothing? Even I don't have the confidence to win against Sai. You don't expect too much. That's right, that's right. Kinuhata Sai and Frenda nodded their heads. They didn't want their hard work to be erased by Wu Yan's words. You two still have the nerve to agree. Wu Yan stared at Kinuhata Sai and Frenda fiercely. Do you think you've done well? You destroyed the ground and detonated the bombs. With such a big commotion, aren't you telling the demonic beasts in the behemoth forest that we're here? Kinuhata Sai, Frenda, and Takitsubu Riku were stunned. Wu Yan didn't feel good about it. Don't tell me you've forgotten everything because you're too eager to perform? The three of them opened their mouths and laughed dryly. The answer was obvious. Wu Yan's mouth twitched. Indeed, this place is not suitable for us to stay any longer. Feifei nodded and looked at Sylph. Sylph and the rest nodded and turned towards the direction of the expedition team. We can't stay here any longer. We have to leave this place as soon as possible. Everyone quickly nodded their heads and gathered together. They immediately left the ruined land. Not long after they left, another wave of the magical beast army arrived. After learning their lesson, everyone in the expedition team was on high alert. They didn't dare to let their guard down. They carefully hid themselves in every corner of the behemoth forest. They were slower than when they came, but they were much more careful as they made their way deeper into the forest. At this point, there were no longer any magical beasts below grade 7. Moreover, they were all gathered together in groups of 2s and 3s. Their aura was incomparably terrifying. This caused the elite scouts to feel a chill in their hearts and become even more vigilant. Chapter 536. They are heading towards the center of the behemoth forest. The closer they get to the depths of the forest, the more oppressive the atmosphere became. At first, the magical beasts that appeared around them were in groups of 2 or 3. Now, as the elite expedition team and Wu Yan's group got closer to the depths of the behemoth forest, the number of magical beasts around them decreased. Now, they can only see 1 or 2 scattered magical beasts every once in a while. However, this situation didn't make them happy. Instead, it made them feel uneasy. In the behemoth forest, The magical beasts are no longer hunting each other and treating each other as food. They are gathering together to chase away the humans in the behemoth forest. Even the magical beasts are gathering in groups of 2 or 3. But now, the magical beasts that appeared around them are scattered. They didn't gather with other magical beasts at all. What does this mean? It means that they don't need to gather with other magical beasts at all. In fact, this was indeed the case. Almost every one of these scattered magical beasts had the strength of the peak of the 7th stage, the kind that was only 1 step away from the 8th stage. This situation made everyone's heart heavy. This means that if they continue forward, they might encounter a rank 8 magical beast. They would rather encounter a group of Class 7 magical beasts than a single Class 8 magical beast. At the Class 7 and Class 8 magical beasts, the gap between Class 7 and Class 8 magical beasts was unimaginably large. If the expedition party were to encounter a group of Class 7 demonic beasts, as long as their numbers weren't too ridiculous, they could still hold their own. However, if they were to encounter a Class 8 demonic beast, without Sylph's help, they would have to sacrifice their own lives to have a chance of winning. Not everyone can be like Wu Yan and challenge those of a higher rank. At least in the Spalier world, no one has heard of such a thing. So, in a way, Wu Yan is also a freak. At a certain moment, Wu Yan's footsteps suddenly stopped. His eyes narrowed as he looked in a certain direction. What's wrong? The women stopped and looked at Wu Yan. Wu Yan didn't answer their question. Instead, he narrowed his eyes as if he saw something. At this time, the entire expedition team also noticed Wu Yan's strange behavior. They stopped and looked at Wu Yan in confusion. Seeing Wu Yan's strange behavior, Fei Fei wanted to ask him something. Sylph's eyes narrowed as well. She turned around and looked at the direction Wu Yan was looking at. Be careful. Sylph's reminder. Everyone's heart was in their mouth. They calmed down and carefully observed their surroundings. Soon, a presence with dense mana fluctuations appeared in everyone's senses. It's a blurry silhouette. As soon as it entered everyone's sensing range, it seemed to have noticed them. It's rushing towards them at an alarming speed. Not far away, a green figure silently appeared on a tree about 30 meters away from the crowd. After attracting everyone's attention, the figure flashed and instantly closed the distance between them by more than 10 meters, exposing his full appearance in front of everyone's eyes. It's a small civet cat. Its body is covered in dark green fur that complements the surrounding trees very well. Its eyes are purplish red and there's an ominous glint in them. There's a faint trace of pressure emanating from it. This raccoon was only about a meter long, but it gave everyone a lot of pressure. Because, from its speed and aura, they could tell that this was at least a peak 7th level magical beast. Fei Fei, Bing Ling, and Bishi's eyes narrowed when they saw the civet cat. Blue thorny cat. Blue thorny cat. Level 69-inch everyone, be careful. Blue thorny cats are different from other demonic beasts. They don't have a large body but they're extremely fast. If you're not careful, you'll be dead by the time you lose consciousness. Everyone be on guard. Fei Fei's cold warning caused everyone's heart to skip a beat. They quickly raised their weapons and stared at the cat, afraid that they'll lose track of it. While Fei Fei was talking, the blue thorny cat turned into a flash of green lightning and pounced towards the closest person to it. It's Fei Fei. Its 2 front claws popped out, and its greenish-black fur emitted a layer of light that was not bright, but was like a ripple of water. Its body pounced out in the air, and it actually changed direction on its own, bypassing the trees in front of it, and directly pouncing towards Fei Fei, causing Fei Fei's expression to change. In a place where no one was paying attention to, a pair of extremely narrow wings was slowly flapping on the blue thorny cat's ribs. The wings were as small as a thumb and couldn't be used for flight. However, when the blue thorny cat moved at high speed, it could help it change direction in mid-air. Fei Fei's night elf was already out of its sheath. Facing the blue thorny cat's attack, Fei Fei didn't even try to dodge. Instead, she clasped her blade in front of her chest and a large amount of Do Qi light up. This is Fei Fei's proudest skill. Do Qi Sword Ray. With a swing of her sword, the Do Qi Sword Ray pierced towards the side of the blue thorny cat. At the same time, the blue thorny cat changed direction in mid-air and met the Do Qi Sword Ray head-on. From the looks of it, it was as if the blue thorny cat was the one who sent itself to the door. Facing Fei Fei's Do Qi Sword Ray, the blue thorny cat's eyes turned cold. It reached out one of its front paws and slapped the Do Qi Sword Ray into pieces. Shit! Bishi exclaimed. This blue thorny cat's strength is not inferior to its speed. Fei Fei won't be able to win against it alone. Let's go together. We don't have time to waste here. Bingling said bluntly. A pair of daggers appeared in his hand. Bishi agreed with Bingling's idea. He gripped his knight's sword and the two of them charged towards Fei Fei. Not far away, Wu Yan, Chuju, Mikoto, Ikaros, Shokuhu Misaki, Flandrachan, Astria, Kinuhada Sayai, Frenda, and Takitsuba Riku were standing around a tree. They were watching Fei Fei, Bingling, and Bishi fight the blue thorny cat. Mikoto was the first to speak. Yen, are you not going to help? No need. Wu Yan rejected Mikoto's suggestion without hesitation. Mikoto was a little hesitant. But if that's the case, won't those people gossip? Wu Yan grinned and he gestured at Sylph with his lips. Look, Sylph didn't do anything either, right? Yeah. Chuju tilted her head in confusion. Why didn't Sylph do anything? Didn't she want to end this as soon as possible? I think. Shokuhu Misaki stroked her blonde hair and smiled. Sylph is conserving her strength, right? That's right. That's right. Wu Yan nodded. His expression turned serious as he looked at the battle ahead. We'll be venturing deeper into the behemoth forest. There will definitely be powerful demonic beasts there, tier 8 at least. Under such circumstances, Sylph has to conserve her strength as long as she doesn't meet the toughest opponent. She can't waste her mana and stamina on these appetizers. Otherwise, when she meets an opponent that requires her full strength, she'll be in danger due to wasting her energy. If that happens, not only will Sylph die, the others will also die. Hinajiku and Mikoto both nodded in understanding. Does that mean we have to conserve our strength as well? It's more or less necessary. Wu Yan sighed. Even though we don't have mana to expend, we have to conserve our strength. Even if it's just a little bit. The girls nodded in understanding. Chapter 537. Woo! The green thorny cat's shrill cry echoed throughout the forest. Its cry was like a wolf's howl, and its fleshy wings flapped gently. In the next moment, it moved. With lightning speed, the blue thorny cat dashed through the forest, its four limbs constantly kicking against the surrounding tree trunks. Using the momentum, it dodged to the other side. Everyone only had time to see a flash of green light in the forest before it appeared in front of Fei Fei. The members of the elite expedition team couldn't help but grip the armaments in their hands so tightly that their veins were bulging. However, they didn't feel anything at all as they stared at the green light moving through the forest. They were afraid that it would appear in front of them in the next second. The green thorny cat's speed was too fast. It was too fast for the eyes to take in. The moment it made its move, it had already pounced forward. However, it left behind a similar silhouette in its original position. The silhouette only disappeared when it arrived in front of Fei Fei. Even Fei Fei, Bingling, and Bishi could only react when the green thorny cat was right in front of them. The members of the expedition party could only see the green thorny cat pouncing on Fei Fei. When Fei Fei blocked the attack, the green thorny cat leaped away from her and continued to pounce on her relentlessly. If Wu Yan's group and Sylph were only observing the situation to preserve their strength, the members of the expedition party didn't know how to intervene at all. With the green thorny cat's speed, even if they joined the battle, they would be defeated in a short amount of time. This made the members of the expedition party even more unwilling. They felt that their participation was completely unnecessary. They wouldn't be able to do anything at all. How could they be willing to accept this? Let's not talk about how the members of the expedition party felt. Fei Fei and the other two didn't have the time to care about the ferocious attacks of the green thorny cat. The thorny cat kept pouncing towards the three of them. However, the three of them did not retreat. If they retreated, the thorny cat would definitely target the elite expedition team. As the leader of the expedition team, they had no choice but to retreat. Bingling was already behind Fei Fei the moment the green thorny cat made its move. When Fei Fei swung her sword and forced the green thorny cat away, his daggers were instantly covered in a layer of ice. The daggers expanded several times in size. It was Bingling's ice dagger battle technique. At this moment, Beezy was much more useful than before. As if he had seen through the ice spirit's plan, Beezy swung his knight's sword repeatedly. Streaks of sword shadow surrounded the green thorny cat and slowed it down for a split second. It was also this split second that gave the ice spirit the perfect opportunity to strike. Clang! A series of sparks flew out. Those were the sparks caused by the ice dagger, stabbing into the blue thorny cat's body. Bing Ling's face was full of surprise when he felt a heavy force coming from the tip of his dagger. It was obvious that he didn't expect the blue thorny cat's fur to be this hard. Even his own battle technique couldn't break through its fur. When did the blue thorny cat become so tough? Speed, strength, defense. Every single one of them was so strong. Woo! Surprisingly, sparks appeared when the dagger hit its fur. Although the green thorny cat didn't seem to be injured, it let out a painful cry. Its eyes glowed fiercely and its body shook violently. In the next moment, Bing Ling and Bishi, who was behind him, were sent flying. They crashed into a big tree behind them and the tree snapped. Both of them fell to the ground. However, they immediately jumped up and stared at the green thorny cat. Everyone in the expedition team let out a sigh of relief. Bing Ling's face was expressionless, but his arms were trembling. He could feel a tearing pain coming from his palms. Although he managed to block the blue thorny cat's attack, his hands were still numb from the impact. However, at this moment, he couldn't care less about his aching arms. He shouted anxiously, "Fei Fei! Be careful!" Yes, both of them were sent flying. The one closest to the green thorny cat was Fei Fei. The green thorny cat landed on the ground without making a single sound. It was like a soft cotton. It jumped up again and pounced towards Fei Fei. It swung its right paw and a dark green claw slashed towards Fei Fei's waist. If it was anyone else, they would have been slashed in half by the green thorny cat's attack. However, Fei Fei was different. She was level 69 and was only half a step away from reaching tier 8. She was undoubtedly the strongest among the three of them. Furthermore, Fei Fei had good battle awareness. Even though she couldn't keep up with the green thorny cat's speed, she could still see it clearly. The moment the thorny cat pounced, Fei Fei was already retreating. In the process of retreating, Fei Fei's body constantly changed positions. The moment the thorny cat's claws shot out, Fei Fei found the right position and leaned her upper body backwards. Her entire body bent into the shape of a bow, narrowly dodging the attack. Looking at the scene behind her, Fei Fei broke out in cold sweat. Fortunately, she did not choose to fight head-on. Otherwise, this attack would not be so easy to deal with. At the same time, the blue thorny cat followed the trajectory of the claw and arrived in front of Bing Ling and Bishi. Do Qi radiated from their bodies. Bing Ling and Bishi exuded a majestic amount of Do Qi. The thorny cat arrived in front of the two of them at lightning speed. However, what greeted it was a pair of daggers and a knight's sword. The blue thorny cat turned in the air and dodged the dagger and knight's sword. At the same time, Bing Ling and Bishi moved at the same time. Intense combat chi radiated from their bodies. The dazzling combat chi caused the blue thorny cat to squint its eyes as it closed in on them. Here's our chance. Bing Ling and Bai Shi's eyes lit up and they roared. Their ice daggers glowing with an icy blue light and their giant swords struck out at the same time. The blue thorny cat narrowed its eyes, but it couldn't see what was going on in front of it. It slammed its head into the swords and let out a miserable shriek. The force of the collision sent the blue thorny cat flying into a cloud of dust. Great! Behind them, the members of the elite expedition team couldn't help but exclaim. Their faces were filled with excitement. In their opinion, the joint attack of the two leaders was definitely not something that a peak 7th order magical beast could escape unscathed. Even if the green thorn cat didn't die from this attack, it should be close to death. However, when the thorny cat jumped out of the cloud of dust, everyone's excitement froze on their faces. However, when they saw the thorny cat's condition, their expressions became much better. At this moment, the blue thorny cat was in a sorry state. There were many scorched black spots on its tough fur, and its aura had also weakened significantly. This told everyone that the joint attack just now was indeed effective. The blue thorny cat shook its head violently. After a few seconds, it finally recovered. Feeling the pain in its body, the blue thorny cat was enraged. It raised its head and roared. Its blood-red eyes looked like they were going to bleed at any moment. It glared at Bing Ling and Bishi with bloodthirsty eyes. A murderous aura enveloped the entire area. The members of the expedition team couldn't help but feel suffocated. Their faces turned pale. As for Bingling and Bishi, they were at the center of the murderous aura. They could feel the murderous aura even more clearly. Although they didn't show it, their backs were cold and their hands were sweaty. At the same time, the blue thorny cat let out a whimper and leaped towards Bingling and Bishi. However, if you look closely, you'll notice that the blue thorny cat's speed is much slower than it was before. Chapter 538. Sometimes, the difference between humans and animals might be subconsciously ignored in normal times, but at this time, this difference was infinitely magnified. The blue thorny cat was injured by Bingling and Bai Shi's joint attack. This caused the blue thorny cat to be enraged. Under the influence of anger, the blue thorny cat attacked Bingling and Bai Shi without any hesitation. The blue thorny cat had forgotten that there were more than two people fighting it. No matter what the situation is, Bingling and Bai Shi couldn't care less about the thorny cat's attack. The murderous aura from the thorny cat forced them to focus all their attention. Their bodies tensed up as they looked at the thorny cat. While the thorny cat was charging at them, the thorny cat's fur suddenly turned from greenish-black to emerald green. Then, the emerald green light started to spread outwards. The radius of the light wasn't strong. It was only about a meter. However, the thorny cat seemed to have grown in size. The originally 1-meter-long body turned into a 2-meter-long emerald green cat. The thorny cat looked like a ferocious tiger. Even the thorny cat's roar turned into a tiger's roar. The thorny cat charged at Bingling and Bai Shi with its green light. This sudden turn of events caused the expressions of the two men to change slightly, as they felt a sense of suffocation in their hearts. At this moment, the crowd finally recalled that as a magical beast, the blue thorny cat had not used a single magic spell since its appearance until now. Now, it finally used one. Both Bingling and Bishi had a bad feeling when they saw the blue thorny cat's aura getting stronger and stronger. All magic beasts have their own innate magic, and this blue thorny cat's magic seems to be a transformation-type ability. Seeing the thorny cat charging at them, Bishi quickly raised his left hand and a sword shadow shot out from his knight's sword. The sword shadow accurately landed on the thorny cat's body. Or rather, the thorny cat rammed itself into the thorny cat. The thorny cat's body glowed with a green light and the sword shadow slid past the thorny cat's body without causing any damage. The thorny cat bared its fangs and its body glowed with a green light. The thorny cat's speed increased exponentially. In a flash, the thorny cat appeared in front of Bingling and Bai Shi. "Let's fight!" Bingling and Bishi clenched their teeth and ignored the blue thorny cat's attack. They immediately raised their weapons and enveloped the blue thorny cat's body with their combat chi. However, the blue thorny cat seemed to have become a lot stronger after casting magic. When the do chi got close to the blue thorny cat's body, the do chi instantly melted away. What? Bingling and Bishi were shocked. The duo's do chi was completely melted away by the blue thorny cat. The blue thorny cat's do chi was only slightly thinner than before. The blue thorny cat continued to glide through the air and pounced at the duo. The stench from its mouth had already entered their noses. It seemed like the blue thorn cat's magic was able to increase its attack, defense, and speed in all aspects. It had improved its already powerful body by a few notches. Of course, Bingling and Bishi's attacks were not completely ineffective. At the very least, the blue thorny cat and Bishi's do chi were in a stalemate for a while. It was enough for Bingling and Bishi to react. Bizi was the first to react. He quickly raised his right arm and pointed his sword at the green thorny cat. His entire knight's sword glowed brightly. A sharp aura gathered at the edge of the sword. Combat chi surged into the knight's sword. Bizi pressed his left hand on his right hand that was holding the sword. A golden light shot out from the tip of his sword. Golden sword flash. The golden light flashed rapidly. Before the blue thorny cat could completely melt the blue thorny cat's do chi, Bishi thrust his sword forward and a ray of light shot out towards the blue thorny cat's forehead. Chi! The ray of light ferociously pierced through the blue thorny cat's do chi. It was instantly met with a huge resistance. The blue thorny cat's do chi started to boil like boiling oil. All of the blue thorny cat's do chi rushed towards the blue thorny cat's do chi. As the ray of light penetrated deeper into the blue thorny cat's do chi, the blue thorny cat's do chi became more and more intense. In an instant, the blue thorny cat's do chi and the golden sword flash clashed against each other. The blue thorny cat's do chi was visibly weakening, but the golden sword flash was also gradually weakening. Even at this moment, Bingling and Bishi couldn't help but admire the blue thorny cat's dou qi. Not only can it increase the blue thorny cat's dou qi, it can also gather all of its energy to block an attack. Although the blue thorny cat didn't seem to be having an easy time, at least the blue thorny cat's dou qi didn't manage to penetrate its head. At this crucial moment, a figure silently appeared beside the blue thorny cat. A pair of beautiful eyes turned extremely sharp. It was Fei, who was ignored by the blue thorny cat. In an instant, a nimble long sword floated out from Fei's side. Fei raised the sword in her hand. Fei closed her eyes and with one hand holding the sword, she drew an arc in front of her with the other hand and lightly tiptoed. With Fei's body as the center, the sky suddenly darkened and lost all color. The temperature in the air dropped and a faint aura burst out from Fei's body. That's... Wu Yan's eyes flashed and the corner of his mouth curved into a smile. A ray of moonlight suddenly appeared in the dark sky around Fei. The silver light appeared on Fei's body and spread all over Fei's body. Then, all of the light gathered towards the night elf, in Fei's hand and rose into the air. At this moment, the blue thorny cat was unable to move in order to block the golden sword attack. Fei suddenly opened her eyes. The silver light from the night elf was like the moonlight in the night sky. Fei raised her head and looked at the blue thorny cat. Then, she swung the sword down. The air froze and a ray of moonlight appeared in the sky. Then, the moonlight condensed together and turned the surroundings into a curtain of night. The crystal-clear ray of light was dazzling as it flew towards the blue thorny cat who was in a stalemate with the golden sword attack. The blue thorny cat could only watch as the ray of light slashed towards it. It couldn't move at all. Its eyes shrunk to the size of a needle and the light in its eyes dimmed. It seemed that its owner had already predicted its fate. Before the ray of light could reach it, the blue thorny cat raised its head and let out a final cry. Then, it was enveloped by the ray of light. Night moon flash, Fei's cold voice and the blue thorny cat's cry rang out in the night sky. The ray of light on the blue thorny cat's body brightened up the night sky. At the center of the ray of light, the emerald light on the blue thorny cat's body dimmed at a speed visible to the naked eye. Then, the blue thorny cat's 2-meter-long body returned to 1 meter long and revealed its original form. Fei, Bingling, and Bishi's eyes sharpened when they saw the blue thorny cat's true form. In the next second, the ray of light from the sword, the ray of light from the ice dagger, and the ray of light from the sword landed on the blue thorny cat's body. Bang! The ray of light from the sword, the ray of light from the ice dagger, and the ray of light from the sword struck the blue thorny cat from all directions. The blue thorny cat couldn't dodge the attack at all. No matter how fast the blue thorny cat was, it was useless. The 3 attacks landed on the blue thorny cat's body with a loud bang. Everyone could only see that the blue thorny cat was blasted into the air by Fei, Bingling, and Bishi's attacks. Its 1-meter-long body was thrown into the air and then it fell back to the ground. Under everyone's gaze, the blue thorny cat's body bounced off the ground a few times before it stopped moving. Fresh blood dripped from the blue thorny cat's body. Smoke was coming out of the cat's body. Its body was charred black and tattered. It couldn't be more dead. Chapter 539. Fei's Night Moon Flash is more of a magic spell than a sword combat technique. That's because it doesn't have any offensive capabilities. The effect of Night Moon Flash was to freeze everything that was hit by Night Moon Flash. No matter what it was, as long as it was hit by Night Moon Flash, it would be equivalent to being locked in a cage. At the same time, all attacks containing power would be eliminated. Yes, the effect of Night Moon Flash is to eliminate all attacks that contain force and imprison the target's body. It doesn't have any offensive capabilities. For example, if Night Moon Flash hits an opponent's sure kill attack, then the sure kill attack will be completely nullified. Just like how Fei used Night Moon Flash to nullify Wu Yan's chaotic return to Horizon Dance. If the target of the Night Moon flashback is the opponent, then that would be the scariest thing. That's because the moment the target is hit, the opponent's strength will be completely wiped out. Even their warrior energy and mana will be melted away. All that's left is their rotten skin. Furthermore, the Night Moon flashback will imprison them. At that moment, Fei's victory is basically set in stone. Just like how it was with the blue thorny cat just now. Whether or not the Night Moon Flash was powerful could be seen from this. Of course, the stronger the ability, the more limitations it has. Night Moon Flash is the same. The fact that it doesn't have any offensive capabilities is secondary. The most important thing is that Night Moon Flash requires time to eliminate its target. The higher the level of the attack, the longer the time needed to be used. For example, if the Night Moon Flash hit a peak Tier 7 blue thorn cat like Fei Fei, it would take about 5 seconds to deplete her mana and stamina. However, if it hit Sylph, it would take about 3 to 5 minutes. That's more than enough time for Sylph to counterattack and win a round. She might even be able to break free from the spell. In other words, the Night Moon Flash was almost invincible against those of the same level. Even if it was used against those stronger than him, it would still be able to display its power. However, if it was used against those much stronger than him, then it would be equivalent to a useless battle skill. However, Night Moon Flash still has the ability to defeat opponents stronger than themselves. It's much stronger than most of the battle techniques in the Spalier world. In this aspect, Fei Fei, who created this battle technique, is truly a top-tier super genius. Everyone witnessed the power of Night Moon Flash. The blue thorny cat is already dead. Warm blood is spreading out from its body. Even though this is the result of the combined attack of Fei Fei, Bingling, and Bishi, without Night Moon Flash, the blue thorny cat wouldn't have ended up in such a miserable state. Bingling and Bishi looked at Fei Fei with a serious expression as they recalled the sudden appearance of the night sky and the moonlight. Night Moon Flash is a nightmare for those two who are slightly weaker than Fei Fei. Fei Fei sheathed her sword and heaved a sigh of relief. Bingling and Bishi reacted the same way. Don't think that they won the battle with the blue thorny cat without suffering any injuries. In reality, they were the only ones who knew how hard it was to win the battle. Bingling used Ice Dagger battle technique no less than 3 times. He used up more than half of his chi. Bishi also used Shadow Sword repeatedly. In the end, he even used his trump card. Fei Fei even used her strongest battle technique, Night Moon Flash. Other than Bingling, the other two have used everything they have. It wasn't that the Ice Spirit didn't give it its all. The Ice Spirit's Ice Do Chi was extremely effective in restraining the opponent. However, if it wasn't used on the opponent's speed, it would be used on the Ice Spirit's armament. Even if the Ice Spirit used it, it probably wouldn't be able to reduce the opponent's speed by much. As for restricting the opponent's armament, that's nonsense. Who has ever seen a magical beast using an armament? Before Wu Yan and the others joined the Spalier World Academy, they were ranked top 10. They were extremely talented, but they only won this battle after giving it their all. Their opponent was a magical beast of the same level as them. This battle wasn't ideal. The 3 of them know that the blue thorny cat is a special beast compared to other magical beasts. Its speed and agility are better than most of the other Tier 8 magical beasts. This blue thorny cat is even more special. Not only is its strength and defense unparalleled, it also has a spell that can increase its speed. The 3 of them used this as an excuse to comfort themselves. They kept telling themselves to recover their strength, but the effect was minimal. Bingling and Bishi looked at each other. They didn't feel happy about winning the battle. Instead, Bishi looked at the blue thorny cat lying on the ground and shook his head bitterly. It's only been half a day and this magical beast is already so difficult to deal with. There will be stronger magical beasts in the future. Can we really complete the mission? The impact on the Ice Spirit's heart was even greater than Bai Shi's. After all, Bai Shi had used all his strength, but his ability was completely restricted. It was easy to imagine how depressed he was. Therefore, the Ice Spirit only nodded slightly and did not say anything. At this moment, Fei Fei spoke. Don't think too much about it. We don't have time to think too much. Since we've decided to accept this mission, we must be prepared. The old chief is still waiting for our news. Bingling and Bishi shuddered when they heard that. The gloominess on their faces dissipated and their gazes became resolute. Sylph nodded when she saw this. Wu Yan and the others looked at each other and smiled. They walked towards Fei Fei and the others. Sister Fei Fei, that magical beast just now should be ranked among the top magical beasts of the same level, right? Wu Yan smiled at Fei Fei. There's no need to guess what he's trying to say. Fei Fei smiled and nodded. Then, she cheered up a little. It's fine. You don't have to comfort me. I know I'm not as stubborn as you think. That better be the case. Wu Yan shrugged. He sighed in relief when he saw Fei Fei pulling herself together. Why didn't you all help earlier? Bing Ling frowned. He looked at Chuju, Shokuhu Misaki, Kinuhata Sai, Frenda, and Takitsubu Riku. It would have been a lot easier if you all were here. Everyone agreed that Sylph didn't make a move. She still has to be kept as a trump card to deal with the demonic beasts coming up. Mikoto and Astria are also tier 8 for the same reason. Ikaros's strength was a flash in the pan, so no one doubted her strength. As for Wu Yan's strength, other than Fei Fei, no one else knew about his ascension. But, at the very least, he managed to tie with Jaffer. Chuju and the other 4 are tier 7. They're much stronger than the other expedition members. They can definitely fight alongside Bing Ling and the others. There's no need to preserve their strength since they haven't reached tier 8 yet. That's why Bing Ling asked that question. However, Wu Yan's next sentence left him speechless. They didn't help because I ordered them to. Wu Yan smiled and looked at Fei Fei. Sister Fei Fei, you should quickly recover your Do Chi and leave this place before the sky turns completely dark. Before he could finish his sentence, a few whistling sounds came from above them, interrupting him. Everyone moved and looked around. Many of them were stunned by what they saw. Numerous greenish-black-green thorn cats stood on the surrounding trees. Their eyes flashed with a ferocious light as they looked down at the crowd below. This caused a wave of killing intent to sweep up in this area. Chapter 540. The green thorny cats that covered the branches were greenish-black in color. Unlike the previous green thorny cat, these green thorny cats had more black parts than green parts. They were not only a meter long, each one of them was close to 3 meters long. They were much larger than the previous green thorny cat. There were about 20 to 30 of them, all of them standing on top of the surrounding trees. Their cat eyes were fixed on the people below. Apart from their bodies that didn't look like cats, they were all real cats. Unfortunately, the smell of blood in the air and their teeth that were obviously sharper than a cat's told people that they were carnivores. Initially, when the 20 to 30 thorny cats arrived at the scene, they stopped on the tree and didn't do anything else. However, when they saw the thorny cat not far away, covered in blood and charred black, their eyes widened and their fur puffed up. Their faces were filled with rage. Woo! 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 All of the green thorn cats roared as their bodies tensed up. Looking down at the people below, their eyes flickered with a faint bloody aura, causing the killing intent in the air to thicken even more. Thorny cat, level 60 tube 65. Oh my god! Some of the elite scouts couldn't believe what they saw. They looked up at the sky and felt dizzy. Even Fei Fei, Bing Ling, and Bishi's faces turned ugly. One thorny cat was enough to make them send out 3 peak rank 7 fighters to deal with it. Now, they are surrounded by thorny cats. There are about 20 to 30 of them. How are they going to fight them? Could it be that they were going to let the aces of the 8th stage take action here? Fei Fei and the other 2 clenched their fists. Their faces are slightly distorted. They haven't even entered the depths of the forest yet. They are only close to the inner area of the forest. If they already have rank 8 fighters, how are they going to deal with the stronger monsters when they enter the forest? Looking at everyone's reaction, Wu Yan glanced at the blue thorn cat that is still roaring at the top of the tree and said, "You don't have to worry too much. These blue thorny cats are different from the blue thorny cat from before." Wu Yan sighed when he saw everyone's expression. Wu Yan sighed when he saw everyone's expression. You guys aren't calm at all. Take a good look at these thorny cats. They are much weaker than the previous one. Hearing this, everyone subconsciously lifted their heads to look at the blue thorny cats that were roaring at them. At this moment, they could feel that the mana waves coming from these blue thorny cats were much weaker than the one from before. Some monsters live in groups. Wu Yan's voice sounded. If I'm not wrong, the blue thorny cat just now should be the king of the blue thorny cats. Of course, the blue thorny cat is the king of the blue thorny cats. No wonder. Fei Fei came to a realization. That would explain why the green thorn cat's strength and defense were so strong. Also, that magic that could buff its body should be unique to it, right? But. Frenda looked at the dead thorny cat and then at the thorny cats on the tree. She asked in confusion. Why are these cats so much bigger than their king? What's so strange about being super? Kinuhata Sai clapped her hands and casually explained. For a monster like this, which is known for its speed, its body size is small, so its speed is naturally fast. As for that Super Cat King, its body size is the smallest, so of course it's the strongest. Is that so? Takitsubu Riku mumbled in confusion. That should be it. Hinajuku had a crystal sword in her hand out of nowhere. So it's because their king died that they were so angry. Ahaha, king! Shokuhu Misaki tilted her body and chuckled. How ironic. As the king of an entire pack, he acted alone. Serves him right for being unlucky. That thorny cat's last cry. It should be calling for its companions, right? Mikoto pursed her lips. Even in death, it still wouldn't let us have a good time. As expected of a monster. Perhaps they understood Mikoto's words. The thorny cats on the tree started hissing. Their voices were filled with anger. They were dissatisfied with Mikoto's evaluation of their king. Unlike the thorny cats, the elite squad felt a weight lifted off their shoulders. Knowing that these thorny cats aren't as threatening as the previous one, they couldn't help but feel excited. Isn't this their turn to shine? They finally have a chance to shine. They've been idling around all this time, so it's only natural for them to be excited. Unfortunately, they're destined to be idling around. Can you leave this place to me? Just as the members of the elite expedition team were getting restless and were about to show off their prowess, a voice suddenly rang out and entered everyone's ears, causing their excited expressions to turn sluggish. Shokuhu Misaki's golden eyes scanned the blue thorn cats on the tree. She smiled, her white-gloved hands crossed in front of her chest, and her white-stockinged feet stepped forward, walking in front of everyone. Leave this place to me. Shokuhu Misaki's words had the same meaning as the previous one. Her words woke everyone up from their stupor. Everyone looked at Shokuhu Misaki strangely. You? Bing Ling frowned. Just you? Bishi looked at her in surprise. This isn't appropriate. Fei Fei looked at Wu Yen and the others. They seemed to have agreed with Shokuhu Misaki's decision. Fei Fei hesitated. Well. Shokuhu Misaki waved her hands without turning back. Her movements were elegant. I need to let these demonic beasts know the price they have to pay for not following their king closely and causing her to lose her life. This is bad. Wu Yen covered his face and sighed. The Queen Sama's prestige is off the charts. She's about to go crazy. But Fei Fei and the others wanted to say something, but the thorny cats couldn't wait any longer. They have lost their king and they can't wait any longer. They want to tear these arrogant enemies into pieces. 20 to 30 green thorny cats scratched their claws, kicked off the branches, and leaped towards Shokuhu Misaki at the same time. Be careful! Fei Fei, Bing Ling, and Bishi screamed out of reflex. But in their line of sight, the thorny cats had already surrounded Shokuhu Misaki from all directions and were about to pounce on her. Shokuhu Misaki slowly pulled out a white remote control from her waist pouch. She aimed it at the blue thorny cats and pressed down on the remote control. A strange sound came from the remote control in Shokuhu Misaki's hand. The sound reverberated clearly in the air and hit the green thorn cats like a wave of physical force. The ferocious eyes of the blue thorny cats suddenly turned dull. A small star pattern appeared in their eyes, making them look more human. When the star pattern appeared in their eyes, they stopped in midair and got down on all fours to surround Shokuhu Misaki. In the next moment, all of the thorny cats actually lowered their bodies like docile kittens and surrounded Shokuhu Misaki as if they were on a pilgrimage. Their growls turned into soft meows as well. Everyone's jaws dropped. Chapter 541. Shokuhu Misaki is standing right in front of everyone. She is surrounded by a group of 3-meter-tall green thorn cats. They are all kneeling on the ground and purring softly at the center of the group. They look like lazy cats that are begging for benefits. Shokuhu Misaki is standing there gracefully. She stroked her hair and smiled. Her side profile is the only part of her face that is visible to the rest of the group. She has a unique charm to her. Queen! Someone muttered in the crowd. That was what everyone else was thinking. At this moment, Shokuhu Misaki was a queen who accepted the worship of her subordinates. Bing Ling and Bishi stared at Shokuhu Misaki, who was in the middle of the group of blue thorn cats. Their eyes were filled with envy and admiration. As men, especially men from a large family, they have dreamed of becoming the king of the world, of course they have dreamed of becoming the king of the world. As long as one is a man, there is a desire to conquer. For Bingling and Bishi, Shokuhu Misaki is the most dazzling existence in the world. Even Sylph has to admit that she is inferior to Shokuhu Misaki in terms of temperament. If Shokuhu Misaki was a tamed and respected queen, then Sylph was a pampered princess who lived under the glory of her ancestors. It was obvious who was born and who was loved by the people. Of course, Shokuhu Misaki is only superior to Sylph in terms of temperament and methods. Sylph is the stronger one in terms of talent and strength. Of course, that is only for now. Fei Fei was dazed for a moment. When she regained her senses, she sighed. Sometimes, I wonder if she's even from the same world as us. Fei Fei didn't know that her words are the truth. Shokuhu Misaki seemed satisfied with her performance as the queen of the academy. She turned around and walked towards Wu Yan. The blue thorn cats that surrounded her made way for her when she walked past them. If anyone else saw this, they would think that Shokuhu Misaki is the new beast king. Mikoto pursed her lips in disdain when she saw Shokuhu Misaki being escorted by the blue thorn beasts. This woman really likes to play this game. How childish. Era Misaka-san. Shokuhu Misaki rolled her eyes and smiled at Mikoto. You're wrong. I didn't go around looking for people to fight, and I didn't send out lightning bolts all the time. How can you say that I'm playing? What? What do you mean by that? Mikoto clenched her teeth and turned around, huffing. Are you saying that I'm childish? I didn't say that. Shokuhu Misaki's eyes, which were originally on Mikoto's face, moved down to Mikoto's chest. Her lips curled into a smirk that made Mikoto's blood boil. Anyone with a discerning eye could see what she meant by that. Mikoto closed her eyes. Her small fists were clenched so tightly that they made cracking noises. Her petite body trembled non-stop. It's obvious that she's suppressing some sort of impulse. Others might not know what impulse it is, but Wu Yan can guess. It's definitely the impulse to release electricity. Wu Yan looked at the two girls who are fighting with each other. He didn't have much to say about this pair of rivals. He handed Flandrachon to Chuju and turned to Fei Fei. Fei Fei, the Blue Thorn Cat King's last screech might have attracted other demonic beasts. You two should hurry up and recover your Do Chi so we can find a safe place to rest for the night. Then Fei Fei looked at the blue thorn cats that were still kneeling on the ground. Wu Yan smiled. Don't worry. It's fine if little Chi doesn't succeed, but once she does, I've never seen anyone who can break free from her control unless she wants to. Fei Fei sat down on the ground and began to recover her Do Chi. Bing Ling and Bai Shi also did the same. They were racing against time to recover their Do Chi so that they could prepare for the rest of the journey. The members of the elite expedition team surrounded the three of them and acted as their protectors. This was the only thing they could do right now. Naturally, they would not slack off. Looking at Fei Fei and the other two who are sitting cross-legged on the ground with their eyes closed, Wu Yan pursed his lips and shrugged helplessly. He asked in a soft voice, "Why don't we borrow the help of some items? As the pillars of the three great houses, don't you have items that can help you recover your Do Chi?" Chuju rolled her eyes when she heard Wu Yan's words. Do you think that items that can restore Do Chi and mana are cabbages? Even for those big clans, these things are cabbages. At this time, they need to save as much as possible. There will definitely be a time of danger later. At that time, if these things are not enough, then it will be terrible. Shokuhu Misaki shook her head and gestured to Chuju. Chuju, you don't have to tell him that. He is a nouveau riche with the system's item list and tens of millions of item points. He won't understand. That's true. Hinajiku nodded in agreement. Wu Yan shut up and he didn't say anything else. In the Spalier world, the recovery speed of Do Chi and mana depends on the cultivation method or mana extraction method used. The higher the level of the cultivation method, the better the recovery speed. Fei Fei, Bing Ling, and Bishi are the core members of the three great houses of Ailu Empire. Their cultivation methods are among the best in the Spalier world. It took them about 5 minutes to recover their Do Chi. Wu Yan nodded when he saw Fei Fei and the other two have recovered. Let's go. It's not too late yet. Let's hope we can continue our good luck and find a place to rest. Otherwise, we won't have a good time tonight. Okay. Fei Fei, Bing Ling, and Bishi nodded. Sylph didn't object. The four leaders agreed and the expedition party had nothing else to say. They packed up and headed deeper into the behemoth forest. What they didn't notice is that with Wu Yan and Co.'s outstanding performance, the people here are already subconsciously thinking of Wu Yan and Co. as their leader. A few dozen miles can be covered in the blink of an eye for those who are at least tier 7. In order to find a place to rest before nightfall, everyone's speed is much faster than before. In less than half an hour, they've traveled about 10 miles into the forest. The behemoth forest is a habitat for demonic beasts. There are very few places that are suitable for humans to rest in. It's fine when there are only a few people, they can just find a piece of land and occupy it. But when there are a lot of people, it's troublesome. Without a wide enough space, it's hard to move around in the forest. Although everyone knew that it wouldn't be easy to find a suitable place for nearly 100 people to stay, they didn't expect it to be so difficult. In the next hour, they circled around the area several times, but they still couldn't find a suitable place. During this time, they also encountered a lot of demonic beasts, but in order to avoid trouble, Shokuhu Misaki immediately took out a remote control every time they encountered a demonic beast. This saved them a lot of time and effort. Just as the sky was turning yellow and dusk was approaching, a rather large mound finally appeared in front of everyone's eyes, causing them to be overjoyed. This is a good place. If we set up camp here, not only will we have a clear view of the surroundings, it's also easy to defend and hard to attack. Wu Yan nodded in satisfaction. He turned to Fei Fei and the others and said, "Let's set up camp here." "Okay." Fei Fei and the others replied. They then sent their subordinates to clean up the area and set up a place to rest for the night. Chapter 542. The area of the mound is relatively wide. The top of the mound can accommodate no less than 100 people. The lower part of the mound is enough for people to rest. The height of the mound is also about 10 meters. Even if a demonic beast appears, it would be easy to spot it if they stood on top of it. If they set up camp here, they would be able to deal with almost any situation as long as some of them were on night watch. Moreover, the high ground was easy to defend and hard to attack. It was their luck to have found such a place. The elite expedition team patrolled around the mound and after finding no traces of demonic beasts, they set up their tents. At the highest point of the mound, the elite expedition team set up 10 tents. This was for Sylph, Fei Fei, and Wu Yan's group to rest. Logically speaking, the highest point should be where the leaders of the expedition team rest. Wu Yan's group joined the expedition as outsiders. It was already good enough that they weren't allowed to set up their own tents, let alone share a place with the 4 leaders. That's how it should be. However, even though the 10 of them didn't all fight today, they still managed to impress the other members of the expedition team. There are also a few experts on the same level as Sylph in the expedition team. They will have to rely on this group for the upcoming battle. The elite expedition team thought for a bit before they decided to set up Wu Yan and Co.'s tent at the highest point of the camp. The place slightly below the highest point was where the elite expedition team was supposed to be. Interestingly, during the process of setting up the tents, the members of the expedition team showed an unusual excitement. They seemed to have entered a strange state. Every one of them set up their tents with great speed and excitement. They were so happy that they almost started singing. This made Fei Fei, Sylph, and Wu Yan's group look at each other. After spending an entire day in the behemoth forest, the members of the expedition team were basically useless. They didn't need to fight, they couldn't join in the conversation, and even when they voted, they followed Fei Fei and the other 3's lead. 100 powerhouses of the 7th order were reduced to the point of idling. Only they themselves knew how sullen they felt. Now, it's finally time for them to be put to use. That's why the expedition team was so excited. 100 7th order powerhouses actually showed such a strong fighting spirit for something as simple as setting up a tent. It's unexpected, pity. However, it was precisely because of their unusual enthusiasm that all the tents were set up before the sun had completely set and the sky was completely dark. On the entire hill, the tents were set up in great numbers. It was quite a unique atmosphere. At this time, the curtain of night also slowly descended. In front of one of the tents on the mound, a bonfire was slowly burning, illuminating the tent. Wu Yan was sitting next to the bonfire, holding a few iron rods in his hand. On the iron rods were skewered pieces of meat. It's obvious that he's roasting meat. Skillfully twirling the iron rods in his hand, He sprinkled some seasoning on the meat. Wu Yan sighed sadly. I have so many wives, but all of them rely on me to cook. In this world, is there anyone sadder than me? If there is, please let me know so that I can worship you. Hearing Wu Yan's words, Ikaros, who was holding a bunch of seasoning, couldn't help but whisper. Master, I can do it too. You've said that no less than 10 times already, Ikaros. Wu Yan helplessly shook his head and smiled at Ikaros. Those fellows chased me out because they wanted to eat the food I cooked. If I let you cook, I might not even be able to enter the tent later. Ikaros fell silent. Actually, Ikaros' cooking skills are pretty good. After all, she received Wu Yan's teachings and she's often in charge of everyone's meals. Over time, her cooking skills soared to the sky. Unfortunately, no matter how much she improved, she can't compare to Wu Yan, who got the cooking mastery directly from the system. None of the girls are immune to Wu Yan's cooking skills. In this wilderness, there's no good cooking tools and limited ingredients. If they want to eat a good meal, other than Wu Yan, who else can satisfy them? That's why Wu Yan's tent was ransacked by the girls and taken over by force. They waited until Wu Yan satisfied their demands before returning it to them. Fortunately, Ikaros is very clingy, so he didn't end up barbecuing all by himself. Otherwise, this scene would be even sadder. No, other than Ikaros, there's someone else who's clingy to Wu Yan. Hey master, is it not done yet? Astria's crimson-red eyes stared at the barbecued meat on the iron stick. Saliva dripped down from the corner of her mouth. Wu Yan's heart ached at the sight. Can you keep your saliva to yourself? Oh. After that, the sound of someone sucking on water could be heard. Looking at the barbecued meat on the iron stick, Wu Yan lost all of his appetite. Sylph walked out of a tent not far away. Her long blue hair swayed as she walked. Her eyes were so cold that one could almost see ice in them. Coupled with her cold and delicate face, she looked like a girl born from ice. Sylph took a few steps forward and looked up at the night sky. Nobody knew what she was thinking until she heard some noise. She turned around and looked at the source of the noise. It was Wu Yan, Ikaros, and Astria. When she saw the three of them, Sylph's expression turned serious. After some hesitation, she walked towards Wu Yan's direction. Suddenly, Sylph stopped. Her icy blue eyes shrunk. Her expression that hasn't changed for thousands of years showed a hint of shock. She blinked in disbelief and stared at Wu Yan's direction. To be more precise, she was staring at Wu Yan's direction. Sylph's gaze landed on Wu Yan. She looked at Wu Yan's hand that was holding the iron stick. There's a pure white ring on that hand. It's one of the 3 rings that Wu Yan brought back from the treasure hunt. It's the white ring that represents authority. How can this be? Sylph frowned after she made sure she didn't see wrong. Sylph looked up at the night sky and she glanced at Wu Yan, who is still messing around with Astria. She lowered her head and she mumbled something before she slowly retreated. On the other hand, Wu Yan didn't know that Sylph's expression changed due to the ring he got from the treasure hunt. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry as he looked at the scene in front of him. Hey, it's not like there's nothing left. Eat slowly. Wu Yan found it funny when he saw the girls wolfing down the food. He didn't know if they could survive without him. It's been a long time since I last tasted it, of course I have to eat more. Mikoto's mouth didn't stop. Her words were crooked and it took him a while to decipher what she was trying to say. I think it's been less than a day since I left. Wu Yan narrowed his eyes and sighed. Yeah, it's been less than a day for us, but you seem to be enjoying yourself. Shokuhu Misaki looked at Wu Yan with a half-smile. When are you going to introduce us to new sisters? The air suddenly froze. Pairs of dangerous gazes landed on Wu Yan. Wu Yan smiled awkwardly. He glanced at Shokuhu Misaki, who was gloating at his misfortune. Wu Yan was furious. Shokuhu Misaki, if I don't teach you a lesson, you won't know who's in charge. Chapter 543. As time went by, it was already very late at night. On the small hill, everything gradually calmed down. Everyone went into their own tents and started to rest. Only the footsteps of the night watchers and the sound of the bonfire could be heard on the small hill. Unfortunately, the night watchers were too focused on guarding against external intruders that they forgot to guard against internal intruders. At the highest point of the small hill, there were a few large tents. A black shadow suddenly flashed out from one of the tents. With extreme speed, it avoided all the eyes and shuttled back and forth in the dark night, bringing with it a gust of wind that blew towards the bonfire. In the end, it entered another tent. That tent belongs to Shokuhu Misaki. Wu Yen and Co. are staying at the top of a small hill. However, unlike Fei Fei, Sylph, and the other girls, they didn't have their own tents. Other than Wu Yen, the other girls had their own tents and they slept in the same tents as them. The reason why I used the word almost was because among these girls, there was still one who insisted on sleeping alone in a tent. This person was of course our most prideful Her Highness the Queen. The wolf that just entered the tent let out an eerie chuckle when he saw Shokuhu Misaki sleeping on her blanket. The chuckle wasn't loud but Shokuhu Misaki heard it all. She frowned as if she was dissatisfied with the sound of the wolf's laughter. Her eyelids fluttered and she slowly opened her eyes. Shokuhu Misaki realized something was amiss when she regained her consciousness. She quickly sat up and looked at the entrance of her tent. A black shadow entered her vision and she almost screamed in shock. You! Shokuhu Misaki's eyes turned cold when she saw someone sneak into her tent. She was about to turn the intruder into an idiot when she heard the familiar voice. Shokuhu Misaki's heart skipped a beat and her cold gaze disappeared. Aya, as expected of Jusama? Someone chuckled. Shouldn't a girl scream and shout something like, "There's a pervert," and then act out a scene of a girl chasing a guy and the guy running over the wall? Hearing this, Shokuhu Misaki puffed up her chest in annoyance. Little Yen, do you really think I'm that kind of girl? Indeed. Wu Yen rubbed his chin and he mused. A normal girl would ask a stranger who barged into her room, "What are you doing here?" Or something along those lines. After all, it's a man and a woman who are alone together. Shokuhu Misaki had a bad feeling when she heard Wu Yan's weird explanation. She felt a bad premonition coming from her heart. Why are you looking for me? Shokuhu Misaki had a bad feeling about this. Her instincts are telling her that this person doesn't come with good intentions. Wu Yen chuckled coldly. He looked at Shokuhu Misaki and said angrily, "Jusama, it seems like you've been ruining my plans a lot lately." Shokuhu Misaki was stunned. She was smart enough to understand why Wu Yen came looking for her. In other words, he's here to restore his position as her husband. Thinking of this, Shokuhu Misaki's bad feeling intensified. Instinctively, Shokuhu Misaki giggled to cover up the panic in her heart. "Eri, I'm here because I miss you so much." "I see." Wu Yen chuckled. It's obvious that he didn't listen to Shokuhu Misaki's words. "But I didn't come here to listen to your explanation, Jusama." Shokuhu Misaki's smile froze on her face. Based on her understanding of Wu Yen, there's only one thing that can achieve his goal of reinstating her husband's authority. This is the right time, the right people, and the fact that he didn't care about the geographical advantage. There's only one thing that can achieve his goal of reinstating her husband's authority. Shokuhu Misaki forced a smile that's uglier than crying. She weakly said, "Yen-sama, I know I was wrong. I know I was wrong." Since her lady queen had admitted her mistake so straightforwardly, it was only natural that she had guessed what a certain someone was planning to do here. Thus, she would rather put down her pride and beg for forgiveness from the man before her than let her pride be toyed with by a certain someone for an entire night. Furthermore, it was at this time and place. Unfortunately, her words still went in one ear and out the other. Wu Yan's face turned as dark as the bottom of a cauldron when he recalled how he almost ended up with a knife. He looked at Shokuhu Misaki's panicked expression. Wu Yen pounced on her. Shokuhu Misaki panicked. She tried to get up from the blanket in an attempt to avoid the hungry wolf. But before she could get up, she was pressed back down onto the blanket by a weight that came from above. Shokuhu Misaki has a great body. Only Ikaros and Astria can surpass her. Wu Yen felt a soft sensation in his heart when he pinned her down. "You bastard! Let go of me!" Shokuhu Misaki panicked. She started squirming around in fear. However, her movements didn't manage to get her out of Wu Yan's grasp. Instead, Wu Yen reacted by pressing a hard object against her body. Shokuhu Misaki froze up and didn't dare to move anymore. But, just because Shokuhu Misaki didn't move doesn't mean Wu Yen is going to let her go. "Yen-sama. We are in the wild, we are in the behemoth forest." Shokuhu Misaki cried out in pain. The wild isn't that bad. I've never tried the wild before. Wu Yan licked his lips and revealed a smile that made Shokuhu Misaki shiver. We have to give it a try, right? Shokuhu Misaki shook her head and she gulped. She forced herself to calm down. She tried to reason with Wu Yan. Little Yan, don't forget, we still have a very important matter to attend to. We still have to travel tomorrow and the matter of the Beast King hasn't been decided yet. We should focus on the bigger picture. We shouldn't be fooling around. Little Yan, you are a sensible person. I'm sure you wouldn't do something like this, right? Oh, I see. Wu Yan pretended to think for a bit. You're right, the matter of the Beast King is a big deal. Right. Shokuhu Misaki seemed to have seen a glimmer of hope for survival. She spared no effort in trying to convince Kirito to stay alive. With our relationship, we still have a long way to go. We can do something private like this any time. However, the matter of the Beast King is a big deal. We have to put off our private matters for now. This is what a man should do. So, Yen-sama, we should deal with the bigger picture first before we deal with our private matters, right? Shokuhu Misaki flashed Wu Yan a charming smile. To protect her dignity and her pride, Shokuhu Misaki used 120% of her ability to talk back to Wu Yan. They are currently in the middle of nowhere with patrols all around them. The only thing they can use to cover their private parts is a small tent. If Wu Yan were to do something to her here, knowing Jusama's personality, she would probably spend the whole night trying to please the werewolf in front of her. Shokuhu Misaki also knew the shameless bastard on top of her. She knew that if she couldn't escape from him tonight, he would use all sorts of methods to humiliate her. For example, he would make her moan loudly, make her moan with all her might. When that happens, there will be patrols around and she will be tortured. Shokuhu Misaki had no choice but to give up her dignity and beg for mercy. Otherwise, she would have to give up even more dignity. Chapter 544. One has to admit that Shokuhu Misaki's thinking is very good. And she's also very eloquent. She's able to come up with such a good reason in such a short time. However, Shokuhu Misaki seems to have forgotten a crucial factor. The person she is in close contact with is not easy to fool, especially when there are benefits to be had. Jusama. Just when Shokuhu Misaki thought she could get away with it, Wu Yan mercilessly shattered her delusions. I think that compared to the so-called big matter, it's better to solve this private matter as soon as possible. Otherwise, it's not a good feeling to be kicked in the back by your own wife every time. That's right, I don't think so. Shokuhu Misaki's body trembled as she begged. There won't be a next time, so please forgive me this time. Wu Yan smiled. It was a bright smile, but it made Shokuhu Misaki's heart sink. Looking at Shokuhu Misaki's beautiful face, Wu Yan's smile turned cold. Do you think I'll believe your nonsense? Every single time, it was at this moment that you were willing to beg for mercy, but afterwards, you didn't hesitate to hit me when I was down. Anyway, with your personality, you will definitely try to take revenge on me. Why don't I teach you a lesson right now? Wu Yan didn't want to listen to her anymore. He placed her hands on top of her head and grabbed one of her boobs with his other hand. The next moment, the softness that countless men dream of spread from Wu Yan's palm. Ah, no. Amidst a gasp of surprise, Wu Yan's hand came in contact with those plump and bouncy peaks. Those huge peaks that he couldn't grasp with one hand fell gently into his palm. Firm and soft. It's infinitely beautiful. Wu Yan, who hasn't felt Jusama's body for a long time, narrowed his eyes in pleasure. After the scream, Shokuhu Misaki let out a soft moan. Her voice weakened as she felt her breasts in Wu Yan's hand. Shokuhu Misaki's expression changed. Her body became hotter and weaker. All her strength was drained away. Shokuhu Misaki's moans were like the prelude to everything. Wu Yan's blood started boiling and he started rubbing her plump breasts with all his might. Ah! Shokuhu Misaki moaned when Wu Yan toyed with the most sensitive part of her upper body. Her eyes were so moist that they looked like they could drip water at any moment. She stared at Wu Yan's face with a blank expression. No. Not here. I beg you, Yen-chan. Shokuhu Misaki sobbed as she begged Wu Yan for mercy. Her chest is her weakness. If Wu Yan can get his hands on her weakness, Shokuhu Misaki wouldn't be able to fight back. She had no choice but to beg for mercy. At this moment, Shokuhu Misaki regretted it. She regretted teasing Wu Yan. In the end, Wu Yan only got the cold shoulder while she was punished. Outside the tent, the bonfire was still burning brightly. It dyed the tent red. Under the red light, Shokuhu Misaki's beautiful face exuded an enchanting charm. Her delicate skin, soft lips, and firm breasts made Wu Yan unable to stop himself. His hands started to rub her breasts even more. However, things have to be done step by step. It's not good to rush things. Otherwise, Wu Yan will die of depression before he reaches the final step. As if he's exploring something, his palm gently traced the shape of those towering peaks. The fullness that can't be grasped with one hand morphed into all sorts of shapes as he needed. His fingers carelessly glided over the peaks as he slowly climbed up to the peak. Then, he grabbed the softness that can move one's heart as he lightly pressed and pinched. Ah! Shokuhu Misaki couldn't help but let out a sweet moan. Her body seemed to be several times more sensitive than usual, causing her mind to go blank. Her body and mind were assaulted by an inexplicable sense of excitement and shame. Shokuhu Misaki could see the patrolling figures outside the tent. She knew that if she made too much noise and they heard her, they would most likely barge in. When that time comes, Shokuhu Misaki's eyes trembled. She didn't dare to think about it anymore. She begged for mercy even though she knew her efforts were futile. She begged for mercy, but the softness from the deepest part of her body was quickly eroding her will to resist. She knew she didn't want to do this. She knew her body shouldn't be doing this, but she couldn't stop. Her last bit of strength dissipated in an instant. In front of Wu Yan, not only did it have no effect, it was like he was teasing her and encouraging her to continue. Why is it always like this? Shokuhu Misaki's face was covered in tears. Slowly, Shokuhu Misaki's eyes turned watery. She couldn't even complete her sentence. Her voice was monotonous as she collapsed under Wu Yan's body. Her face was flushed red and her skin was dyed a beautiful crimson. She had no other choice. As the most rational girl in Wu Yan's crystal palace, she has lost all of her luxuries. No, not only her rationality, even her strength to resist is almost gone. Shokuhu Misaki couldn't resist any of Wu Yan's actions. Ugh! A sudden stimulation made Shokuhu Misaki moan. That's because Wu Yan's hands were on her breasts. Under Wu Yan's guidance, a pair of big hands started rubbing her boobs. Shokuhu Misaki's breathing quickened as the hands rubbed against her breasts. Ugh! Shokuhu Misaki tried to hold her breath, but when she opened her mouth, it was like a rabbit that just broke free. Shokuhu Misaki used her last bit of consciousness to clench her teeth. She tried her best not to be too loud. Ah! Suddenly, Shokuhu Misaki screamed. Following her scream, a piece of clothing that was supposed to be on her body flew into the air and landed on the ground. Shokuhu Misaki's clothes left her body and she felt a chill in her head. She regained some of her consciousness and her body trembled as she moaned. Arg! Let me go this time. Wu Yan looked at Shokuhu Misaki in shock. He continued to rub her breasts and said, "You still haven't given up?" Shokuhu Misaki whimpered a few times and said with a red face, "Then at least wait until we get back." "I say, Jusama?" Wu Yan sighed and shook his head. "Do you think you've ever succeeded in resisting me?" Shokuhu Misaki froze. She recalled that ever since she met Wu Yan, she has never succeeded in resisting him. Even when they first met, she was led by the nose. Shokuhu Misaki's face was covered in tears again. It turned out that the brilliance of his entire life had all been ruined here. No. I am the queen. The queen of Tokiwadai. The queen of Spalier World Academy. How can I admit defeat like this? At least let me succeed in resisting him once, Shokuhu Misaki screamed in her heart, but soon, she screamed again. This time, it was accompanied by 2 pieces of clothing. Chapter 545. Gazing at her perky breasts, they're lying flat on the ground but they're perky and firm. Maybe it's due to the intense stimulation, they're glowing with a beautiful red hue. Wu Yan's wine-red eyes gradually turned heated as he stared at her. Shokuhu Misaki's resistance was completely destroyed by this sudden stimulation. She didn't even have the chance to think twice before she died. Ha ha ha. 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 Ugh. Ugh. Shokuhu Misaki gasped for air. She didn't know where she got her strength from, but she tightened her body. Her waist was 5 centimeters off the ground. It was as if she was giving Wu Yan her most precious treasure. The person on top of her kept caressing her most sensitive parts. The intense pleasure was transmitted directly to her heart. This wasn't the first time Shokuhu Misaki experienced this sensation, but every time she experienced it, she couldn't help but fall into it. She longed for what was about to happen next. This thought caused her to be in a dilemma every time she did it. Ugh. No. Her body started to disobey her. Her heart was pounding non-stop. Shokuhu Misaki tried her best. She tried her best not to cry out, but the effect was unbearable. Unknowingly, Shokuhu Misaki fell into the control of pleasure. Wu Yan pressed his body down a little. He continued to perform Taiji fist on Shokuhu Misaki's perky breasts. Wu Yan's body started to heat up. Wu Yan couldn't hold it in any longer. He buried his head between her breasts. Ah! The pleasure from her chest spread through her entire body. Shokuhu Misaki screamed louder than before. After she screamed, Shokuhu Misaki was scared out of her wits. She endured the numbness in her chest and raised her head to look at the tent. When she confirmed that the patrolling guards didn't notice her, she sighed in relief. Shokuhu Misaki was so excited that she almost cried. This feeling of constantly worrying about her house being destroyed was really uncomfortable, but it was also sweet and strong. Shokuhu Misaki felt that her hands and feet were slightly trembling. Ugh, you bad guy. Shokuhu Misaki looked at Wu Yan burying his head between her breasts. Shokuhu Misaki scolded him, but the atmosphere was getting more and more intimate. She knew that if this goes on, she will fall into his arms. Wu Yan isn't going to stop, so she accepted her fate. She took a deep breath and she closed her eyes. She stored up all her remaining energy so she could use it to suppress her moans later. Wu Yan didn't say anything. He just smiled and hugged Shokuhu Misaki. While rubbing her breasts, he covered her lips with his own. Ugh. Shokuhu Misaki slowly lost her consciousness. She was doing things to please Wu Yan. She accepted his invasion. After a long time, her lips finally parted. Her eyes were watery. Wu Yan's heart heated up when he saw Shokuhu Misaki's seductive look. He shook his body and took off his clothes. His movements were so smooth that it was amazing. When Shokuhu Misaki finally reacted, a strong electric current flowed through her body. Shokuhu Misaki raised her head and moaned. She wrapped her arms around Wu Yan's neck. Everything was settled. A pair of slender legs wrapped around Wu Yan's waist. Her body contained everything that Wu Yan had. Shokuhu Misaki's body was filled with indescribable pleasure. It didn't matter if she was willing or not. She had to accept this boundless pleasure. It was a pleasure that made her lose herself. It was a pleasure that made her soul go into a trance. Her soft and supple body pressed against Wu Yan's. Wu Yan cupped Shokuhu Misaki's buttocks with both hands and he started thrusting her body in and out of his arms. Woo, woo, woo. The electric current hit Shokuhu Misaki's body. It went straight to the deepest part of her body. Shokuhu Misaki felt like her whole body was burning. She started to feel dizzy. A strong feeling forced her to open her mouth. Shokuhu Misaki couldn't resist it. She could only raise her hands and cover her mouth, trying to keep the noise that might attract people's attention in her mouth. At this moment, Shokuhu Misaki was surprisingly weak. It should be said that every girl is as soft as water at this moment. Shokuhu Misaki didn't know how tempting it was for Wu Yan to see her trying to suppress her moans. He started to move her up and down faster. Shokuhu Misaki started to feel more comfortable. Wu Yan started to take advantage of her. The strong stimulation made Shokuhu Misaki tear up. She watched as Wu Yan enjoyed her body. Her heart was filled with hatred. She tried her best to hold back her moans, but Wu Yan still moved her even more. Is he really not worried about being discovered? Or does he want his wife's body to be seen by other people? Shokuhu Misaki was lying on top of Wu Yan. She passively accepted Wu Yan's thrusts. Her delicate face was flushed red. Her slender legs touched Wu Yan's waist from time to time, giving him a different kind of stimulation. He started to move her even faster. Humph. Her sensitive body gave Shokuhu Misaki the greatest stimulation. Shokuhu Misaki panicked. She covered her mouth with her hands and moaned. Her moans reverberated in the tent. The cold tent felt like it was burning under the influence of the ambiguous atmosphere. The temperature rose as if it was on fire. Finally, under the stimulation of the intense pleasure and the shame of being discovered, Shokuhu Misaki reached her peak. The pleasure rushed into her mind, and in that moment, the most beautiful moment of her life bloomed. Her snow-white skin was dyed with a cute shade of pink, the air was filled with heat. Shokuhu Misaki's eyes rolled back slightly, fine beads of sweat dripped down her body, telling others about her current state. Needless to say, at this moment, Shokuhu Misaki actually managed to hold back her moans. Ha! Ha! Shokuhu Misaki panted heavily. Her full breasts bounced up and down as she panted. Her stamina has always been her weak point, so for her to be able to last this long, it must be said that it's quite impressive. Finally, it's over. Shokuhu Misaki collapsed in Wu Yan's arms. She breathed a sigh of relief. During that period of lovemaking, Shokuhu Misaki's most basic perseverance was challenged. There were many times when she almost screamed. She was scared out of her wits. She was constantly worried that she would be discovered. She had to endure the punishment throughout the entire process. Only Shokuhu Misaki knows how sad it was. But at the same time, it was also a very stimulating scene. That's why Shokuhu Misaki surrendered quickly. Shokuhu Misaki felt lucky but also frustrated. After all, Arju-sama always thought that she was the one on top. Unfortunately, just as Shokuhu Misaki was feeling conflicted, Wu Yan made his move again. He placed Shokuhu Misaki on the blanket and made her lie down with her back facing him. Shokuhu Misaki realized something and panicked. Before she could beg for mercy, her body was penetrated again. Her begging turned into panting. She started moaning like a bitch. Shokuhu Misaki's last thought was that she was too sweet. Chapter 546. The next day, the sunlight shone into the small hill and onto the tents. The people who had rested here for the night came out of their tents one after another. They packed up their things and extinguished the bonfire. They were ready to continue on their journey. Fei-Fei, Sylph, Bing-Ling, and Bishi came out of their tents early in the morning. They gathered together to discuss their next course of action. Chuju, Mikoto, Ikaros, Flandrachan, Astria, Kinuhata Sai, Frenda, and Takitsuba Riku are having fun with each other to pass the time. They are probably the only ones who can have fun in this kind of environment. The elite expedition team members are constantly worrying about when they will die in the jaws of demonic beasts. Fei-Fei and the others are also thinking about whether they can complete the mission, and whether there will be any danger ahead. They are not like Chuju and the others who are here for a field trip. It is fortunate that Chuju and the others aren't members of the elite expedition team. They were asked to tag along. Otherwise, Fei-Fei and the others would have a headache. Even the elite expedition team members would be dissatisfied. Of course, if it wasn't for the fact that they are strong enough, these people would definitely protest and not allow anyone to drag them down. While everyone else is busy with their own tasks, Chuju and the others are bored to death. They don't know why, but they are usually having fun fooling around with each other. Whenever they know someone is nearby and hasn't shown up, they would feel annoyed no matter how much fun they are having. Why hasn't Onii-chan come out yet? Flandra-chan laid on top of Hinajika's body listlessly. She called out weakly, completely different from her usual lively self. He's probably still sleeping in, that's how he is. Chuju ruffled Flandra-chan's hair. Even though she said that, her eyes kept drifting towards the tents. Astria couldn't help but groan as she laid on the ground. Master, please come out, I'm hungry. Don't you think it's super dirty? Kinuhata Sai was speechless when she saw Astria sprawled on the ground. She was obviously talking to a cow. Astria didn't care about her image at all. She continued sprawling on the ground. Perhaps in Astria's worldview, food is always the most important thing. In the end, you better get up quickly, this is too much. Frenda said. Her gaze landed on Astria's oval breasts that were exposed from lying on the ground. Her eyes flashed with envy, jealousy, and hatred. Unlike the other girls who were chatting, Ikaros and Takitsuba Riku didn't take the initiative to speak. They only answered a question or two when Chuju and they spent the rest of their time staring at the tents, hoping to see a familiar figure walk out. As time passed, the most impatient Makoto finally couldn't wait any longer and stood up. "I'll go wake up that lazy bastard. Can't you just super ignore him?" Kinuhata Sai waved her hand nonchalantly. "It's not like he'll be super tired if he doesn't super wake up naturally. Might as well super sleep him to death." Frenda shook her head when she heard Kinuhata Sai's malicious words. She glanced at Wu Yan's tent and turned to look at the other tent. She scratched her beret in confusion. It's fine if that guy isn't awake, but why isn't Shokuhu awake yet? She should be drinking tea by now. Frenda's words caused all the girls present to react, and a thought flashed through their minds. It's fine if Yen isn't awake, but Shokuhu Misaki isn't awake either. Mikoto narrowed her eyes. Something's not right. It's not like that woman. Even Mikoto, who hated Shokuhu Misaki the most, felt the same way, let alone Astria, Kinuhata Sai, Frenda, and Takitsubu Riku, who spent a lot of time with Shokuhu Misaki at the Spalier World Academy. Frenda touched her face, tilted her head, and suddenly said something shocking. "Say, Shokuhu didn't get up. Could it be because of that guy? Or could it be that the two of them were in the same tent?" The girl's expression froze. Other than Flandra-chan, 7 pairs of eyes looked at the 2 tents. "Those are Wu Yen and Shokuhu Misaki's tents." Takitsubu Riku hesitated for a moment. She looked like she was struggling with something. It didn't take long before she weakly defended Wu Yen. "I don't think so. This is the wilderness and we have important things to do. Even if it's him, he wouldn't choose to do it at this time." Takitsubu Riku's face blushed. Combined with the fact that she might say, "choose to do it at this time," it's hard to imagine, however. Mikoto's lips curled into a cold smile when she heard Takitsubu Riku's words. "Do you really think he wouldn't choose to do it at this time? With his personality?" Takitsubu Riku opened her mouth as if she wanted to defend Wu Yen, but in the end, she couldn't say anything. It seems like even Takitsubu Riku, who is always on Wu Yan's side, doesn't dare to vouch for Wu Yan's personality. Or rather, she vouches for Wu Yan's moral integrity. Chuju and Mikoto looked at each other. They looked at the 2 tents in the distance and thought about the possibility of Frenda's words. The more they thought about it, the more likely it is. Their beautiful faces darkened. Just as they were about to barge into the tents, Wu Yan's figure finally appeared. His appearance made Chuju and Mikoto's gloomy faces even darker. That's because the tent Wu Yen came out of is Shokuhu Misaki's tent. Wu Yen, who looked like he just drank 2 caddies of erguotu, murderous aura. As soon as he said that, 2 figures appeared in front of him, giving him a big fright. When he got a good look at the 2 figures, he let out a sigh of relief. But then he raised his guard again. "That." Wu Yen smiled awkwardly and raised his hand. "My 2 heroines, can you not look at me like that? I'm scared." Hinajuku and Mikoto smiled at him, but there's not a hint of a smile in their smiles. "Hey Yen, can you tell me?" Mikoto's bangs fluttered. That's a sign that she's about to fire. "Do you know why you came out of that woman's tent?" "Oh, so that's what it is." Wu Yen relaxed and rolled his eyes at Chuju and Mikoto. "And here I thought it was something serious." "That scared me to death." Chuju's mouth twitched. "How can you answer our questions in such a nonchalant tone?" "Ha! Ha!" Wu Yen looked at Hinajuku strangely. "There's nothing to be concerned about. Is there a problem with sleeping with my wife?" Hinajuku and Mikoto glared at the nonchalant Wu Yen. The table of their hearts was flipped 100 times in a row. "What's the problem?" "It's a big problem." Mikoto gritted her teeth and glared at Wu Yen. "Do you know what time, place and situation you're in? You're doing such a shameless thing here and you're still so nonchalant." Mikoto's words made him speechless. "It's because of this time, place and situation that I have to do this. Otherwise, I won't be able to sleep well at night." "You!" Chuju and Mikoto were stunned. Wu Yen glanced at Hinajuku and then looked at Mikoto before he punched his fist into his palm. "Are you guys jealous?" "Jealous." Chuju and Mikoto's faces turned red. Wu Yen teased. "How about I sleep at your place tonight?" "No need." Chapter 547. Since they already had a day's worth of travel experience, the exploration mission in the Behemoth Forest went much smoother today compared to yesterday. Disregarding everything else, the group of more than 100 people walked for 3 to 4 hours without encountering a single demonic beast. This was not only because of luck. The most important thing was that this time, everyone was fully alert. Their sense of crisis had been raised completely. Their efficiency had increased a lot. Everything had become much more advantageous because of their self-enthusiasm. During the journey, Fei, Bingling, and Bishi walked at the front while the others walked behind them in an arc formation. Wu Yan's group of 10 and Sylph walked in the center of the formation. Fei and the other 3 had a discussion in the morning. They all agreed that Wu Yan's group and Sylph's group would be the most important to carry out the mission. Without them, they would have a hard time moving forward when encountering demonic beasts in the depths of the Behemoth Forest. That's why Wu Yan's group and Sylph's group must be in perfect condition before encountering any demonic beasts. Therefore, the group of 11 people, including Sylph, entered the protection zone of the expedition team. They are conserving their energy for the upcoming battle. After an unknown amount of time and avoiding countless demonic beasts, Fei and the other 2 who were walking at the front suddenly stopped. The rest of the group also stopped and looked ahead. The forest in front of them is still the same as the surroundings. However, the people present aren't just there to make up the numbers. They can feel that even though the forest in front of them doesn't look any different from the surroundings, they can feel a very oppressive aura coming from within. There's also a dense and powerful mana fluctuation coming from within. Fei, Bingling, and Bishi's expression turned serious. They turned around and looked at the rest of the group. We are about to enter the depths of the Behemoth Forest. Everyone's expression changed when they heard this. Fei and the others' expressions turned serious. Wu Yan's group, on the other hand, had a sudden realization. No wonder the oppressive aura is so intense. It turns out that the depths of the Behemoth Forest are right in front of them. After countless years of exploration by the people of the Spalier world, the Behemoth Forest is divided into 3 regions based on the rank of demonic beasts. The outermost region is generally inhabited by demonic beasts that are rank 5 and below. Demonic beasts that are rank 5 and above rarely appear in the outermost region. Therefore, the region where rank 5 demonic beasts reside is the outermost region of the Behemoth Forest. Next is the inner region. The inner region is mainly inhabited by rank 6 and rank 7 demonic beasts. Rank 8 demonic beasts rarely appear in the inner region. Demonic beasts that are rank 5 and below are reduced to food. Therefore, the inner region of the Behemoth Forest is where Wu Yan and the others encountered the blue thorn cats and the small hill. The remaining core region is the deepest region of the Behemoth Forest. The deepest region of the Behemoth Forest is much smaller than the inner region. It's even smaller than the outer region. Even the demonic beasts that live here are the least. However, the demonic beasts that can live here are all extremely powerful soul beasts. Demonic beasts that are rank 7 and below are almost extinct. Peak rank 7 demonic beasts are the bottom line here. Only rank 8 demonic beasts can occupy this region. Demonic beasts that can occupy this region are rank 9 demonic beasts. Here, I would like to remind everyone. Bingling looked at everyone and continued Fei's words. We can encounter anything in the deepest region of the Behemoth Forest. It's no longer a game like before. There are almost no rank 7 demonic beasts in there because they don't have the qualifications to stay there. In the depths of the giant beasts forest, the weakest magical beasts we encounter are at least at the peak of the 7th rank. 8th rank magical beasts might not be everywhere, but there are definitely more of them than here. If we aren't careful. Bingling went silent and didn't say anything else. However, everyone's heart felt heavy. There's no need to think about what rank demonic beasts are stronger than rank 8 demonic beasts. Even Wu Yan and Ko, as well as Sylph, didn't look as nonchalant as they were before. Bishi took a few steps forward and said to everyone, "We have to be extra careful from now on. This is the only thing we can do. Wait a moment. The 3 of us will continue to lead the way. Everyone gather behind us and monitor the surroundings. Wu Yan and Sylph, you 2 will be in the center. Be ready to support us at any time." Yes. The members of the expedition team replied in unison. Wu Yan and Sylph also nodded in agreement. Fei, Bingling, and Bishi turned around and walked into the forest. They looked like they were ready to throw caution to the wind. The others followed closely behind them. After entering the deepest region of the behemoth forest, everyone slowed down their pace and increased their vigilance. This place is completely different from before. Rank 8 demonic beasts might appear at any time. Everyone has to be on high alert. That's why they would rather slow down than get into trouble for no reason and end up in hell. The surrounding trees were constantly moving backwards as the group moved forward. The atmosphere was so quiet that it was frightening. There wasn't even the slightest cry of a magical beast. This caused most of the people present to have goosebumps. Chills flowed through their hearts, and they couldn't help but move closer to each other. The girls are no exception. Or rather, they aren't from this world, so they are more sensitive to this atmosphere compared to the others. Hinajiku and Makoto are already holding each other's hands tightly. Kinuhata Sai, Frenda, and Takitsubu Riku couldn't help but get closer to each other. Even Shokuhu Misaki, who held a grudge against Wu Yen, grabbed Wu Yan's arm. It's not hard to imagine how deadly this environment is to a girl. Ikaros, Astria, and Flandrachon were the only ones who didn't seem to have any changes in their behavior. Of course, they are nothing compared to the three of them. One of them is a natural-born vampire, one of them is an idiot, and one of them is a vampire. They are like fish in water in a quiet environment. They are completely unaffected by the environment. As they walked, traces of fog suddenly appeared around them, causing their expressions to change. "Everyone be careful," Fei whispered. The further they walked, the thicker the mist got. It didn't take long for the mist to thicken. They couldn't even see the trees around them. The white mist filled everyone's vision, causing them to feel nervous. The fog in front of them was still spreading. It was like a silk thread spreading out. After it floated out, it spread very far. Soon, it completely covered the area in front of them. They could no longer see the road clearly. Without a doubt, this was a very bad situation. With the cover of the fog, no matter how vigilant they were, there would be times when they would be taken advantage of. The scope of their search was also reduced by a lot. Most importantly, they couldn't see the path clearly. It was very likely that they would get lost and end up going around in circles in the giant beast's forest. "This is going to be troublesome," Fei muttered. She looked at the mist in front of her and stopped. Everyone else stopped as well. At this time, the most taboo thing was to wander around aimlessly. Getting lost was one of the problems. What they were afraid of was that as they walked, the people around them would scatter. When that happened, it would be the most troublesome time. The behemoth forest itself is irregular. It covers an area that spans 3 empires. It's bigger than any of the empires. It's obvious how vast it is. It's only a matter of time before they get separated from each other. Chapter 548. The fog in the forest did not stop spreading, even though everyone had stopped moving. Everyone stood at the same spot and only exchanged 1 or 2 sentences. During these 1 or 2 sentences, the fog became a little thicker. Now, even some people felt a little lost when they looked at their companions who were a little further away from them. What should we do? Should we wait for the fog to disperse, or? Fei turned to look at Bing Ling and Bai Shi, asking for their opinion. Bing Ling and Bai Shi smiled bitterly and shook their heads. They didn't say anything. It seems like even they couldn't make up their minds. None of the people present had anticipated the arrival of this fog, so they all chose to bide their time. In this kind of unknown situation, recklessly making a decision was a foolish thing to do. Fei and the others had already decided to gather together and discuss it. Wu Yen clicked his tongue in boredom when he saw Fei, Sylph, and the other 2 gathered together. He clicked his tongue in a bored manner. He wanted to borrow the power of the system item to get through this foggy weather. His hand stopped halfway through his action. In the quiet environment, a series of rustling sounds could be heard clearly in everyone's ears. At first, everyone thought that it was the sound of wind blowing through the surrounding trees. However, they soon realized that something was wrong. Compared to the sound of wind blowing, this strange sound was more like the sound of something rubbing against a tree trunk. Something's up. Fei, Sylph, Bing Ling, and Bishi returned to their original formation and readied their armaments. The members of the expedition party finally showed their elite qualities. They surrounded everyone in a circle and looked around vigilantly. Everyone could clearly hear that in the dense fog, there was a strange sound that was not very loud, but very clear. That sound was like a snake crawling on the sand. It was the sound of something rubbing against something. Everyone focused their attention on their surroundings in an attempt to discover something. Time slowly passed. Other than the rustling sound, there was no other movement. Wu Yan frowned. Is it really the sound of the wind? No. Mikoto shook her head. The sound of the wind wouldn't be this rhythmic. It wouldn't be constant either. This is definitely not the sound of the wind. Master. Ikaros's pupils shrunk. Blood-red dots could be seen in her eyes. I've detected the presence of a life form within a certain range. That's right. It's a life form. Shokuhu Misaki nodded. I can also feel a psyche wave around us. You can feel it? Wu Yan looked at Shokuhu Misaki. Can you control it? No. Shokuhu Misaki shook her head without hesitation. This psyche wave is beyond my control. It might be. Pink cherry blossom petals curled around Chuju's palm and a crystal sword appeared in Chuju's hand. The sword's blade shone with a bright luster. A Tier 8 demonic beast. The words Class 8 magical beast entered the ears of everyone present, causing their hearts to tighten. Before they could react, the sha-sha sound that reverberated in the surroundings abruptly stopped. Immediately after, the sound of air being torn apart resounded, bringing with it a gust of wind as it charged towards the crowd. It's here! Someone shouted. Then, everyone saw a series of black shadows rapidly expanding in the mist, bringing with them the faint sound of wind. In the blink of an eye, they appeared in front of everyone's eyes. It's a series of water orbs. A gigantic water ball with a diameter of 0.5 meter and a body that flickered with a metallic luster attacked the crowd from all directions. Although it was a water ball, the water ball was filled with an enormous amount of magic power. Listening to the sonic booms caused by the water orbs, no one doubted that if they're hit by these seemingly harmless water orbs, they'll be severely injured at the very least. Bing Ling, who was standing at the front, coldly snorted. A majestic do-chi suddenly rose from his body. The do-chi suddenly spread outwards. Then, the do-chi that spread outwards directly enveloped the water balls that were attacking. In the next moment, the water balls violently trembled. The water vapor was rapidly consumed. Under everyone's gaze, they slowly condensed into ice balls and fell to the ground. Bing Ling's actions caused the group to move as well. At this moment, no one showed any signs of panic. Everyone released their do-chi and magical energy to block the water orbs. One after another, the armaments danced in the air, leaving afterimages in the air as they struck the water balls. The water balls that were struck by the armaments were either detonated or flung away. The performance of the members of the expedition team was on a completely different level compared to the previous day. However, there were too many water orbs. Even though Bing Ling managed to neutralize some of them, the elite expedition team still couldn't defend against them. They could only dodge and let the water orbs fly behind them. Behind them was Wu Yan's group and Sylph. Sylph raised her head and looked at the incoming water orbs. Her icy blue eyes flashed with a cold light. The temperature around her suddenly dropped a lot. At the same time, her body began to burn with icy blue magical energy. With a wave of her hand, countless snowflakes suddenly appeared around her and were scattered. The fog that permeated the air condensed into ice particles, and the temperature rapidly dropped. Snowflakes danced in the air, and all the water balls that passed by were weakened in an instant. Their volume was greatly reduced. These snowflakes seemed to have grown eyes as they drifted towards the surrounding water balls. Any water ball that was touched by the snowflakes would be significantly slowed down, reducing the pressure on everyone by a lot. Fei Fei, Bing Ling, and Bishi stood guard at the front. They observed the battle situation of their companions. They watched as they released battle techniques, magic, armaments, and even neutralized the water orbs from time to time. Fei Fei and the other two nodded. Then, they noticed Sylph's attack and their expression turned slightly helpless. They didn't expect that the moment they entered the depths of the behemoth forest, Sylph's time to attack has already arrived. At this moment, a loud whistling sound was heard. A fiery red silhouette suddenly flashed through the mist. At the same time, a large number of water orbs exploded from all directions like meteors crashing down on everyone. The water orbs are twice the size of the previous ones. The members of the expedition party were shocked. They quickly raised their armaments to defend themselves. However, a series of water orbs with a diameter of more than a meter still managed to push them back. In the blink of an eye, a gap was formed in the mist. A water javelin shot out at an incredible speed. It pierced through the mist and through the gaps in the fog. With a cold gleam, it headed straight for the group of people in the center. Its target was none other than Xianxia. Xianxia's eyes turned cold. She raised her right hand, and a thick cloud of mist wrapped around her small fist, turning into a faint mist circle. Xianxia then threw her fist straight at the water javelin. But right at this moment, a water javelin that was much smaller than the previous one, but twice as fast, struck like a bolt of lightning. Before the water javelin could collide with the water javelin collided with the mist, causing the mist to disperse and scatter. Being caught off guard, even Xianxia couldn't help but be shocked. She quickly activated her ability to control the nitrogen gas and the white clouds around her body to form a cocoon-like object, wrapping Xianxia in it for defense. Bang! The water javelin collided with the mist ring. The mist and water javelin dispersed and Xianxia's figure was revealed. Xianxia heaved a sigh of relief. She was about to say something when Chuju, Mikoto, and the others exclaimed. Xianxia's body tensed up. Watch out! Before she could finish her sentence, a black tentacle covered in mucus shot out from the mist and reached Xianxia in an instant. Chapter 549. Everything happened too quickly. No one expected something like this to be hidden behind the water ball and water javelin. When the black tentacle reached Xianxia, everyone in the expedition team, including Fei and the other two, couldn't react in time. Frenda was the closest to Xianxia, but Frenda's strength was weaker than Xianxia's. If Xianxia couldn't handle the tentacle, there's no need to mention her. Wu Yan's group reacted quickly, but it was too late for them to come to Xianxia's rescue. Seeing that Xianxia was about to be attacked, even Xianxia herself tried her best to thicken her nitrogen armor, in order to minimize the damage from the tentacle. She gave up on resisting. At this moment, an icy blue light appeared in front of Xianxia without any warning. In an instant, an ice cube with a diameter of 1 meter appeared between Xianxia and the black tentacle. The icy blue light expanded outwards and the ice cube spun in a circle at an extremely fast speed. Then, the black tentacle crashed into the spinning ice cube and was repelled by a huge force. Due to the huge force, the black tentacle retracted in mid-air and continued its attack on Xianxia. The ice cube that appeared out of nowhere only blocked the black tentacle's attack for a second, but that 1 second was enough to change the tide of the battle. From the appearance of the black tentacle to the removal of the ice cube and the attack of the black tentacle, the entire process took less than 3 seconds. Because of the black tentacle, Wu Yan's group finally reacted. Realizing that their stupor almost caused Xianxia to be injured, other than Ikaros and Flandrachan, Wu Yan's group was enraged. In the next moment, 2 flashes of blue and white lightning flashed from Wu Yan and Mikoto's body. The 2 flashes of lightning danced around each other and with an unstoppable force, they struck the black tentacle. The dense blue and white electric light illuminated the entire area. Caught off guard, everyone was secretly shocked. However, before they could recover from their shock, the black tentacle was wrapped up by the electric light. In the blink of an eye, the electric light flowed out of the black tentacle, crawled into the fog along the tentacle, and hit the tentacle's owner. Hiss! A strange cry of pain rang out from the fog that had been struck by the electric current. The voice was not loud, but a powerful aura swept out along with the sound, causing a huge gust of wind to blow in the middle of the field. The elite expedition team was blown all over the place, their faces filled with shock. Fei, Bing Ling, and Bishi were shocked. They raised their heads and looked in the direction of the voice, their eyes solemn. This aura, it's not something a peak tier 7 beast can release. Bing Ling's face sank. Even Wu Yan, who can challenge those of a higher tier, cannot release this aura. Bishi said bitterly. It seems like a tier 8 magical beast has really appeared. Fei sighed as she looked at the mist in front of her. They had just entered the depths of the behemoth forest. No matter what Fei and the other two were thinking, Wu Yan wouldn't know. Even if he did, he probably wouldn't say anything because he's in a bad mood right now. Two crimson spatial ripples appeared and a pair of black iron sand swords shot out from the ripples. They pierced through the black tentacle that was paralyzed by the lightning for 12 times. The black tentacle was cut into 12 pieces and fell to the ground. Hiss! A painful hiss was heard as the black tentacle disintegrated. However, the pain was much more intense than before. Even so, it didn't affect Wu Yan at all. He waved his hand and put away the iron sand swords and Gate of Babylon. His wine-red eyes were terrifyingly cold. Strands of golden light flashed through his eyes, revealing his inner emotions. Wu Yan took a deep breath to calm his anger. He walked up to Kinuhata, who was still in a daze. "Koei, are you all right?" Kinuhata patted her chest and waved her hand. Her breathing was a little hurried. "I'm super fine. Fortunately, I had that block of ice to block it for me. Otherwise, I would have been injured a little." Chuju, Mikoto, and the others quickly surrounded Kinuhata. They pulled her up and down as if they were checking if she was injured. Kinuhata didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Wu Yan looked at Sylph. "Thank you for saving Koei." Sylph shook her head and didn't say anything. However, it's already good that she responded to Wu Yan. Wu Yan was a little confused. After all, Sylph has never looked at him in the eye since the first time they met. It's not that Sylph looks down on Wu Yan. It's just that she was born this way. She won't pay attention to anyone she doesn't like. Even Astria only caught Sylph's attention after she defeated Sylph. Wu Yan didn't even pique Sylph's interest. However, Wu Yan didn't know if it's just his imagination. He felt like Sylph's attitude towards him has improved since they left the hill. Wu Yan recalled everything he did since he returned to the Spalier world. After confirming that he didn't do anything that Sylph would pay attention to, he became even more confused. Wu Yan couldn't figure out why Sylph is acting this way. He has something else he needs to do. "You all." Wu Yan took a few steps forward and looked around the foggy surroundings. His voice echoed in everyone's ears. "Everyone, stop. Leave the rest to me." Wu Yan's tone turned cold. Unfortunately, his cold tone couldn't hide his volcanic rage. Fei Fei and the others who wanted to say something choked on their words. Ever since they entered the behemoth forest, Wu Yan's emotions haven't been affected by the presence of demonic beasts. Even if he knew he might encounter a Tier 9 demonic beast, he would at most get serious for a moment. Now, Wu Yan's heart is filled with rage. Because he and the others were stunned for a moment, Kinuhata almost got hurt. Wu Yan felt a little guilty and at the same time, his anger rose to the point of exploding. However, the culprit in the mist seemed to be enraged by the electric current and the disintegration of its tentacles. Therefore, at the moment when its anger rose, the culprit made the first move. Whoosh 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 whoosh. Continuous flying sounds came from the fog. Then, hundreds of water javelins appeared from the fog. In the most violent way, they broke through the elite expedition team's protective circle and flew towards Wu Yan. Wu Yan lifted his head and the crimson ripples in the air started to ripple. The ripples reverberated in the air like a curtain of water. Hundreds of black lights shot out from the ripples and collided with the water javelins. The water javelins were shattered into pieces and scattered into the air like water droplets. The black lights that came out from the Gate of Babylon are naturally the iron sand sword. "How dare you hurt the people around me?" Wu Yan grabbed the hilt of a sword and pulled it out of a crimson space ripple behind his shoulder. Wu Yan grabbed the hilt and pulled it out of the ground. The silvery white sword was flowing with a fiery red air current. The air current jumped around every corner of the sword, bringing with it a destructive red lotus flame that enveloped the entire sword. "Prepare to be smashed into pieces." As soon as he finished speaking, the vision of everyone present was instantly filled with the fiery red flames of the red lotus. At the same time, the atmosphere and temperature became scorching hot. Chapter 550. In the middle of the misty forest, the crimson lotus flame shot up into the sky. The heat from the flames blew across the entire area. In the blink of an eye, a pillar of red flame covered the entire area. It's like a red lotus hell or a volcano erupting. It's a terrifying sight to behold. The red lotus flames rushed into the sky and dispersed the surrounding white fog. Under the heat of the flames, the fog was torn apart and slowly dispersed to the surroundings and the sky. The originally shrouded trees gradually appeared in front of everyone's eyes. Their vision slowly became clear. In the end, the fog completely dissipated and disappeared without a trace. The magic beast that had been hiding in the fog, releasing water balls, water javelins, and tentacles to attack everyone, appeared in everyone's sight as the fog dispersed. However, when everyone saw its true appearance, their faces changed. It's a huge octopus. Its body is 5 meters long and it's black in color. 7 of its tentacles are hanging on the trees around it. It's hanging in the air and it's blocking half of the sky. One of the tentacles that was dismembered is covered in blood and mucus. It's a menacing sight. Blackwater octopus. Level 71. The black body swayed in the air. 7 complete tentacles and 1 broken black tentacle. A portion of the tentacles were wrapped around the tree trunk, supporting the blackwater octopus's huge body, while the rest danced around its body, creating whistling sounds. Even if they were only looking at it, everyone knew that being hit by a tentacle like this was no different than being hit by a mountain. A rank 8 demonic beast. Looking at the blackwater octopus that was hanging in the air, everyone's eyes flickered. On one side of their face, a drop of sweat flowed from their temple and dripped down. Feifei, Sylph, Bingling, and Bishi wanted to attack, but they hesitated when they recalled Wu Yan's words. If they make the right decision, then the best way to deal with the blackwater octopus is to attack together and kill it quickly to prevent other demonic beasts from taking advantage of the situation. They'll then leave this place and continue on their way to complete the mission. Even though their opponent this time around was a rank 8 magical beast, it was easy for the people present to intervene. This large blackwater octopus definitely did not possess the same speed as the green thorny cat from before. Instead, it was more like a live target. If that was the case, it would be possible for them to surround and attack it. With Feifei, Bingling, and Bishi around, they should be able to deal with the fast magic and tentacles for now. As for the other members of the expedition team, they only need to attack the tentacles. This way, the black water octopus will be much easier to deal with. Unfortunately, Wu Yan doesn't seem to appreciate their help. Wu Yan didn't look back as if he saw through Feifei and the others' thoughts. He raised his Nyang Temple Shana. Don't worry. He twisted his hand around the hilt and the flames on Nyang Temple Shana expanded by a few times. It won't take long. The trees around them suddenly burst into flames, dyeing the entire place red. The ground beneath their feet also burst into flames. In an instant, the area around them turned into a sea of fire. The flames of the red lotus burned slowly, as if it had a life of its own. It bypassed everyone present, except for the ground where everyone was standing. The flames had already filled the entire space, including the trees that the dark water octopus tentacles were wrapped around. Feifei, Bingling, and Bishi were shocked when they saw the sea of fire. Sylph frowned and Bingling cried out. A gold armament. No, that's impossible. The ice spirit immediately denied her own theory after losing her voice. The last time you fought with me, your armament was still a rare armament. How did it suddenly become a gold armament? But this power. Bishi looked at Nyang Temple Shana. This power is definitely not something that a rare armament can achieve. Furthermore, the aura that the armament is emitting is indeed that of a gold armament. How can this be? Bingling still couldn't believe it. Is it possible that the armament can evolve? Bingling guessed it right. Everyone from Spalier World Academy knows that Wu Yan has an armament that can use fire. It's Nyang Temple Shana. When Feifei and the others saw the red lotus flames, they knew it was Nyang Temple Shana's ability. However, they didn't expect Nyang Temple Shana to evolve into a gold armament in such a short time. Even if they didn't want to believe it, the truth is right in front of them. Be it the power or the aura emanating from Nyang Temple Shana, it's a gold armament. Maybe. Sylph spoke for the first time. He's much stronger than we thought. Hearing this, Feifei and the other two looked at the figure bathed in the sea of fire and became silent. The blackwater octopus on the tree let out a hissing sound. It twisted its body uneasily. It's a water-type demonic beast that can use water magic. It's a demonic beast that lives in water. Now that it's on land, water is its origin. As a water-type magical beast, the red lotus fire around it naturally made it uncomfortable for a while. In addition, the red lotus fire of Niao Dian Shana was not a normal fire. Not only could the water not suppress it, it could even suppress it. That was why the black water octopus felt extremely uncomfortable. A few tentacles whizzed towards the surrounding trees. The trees that were burning with red lotus flames were sent flying. After clearing out a fire-free area, the black water octopus calmed down a little. Wu Yan's eyes flashed and he waved Niatono no Shana. The red lotus flames on the ground and trees not far away floated up into the air and flew towards the black water stamp. The tentacles of the black water octopus paused for a moment, then began to dance crazily, forming a windmill around the octopus to protect its body. The red lotus flame sprinkled on the windmill, but was blown away by the wind created by the dancing tentacles, falling to the ground nearby. Wu Yan frowned. He didn't expect the octopus to use such a method to deal with the red lotus flames. It's obvious that the octopus has a certain level of intelligence.
Generally speaking, if one were to disregard other factors and only consider pure strength, when two parties of the same level, one was a human and the other was a magical beast, although their strength was the same, the winner would definitely be the human. This was because humans knew how to use their brains to think and use various fighting methods to maximize the outcome of the battle. On the other hand, magical beasts were not very intelligent and their attacks were straightforward. Therefore, even if their strength was the same, humans would be able to suppress magical beasts in battle. Against demonic beasts, as long as the disparity in strength isn't too great, it shouldn't be too difficult for humans to emerge victorious. However, the higher the rank of a demonic beast, the more intelligent it will be. Once a demonic beast advances, its combat ability will also increase very quickly. Just as the Thunder Emperor said, demigod beast kings have the same level of intelligence as humans. That's why they're such a threat to humans. The black water octopus in front of him already possessed a certain level of thinking ability. It knew how to fight in order to display its strength. From this, it could be seen that the intelligence of a Class 8 magical beast was gradually breaking away from the range of a normal wild beast. If a rank 8 demonic beast is already like this, then what about a rank 9 demonic beast? It shouldn't be too far from a human. Of course, if it's only at this level, it won't be a problem for Wu Yan. When he was at the peak of rank 7, Wu Yan was already at rank 8. His strength can't be compared to the past. He pointed Nyang Temple Shana at the ground and the red lotus flames surged. Looks like it's going to be a little troublesome. Chapter 551. The red lotus flames rising from the opposite side caused the black water octopus's twisted body to squirm uneasily. It let out threatening cries, as if it was trying to calm the uncomfortable feeling. The 8 tentacles, along with the broken one, vibrated together. As they danced and swung, the terrifying power contained within caused the flames on the ground to distort. In response, Wu Yan held the blade with one hand. The blade trembled slightly as flames burst out from the blade. In the blink of an eye, the entire area was completely shrouded in hot air. In the sky, the red lotus flames gently drifted down, depicting the scene of a rain of fire. Suddenly the wind howled. The falling flames paused for a moment, then began to swirl. Entangling with the howling wind, they gradually condensed into a whirlpool and then spread out. A long while later, a red flaming tornado covered in dense flames appeared in front of Wu Yan. The black water octopus seemed to feel threatened. It let out a low cry, looking like it was trying to bluff. This caused Wu Yan's lips to curl into a cold arc. With a wave of the Nijian Shana in his hand, the huge flaming tornado howled towards the black water octopus with a sharp wind-breaking sound and a slow burning sound. The black water octopus let out a loud cry when it saw the flaming tornado. Its huge body swayed, and a large amount of black liquid suddenly gushed out from its body. The black liquid continuously flowed out and condensed into an equally large black water snake above its huge head. A tentacle suddenly stretched out and swung on top of the black water snake. The black water snake, which was completely condensed from the strange unknown black liquid, shot out. It was mixed with a force like rotten wood, and faced the red flaming storm. Bang! One red, one black, one storm and one water snake collided. They were in a deadlock for a moment before exploding with a loud bang. The violent explosion caused a piercing pain in the ears of the people who were on guard not far away. It was extremely uncomfortable. At the moment of the explosion, a circle of strong wind rippled out from the explosion site, causing the surrounding trees to collapse one after another. They fell into the burning red lotus flames on the ground,
causing the scope of the sea of fire to expand by a few degrees. The black water octopus's huge body shrunk, its sticky body strangely contracting. A layer of faint black liquid seeped out from under its body and quickly enveloped the black water octopus's huge body. Wu Yan's figure suddenly appeared beside the black water octopus. The Xianxia, covered in the red lotus flame, streaked across the air like a heavy hammer and ruthlessly smashed into the black water octopus's body. Bang! The Xianxia heavily smashed into the black water octopus's body. However, Wu Yan's face did not have the slightest bit of joy. This was because the black water octopus's body was extremely slippery. When the Xianxia smashed into the black water octopus's body, it actually flew off the surface of the black liquid film and deviated from its path. Looking at the unharmed dirty body, Wu Yan tightened his grip on the Xianxia. The red lotus flames on the blade rose and the temperature on the blade instantly caused the unharmed body to be scorched. Hiss! The intense pain from the body caused the black water octopus's huge body to curl up. The huge tentacle suddenly swung back and viciously swung towards Wu Yan. The huge force mixed with the wind caused Wu Yan to move and quickly dodge. The tip of his foot stepped on the ground. Immediately, cracks rapidly spread from the tip of Wu Yan's foot all the way to the ground. The ground became shaky. Wu Yan used the force to jump up and like a bullet, he shot towards the black water octopus. His figure flashed across the air. The Xianxia brought along a sonic boom and hot air as it flew towards the black water octopus. At this moment, those tentacles actually let out a shrill sound in unison. The sound was incomparably sharp. The tips of the 7 intact tentacles split open, and then, water javelins shot out one after another from inside. Glancing at the incoming water javelins from the corner of his eye, Wu Yan tightly held the Xianxia in his hand and raised a curtain of fire. It was like a circle of blooming red lotus as it spread out. Ding ding ding! Wherever the curtain of fire passed, sparks flew everywhere. The water javelins that shot over were instantly vaporized into nothingness. Not a single one landed. The figure passed through the curtain of fire and shot towards the black water octopus. The crowd only heard a muffled sound, followed by the black water octopus's painful cry. Then, they saw a huge tentacle fall from the black water octopus's body, heavily smashing onto the ground. After struggling for a while, it completely stopped moving. Wu Yan's body fell from the sky. The Xianxia in his hand slanted. Dark red blood flowed down the blade and gradually dripped down. Then it was vaporized by the red lotus flames. A fishy smell instantly filled the air. The black water octopus's body was slightly twisted. It was like a wild wolf licking its wounds, causing its huge body to have a wild aura. The tentacle closest to Wu Yan shuddered and like an arrow released from a bow, it danced in front of Wu Yan in an instant. It tore through the air with a sharp sound, it lashed down with great force, thick viscous liquid intertwined and splattered all over the place. It's extremely disgusting. The nauseating smell rushed into Wu Yan's nose, causing Wu Yan to frown. In his heart, his desire to deal with this black water octopus became even stronger. He made up his mind and slightly closed his eyes before fiercely opening them. The huge tentacle smashed down, but it smashed into flames. The red lotus flames burned from the bottom of the tentacle. The momentum was like an explosion and the tentacle was charred black. Hiss! The black water octopus let out a sorrowful cry. 3 of its tentacles were destroyed in a row. Even with its tenacious vitality, it still suffered quite a bit of damage. However, it didn't know that the real damage was yet to come. A strange vibrating sound reverberated in the air. The strange vibrating sound caused the burning red lotus flame to pause for a moment. That was the sound of the gate of Babylon being activated. A large amount of red spatial ripples spread out around the black water octopus. It was like a battery of cannons, surrounding the black water octopus. In the middle of the red spatial ripples, the black water octopus instinctively felt a sense of danger. It let out a roar and frantically waved its remaining 5 tentacles around, attempting to shatter the red spatial ripples that gave it a sense of danger. Unfortunately, the gate of Babylon was intangible and couldn't be attacked at all. In the next moment, 7 chains made of iron sand shot out from Kaibao of the king. Even though they were made of iron sand, there was still the sound of the chains. It sounded like a bell, and by the time the sound reached everyone's ears,
The iron sand chains had already wrapped around the black water octopus body. 5 iron sand chains wrapped around the black water octopus 5 tentacles and tightly bound them. The remaining 2 iron sand chains wrapped around the black water octopus body, binding it tightly. Under the effect of the iron sand chains, the black water octopus was instantly trapped. Its slippery body couldn't help it break free of the iron sand chains. Its huge body struggled, dragging the iron sand chains with clanking sounds. "It's time to end this." Wu Yan grinned. He waved his hand and the iron sand sword shot out from the crimson space ripples. It circled around the black water octopus's head before it slashed down on its head. The iron sand swords cut through the remaining 5 tentacles of the dark water octopus. The 5 tentacles left the octopus body and hung on the iron sand chains. Before the octopus could make a sound, countless iron sand swords descended on its body. They streaked across the octopus body at an extremely fast speed. After maintaining this state for a long time, they finally stopped. Chapter 552. 5 tentacles that were nearly 10 meters long were tied up by iron sand chains, hanging in the air. There were 2 more on the ground, and there was another tentacle dismembered not far away. Such a scene could probably scare a timid person to death. Wu Yan didn't like the sight of flesh and blood around him. He waved Nyaton Shana and the red lotus flames rained down on the ground like water. The flames landed on the ground and with a muffled explosion, the flesh was incinerated into nothingness. Even the blood on the ground was charred black. The gory scene looked like the aftermath of a fire that burned through the area. The red lotus flame slowly calmed down. Even the flame on the red lotus flame was extinguished, revealing the silver blade. It returned to the gate of Babylon with the iron sand sword and iron sand chains. When the crimson spatial ripples calmed down, the scene also calmed down. Only the charred ground and the fallen trees were left as a reminder of the battle. On the other side, looking at the figure standing in the middle of the scorched earth, the members of the elite exploration team collectively looked at each other, as if they had not yet recovered from the series of changes. Only a faint murmur, with a strong sense of uncertainty, rang out in the middle of the crowd. A rank 8 magical beast died just like that? For these elite exploration team members who haven't even reached the peak of the 7th rank, a rank 8 magical beast is an existence they need to look up to. After all, after the 7th rank is the 8th rank. As long as one is at the 7th rank, there is no one who doesn't want to reach the 8th rank. But now, such an existence that they had to look up to had died right in front of them. It was no wonder that their tone was filled with uncertainty. Era. Shokuhu Misaki's eyes turned into crescents. She looked at Kinuhata Sayai and said, "Looks like Yen-chan really cares about someone." In order to avenge her, she didn't even keep the rank 8 magical beast's body to exchange for points. Kinuhata Sayai was stunned. She looked around for a while before pointing at her nose. When she saw Shokuhu Misaki nod, she made a weird noise. Ha! Kinuhata Sayai's small face slowly turned red as she called out in surprise. It's not like that." "Oh." Shokuhu Misaki turned around with a smile. "Then what is it?" Yes. Kinuhata Sayai paced around in a panic and stammered. "Ken, it must be because that octopus is super disgusting, that's why that guy didn't leave its body behind." "Yes, that's it, I'm super sure." "Aya." Shokuhu Misaki covered her mouth and giggled. "It's rare to see such a cute side of you. What's with the tsundere?" "You're the tsundere," Kinuhata Sayai shouted. Her voice attracted the attention of Chuju and the others. "What's wrong?" It's nothing." Shokuhu Misaki was shocked when she saw Kinuhata Sayai's shy expression. To be honest, she's never seen Kinuhata Sayai like this before. But then again, she's pretty cute. Shokuhu Misaki's eyes flashed with a sly glint as she giggled. She looked at Kinuhata Sayai like she was looking at a toy. Kinuhata Sayai, who is in a rare state of shyness, felt her hair stand on end. The teasing of Kinuhata Sayai was still ongoing. Only girls with their own abilities could play around in the depths of the behemoth forest. Wu Yan returned to Fei Fei and the others and showed them the magic crystals he got from the dark water octopus. "Do you guys need it?" Everyone shook their heads. What a joke. Even though a tier 8 magic crystal is precious, The person who owns it is someone they can't afford to offend. Who would want to steal from a tiger? Bing Ling looked at Wu Yan with a complicated expression. He lowered his head and seemed to be thinking about something. After a while, he asked with a trembling voice. Have you reached Tier 8? Other than Fei Fei, who already knew about Bing Ling's question, everyone turned to look at Wu Yan. Sylph included. When he was at the peak of Tier 7, Wu Yan was able to defeat Jaffer, one of the top 3 rankers of Silveria World Institute, and he took him down from his pedestal. In terms of intensity, the fight between Wu Yan and Jaffer wasn't as intense as the fight between Jaffer and Wu Yan. However, the black water octopus isn't any weaker than Jaffer. It was a magical beast that wasn't inferior to Jaffer in terms of strength. Even though its immature intelligence had lowered its combat prowess, Jaffer's combat prowess had been reduced to nothingness in less than 10 minutes. Who could have done that? Others might not be sure, but Sylph is certain she can't do it. During the Great Academy tournament, with the strength that Wu Yan displayed, he couldn't have done it. But now he did it. Even with the help of the gold armament, he couldn't have done it so easily. Thus, there is only one explanation: the person in front of him has leveled up. Wu Yan shrugged when he sensed everyone's questioning gaze. He didn't try to hide it. He nodded and gave the same excuse he gave earlier. After the battle with Jaffer, I gained some enlightenment and managed to break through. You really did break through. Bing Ling's expression showed a hint of bitterness and envy. He's envious because Wu Yan managed to break through to the 8th tier. He's bitter because he feels like he's getting further and further away from Wu Yan. Bing Ling was originally unwilling to accept his loss to Wu Yan during the academy tournament. He wanted to challenge Wu Yan again in the future. He didn't even let go of this thought when he heard about Wu Yan's battle with Jaffer. Now, Bing Ling has given up on this thought. The gap between them is huge. It's already good enough that Bing Ling wanted to challenge Wu Yan. However, when the gap is so huge that it's impossible to predict, it's either he's overconfident or he's overestimating himself. Bing Ling isn't one to overestimate himself. However, he's also not confident that he can surpass the barrier between the 7th and 8th tier. Naturally, the thought of challenging Wu Yan died down. You sure hid your strength well. Bai Shi smiled bitterly. I really don't know how you guys got together. Every single one of you is monstrous. If you're not strong, then your abilities are ever-changing. I really don't get it. If you can't figure it out, then don't think about it. Wu Yan smiled. Maybe one day you'll somehow break through as well. Hearing this, Bishi shrugged. Well, if only that day would come. By the way, Yan. Fei Fei looked at Wu Yan. Wasn't your Xianxia a rare armament? When did it become a gold armament? Well. Wu Yan rolled his eyes and explained to Fei Fei. Actually, Xianxia has always been a gold armament. It's just that I didn't have the ability to unleash its full potential. That's why it's always been a rare armament. As you all know, Xianxia has a special ability. It's an armament that can control fire. It's a special armament with a lot of limitations. Everyone nodded in understanding. Wu Yan shook his head and chuckled. As expected, I'm pretty good at bullshitting. People will believe whatever I make up. Looks like there aren't many Shokuhu Misaki in the Spalier world. Chapter 553. With a gold armament, Wu Yan's strength is on par with Sylph's in the eyes of the others. Normally, they would think that Wu Yan's strength is on par with Sylph's. Now that they're all in the same boat, the stronger Wu Yan is, the higher their chances of completing the mission and the higher their chances of survival. Unfortunately, they only know the surface. Wu Yan does have 3 gold armaments and Wu Yan has reached Tier 8. Even so, he's still stronger than Sylph. After all, Sylph doesn't have as many abilities as he does. In terms of equipment, Wu Yan has 3 gold armaments: Shauna of the Ni Temple, Babylon of Kings, and Meteor Shower. He also has a storage full of rare armaments. In terms of abilities, he has the True Ancestor Bloodline, Electrocaster LVL5, Infinite Armaments, and his level 70 strength. Wu Yan would have no trouble defeating Sylph. On top of that, Wu Yan also has a heaven-defying bloodline ability. Including Crimson Jade, Wu Yan wouldn't lose to Flandrechan when Crimson Jade mode is in effect, let alone Sylph. After all, the strongest Crimson Jade mode came from Flandrechan. Wu Yan didn't hide the fact that he leveled up and Ni no Shauna's level. However, he also didn't want to reveal everything about himself. He didn't want to reveal too much about himself. Still, it's enough. At least, the expedition team thinks that they have another trump card on their side. Yan. Fei Fei muttered to herself. She looked at Wu Yan with a solemn expression. I might need you guys to take action next. Fei Fei's tone was solemn and helpless. Fei Fei doesn't want Wu Yan, Sylph, and the others to take action. If they do, there's a high chance that they won't be able to do anything. Fei Fei doesn't like this situation, but she can't do anything about it. They've only been in the behemoth forest for a short time and they've already encountered a tier 8 monster. Fei Fei felt helpless just thinking about it. That's why she has no choice but to accept it. Fei Fei understands that they won't be able to complete the mission with just her group. The key lies with Wu Yan, Sylph, Mikoto, and the others. Ever since they entered the behemoth forest, they rarely let Wu Yan, Sylph, and the others take action. Isn't this the reason they're waiting for? Although it's a little early for Fei Fei, Bingling, and Bishi. Bingling and Bishi looked helpless when they heard Fei Fei's words. However, they didn't say anything. As direct descendants of large clans, they knew that they had to look at the bigger picture. If they tried to be brave, they would only be courting death. Sylph didn't have any objections. If it wasn't for Fei Fei and the others' request, she wouldn't have held back. Dealing with a monster that isn't even a tier 8 monster won't take much of her mana. As for Wu Yan, he gave it some thought and nodded helplessly. Unlike Sylph, Wu Yan didn't really want to take action. It would be best if they could solve the problem without him and the others taking action. Unfortunately, it seems like this idea isn't realistic at all. Of course, Wu Yan was helpless, but Chuju, Mikoto, and the others were excited. They're all competitive people. Ever since they entered the behemoth forest, other than Shokuhu Misaki, Kinuhata Sai, Frenda, and Takitsubu Riku, they've been doing nothing. Even Chuju didn't feel good about this feeling, let alone Mikoto, who loves to fight. Now that they don't have to do anything, they're more excited than anything else. Apart from Ikaros and Takitsubu Riku, the other girls are smiling happily. They once again set foot on the path to the center of the behemoth forest. This time, their formation changed a little. Originally, because of Fei Fei and the others' request, Wu Yan's group of 10, plus Sylph, and Fei Fei's group are now walking together. The three of them are at the front while Wu Yan's group is at the back. The other members of the expedition team are grouped together to take care of each other. After a short rest, the group changed their direction. They're no longer moving in a straight line. Instead, they're moving horizontally and horizontally. Although their speed didn't change, their efficiency is much lower than before. This is common knowledge when entering the behemoth forest. Every time you encounter a demonic beast, you have to change your direction or you'll be discovered by demonic beasts. That's not going to be easy. This time, Wu Yan's group didn't do nothing. Since Fei Fei has compromised, they're not going to stay idle either. With Fei Fei and the other two leading the way, they don't feel any pressure. Thus, Shokuhu Misaki used her mind control ability to sense their surroundings. As long as a life form enters her effective range, she'll be able to sense their psyche waves. Ikaros also activated her detection system to monitor their surroundings. Wu Yan, Mikoto, Chuju, Kinuhata Sai, Frenda, and Takitsubu Riku also activated their system perception. Even though it can't detect anything, it's still capable of detecting things that can't be seen with the naked eye. But with this, the expedition team will become nothing more than a bunch of bystanders. Whenever something happens around them, Shokuhu Misaki and Ikaros would be the first to notice it and notify everyone to be on alert. When demonic beasts appear, Chuju, Mikoto, and the others who were already eager to give it a try would swarm up and display their strength. They'll take care of the demonic beasts in the blink of an eye. Along the way, the demonic beasts that came to attack them were either controlled by Shokuhu Misaki or knocked down by Mikoto's taser gun. Hinajuku, Astria, Kinuhata Sai, and Frenda expressed their dissatisfaction with the two girls' kill-stealing behavior. However, Their abilities and attack speed weren't as good as the two girls, so they could only express their dissatisfaction. This made the onlookers feel ashamed. They're hoping that the demonic beasts don't appear so they can ensure their own safety. But looking at Chuju and the others, it's as if they want all the demonic beasts to attack. How can they not feel embarrassed? Even Feifei, Bingling, and Bishi are speechless. That's not the most speechless part. The most speechless part is that there's a rank 8 demonic beast among the demonic beasts. This rank 8 demonic beast isn't any weaker than the black water octopus, but it's a lot more tragic than the black water octopus. The moment it appeared, it didn't even have time to roar. Electric current, crystal sword, mental attack, cherry-colored missile, blue lightsaber, shockwave, bombs, all of these things landed on its body without even saying a word. In an instant, the rank 8 demonic beast was drowned by the girls' attacks. Other than a magic crystal, nothing was left of it. This caused the expedition team members to sweat profusely. For the first time in their lives, they sympathized with the demonic beasts. Of course, this only works on demonic beasts that aren't too troublesome to deal with. If the demonic beasts in the depths of the behemoth forest are only at this level, it wouldn't be a forbidden area for humans. As more than 100 people continued to move forward, finally, when it was close to night, a truly troublesome situation appeared in front of everyone's eyes. Chapter 554. Inside the giant beast's forest, although the terrain was not very complicated, it was still quite winding. Walking in an environment full of trees, it was not much different from walking into a maze. Everywhere was the same type of trees. Some stood on the side of the road, some reached deep into the sky. Such a lively environment, but rippled with a gloomy, deathly stillness. Under the deathly stillness, even the air seemed to have solidified. And such an environment brought about a bad situation for the group of more than 100 people. At this moment, Wu Yan's group and the members of the elite exploration team were all hiding behind the trees. They didn't even dare to breathe too loudly. Their breathing had become extremely weak. The members of the elite exploration team were all holding their breaths. Their foreheads were covered in sweat. In front of them, there was an undulating terrain that resembled a hill. Trees that were slightly smaller than the surrounding trees stood on top of it. It looked like another growth space. Even the species of the trees were much worse. There were even some small streams that flowed down from the top and into the surroundings, showing the difference between this terrain and the surrounding area. Such a terrain was very rare in the behemoth forest, because it was very suitable for people to live in. There was a water source and there were some fruits on the trees. Even if one didn't bring any resources with them, one could still live here for 10 days to half a month or even longer. Logically speaking, when such a terrain appeared in front of them, they should be happy. With this terrain, they would have a place to stay for the night. But now, when they saw such a good terrain, it was as if they had entered a tiger's den. Their expressions were extremely serious and they all hid. There wasn't a trace of joy on their faces. Because in this terrain, there was a group of natives. A group of natives that made everyone's expression change. Monkeys, to be more precise, apes. There weren't many of them, only less than 20 of them. Their bodies weren't as big as the other magical beasts in the behemoth forest. They were only a bit bigger than normal apes. Their fur was gray and their hands were a few centimeters longer than their bodies. They looked very funny. They stayed between the branches and leaves, laughing and playing with each other. Their flexible bodies were jumping up and down. They were no different from normal apes if one ignored the aura emitted from their bodies. Long-arm ape. Level 69, that's right. These less than 20 long-arm apes were all level 69, peak of the 7th rank. This was the reason why the elite exploration team's expression was so serious and nervous. After entering the depths of the behemoth forest, it's not that they haven't encountered peak of the 7th rank magical beasts, they've even encountered 8th rank magical beasts. Normally, the weakest magical beasts in the depths of the behemoth forest are peak of the 7th rank. This isn't something to be surprised about. But when these peak of the 7th rank gather in a group, it's a different story. Just this scene alone made the elite exploration team's hearts tighten. When they first saw this scene, they almost cried out in alarm. Wu Yan and Ko and Sylph are far from intimidating them. The real reason why Wu Yan and Ko chose to remain hidden is because of the golden hairs on the back of one of the 20 long-arm apes. Among the group of long-arm apes, There is one particular individual with golden fur standing at the top of a tree. Long arm ape, level 70, long arm ape, level 72, long arm ape, level 74, long arm ape, level 75, long arm ape, level 77, long arm ape, level 79, 6 gray-haired long arm apes with golden fur on their backs are at the top of a few trees. Under the protection of the long arm apes, they're fiddling with the branches in boredom. They're lying on top of the trees and munching on fruits. From time to time, they'll squeak at the long arm apes as if they're scolding them. They're like the elders of the long arm apes. They're guarding the long arm apes. 6 rank 8 long arm apes and 12 peak rank 7 long arm apes have formed a small group. It's obvious that they're a group and this terrain is their habitat. Everyone had no choice but to treat such a scene seriously. Shokuhu Misaki is lying beside Wu Yen. They're hiding behind a tree. Her starry eyes are observing the long arm apes. After a while she spoke. It seems like the long arm apes don't have strong senses. We've been hiding here for quite some time and we haven't been discovered. It's no wonder the rank 8 long arm apes are guarding the long arm apes like this. They're trying to prevent an ambush. Hearing Shokuhu Misaki's words, everyone heaved a sigh of relief. They all trusted Shokuhu Misaki's analysis. Along the way, they've seen her sharp mind with their own eyes. Thus, no one doubted her. Speaking of which, apes were not as good as other beasts in this respect. Jackals, wolves, tigers, and leopards had a keen sense of smell. Beasts such as bears could more or less smell some scents. Only apes, whether it was smell or vision, were not very outstanding. Therefore, in terms of perception, it was normal that they were not so outstanding. Of course, in contrast, they also had flexible skills. One was strong and the other was weak. 6 rank 8 long arm apes and 12 peak rank 7 long arm apes. Fei Fei's eyes glimmered. This kind of fighting strength is not just a little bit strong. It's better for us to leave this place before they discover us. Yeah, that's true. Shokuhu Misaki's expression turned serious. Otherwise, if we are discovered later, I'm afraid that all of us will be buried here. Who knows? Everyone who was about to retreat froze when they heard that. Everyone including Wu Yen, Chuju, Sylph, and Fei Fei looked at Shokuhu Misaki in shock. We'll all die here? Mikoto scrunched up her nose. That's impossible. Even though the monkeys aren't weak, with 6 8th tier and 12 peak 7th tier, our side isn't that bad either. Including you and Hinajuku, we only have 5 peak 7th tier, but the 7th tier is more than 100. As for the 8th tier, we have quite a few on our side as well. How can it be that we're all going to die here? Haha. Shokuhu Misaki shook her head, she looked around and sighed. If it's just these demonic beasts, it's not like we can't handle them. But haven't you noticed? Shokuhu Misaki pointed at the area where the long arm apes lived. Look, those apes are very familiar with the terrain. They have a clear division of labor and they have plenty of food and water. They must have been living there for quite some time. What does this mean? Shokuhu Misaki turned around and looked at the long arm apes and long arm backs apes who were still playing around. She said slowly, "That means that's their territory. If I'm not mistaken, there is only one type of demonic beast that has the ability to own a territory in the depths of the behemoth forest." Everyone's expression changed when they heard that. The only type of demonic beast that has the ability to own a territory in the depths of the behemoth forest is a rank 9 long arm ape. In other words, within that group of seemingly ordinary monkeys, there was definitely a 9th level magical beast that was in charge of leading them to occupy this piece of land. At the same time, it also meant that they had entered the territory of a 9th level magical beast. There might be a rank 9 long arm ape around them. When this thought arose in the minds of the elite expedition team, they all gulped in unison. Wu Yan's expression turned grim. He made a decision. We can't stay here any longer. Let's retreat. No one objected to Wu Yan's decision. Everyone nodded in agreement. Woo! Suddenly, a cry came from above everyone's head. Hearing this sound, everyone's body trembled, and their faces were filled with shock. Chapter 555. Everyone raised their heads in an instant and looked towards the source of the sound, which was not far above their heads. There, a gray ape was standing on a tree branch,
waving its two long arms at the people below. It emitted a series of cries from its mouth, the sound reverberating through the incomparably silent space. It's the long-arm ape. When the long-arm ape's cries were heard, a series of cries came from the opposite direction in response to the long-arm ape's cries. Along with the cries came the sound of wind flying through the air, approaching the group. We've been discovered. Wu Yan's face sank. His wine-red eyes stared at the long-arm ape that was still crying out loudly. With a wave of his hand, a lightning spear shot towards the long-arm ape at an extremely fast speed. The long-arm ape's cries came to an abrupt end. Just as the lightning spear was about to hit the long-arm ape, a golden afterimage broke through the air and appeared in front of the long-arm ape before the lightning spear could hit the long-arm ape. With a bang, the afterimage and the lightning spear collided. The lightning spear was immediately scattered and the afterimage was sent flying. It nimbly turned in a circle in the air and stood on a tree branch, facing the group below. The afterimage was the long-arm ape. Moreover, it was the strongest and highest level long-arm ape. The level 79 long-arm ape. Whoa! The long-arm ape opened its arms wide and let out a cry at the group of people below. Its voice was like that of a bird or a wolf, and it sounded very ear-piercing. Its pair of fierce eyes stared straight at the group of people, and a fierce aura rose from its small body, enveloping everyone below. The elite exploration team's bodies slightly sank, then struggled to stand back up. Seeing how they were clenching their teeth, it was clear that the aura of the long-arm ape had a huge effect on them. That was only natural. This long-arm back ape was level 79, which meant it was at the peak of rank 8. On the other hand, none of the members of the expedition team had reached the peak of rank 7. They were more than a rank lower than the long-arm back ape. It was already very good that they hadn't collapsed to the ground under the pressure of this aura. Everyone be on guard. Fei Fei, Bing Ling, and Bai Shi immediately ordered. Their eyes were fixed on the long-armed ape. The aura that came from its body made their palms sweat. Their hearts sank. Retreat! Retreat quickly! The cry just now had undoubtedly summoned all the companions of the long-arm apes. Fei Fei and the rest could clearly feel that not far away, there were many figures with obvious mana fluctuations flying towards them. Their speed was only slightly slower than the long-arm apes. Fei Fei, Bing Ling, and Bai Shi turned around and shouted at everyone. Their voices were raised by quite a bit. It seems like even they are getting anxious. There's no way for them not to be anxious. Shokuhu Misaki just explained the situation to everyone. The words rank 9 demonic beast is like a heavy mountain pressing down on everyone's heart. Fei Fei and the rest knew that if they don't retreat now, they would be dead for sure. Wu Yan also carried Flandrechan and led the rest of the girls to protect the expedition team. He wasn't worried about anything happening to them. After all, Flandrechan is also a rank 9 demonic beast. Even he himself could gain the strength of a rank 9 demonic beast in a short period of time. If he and Flandrechan work together, as long as the opponent isn't a rank 9 demonic beast that's above rank 85, they won't be afraid of losing. Besides, even if they can't win, they can still run away. With the help of the system items, he now had more than enough item points. If he wanted to escape, it would only be a matter of minutes. With such a trump card, Wu Yan won't be scared by the words rank 9 demonic beast. Of course, he doesn't want to fight a rank 9 demonic beast to the death. That's why he's in favor of retreating. More than 100 people gathered together and covered each other as they retreated. At this time, a group of black shadows flew over from the front and gathered together with the long-arm ape and the long-arm back ape that discovered everyone. They scattered on the surrounding branches and cried out one after another, including in the direction where everyone was retreating. This caused everyone who was preparing to retreat to stop in their tracks. Protect! Fei Fei shouted. Night Elf had already been unsheathed and was in her hands. Bing Ling and Bishi had also unsheathed their armaments. At this moment, if they were to slow down even the slightest bit, they would all die. The members of the elite expedition team moved. A second later, they formed a circular formation. Everyone stood in a circle and faced outwards. They raised their armaments up high in defense. Looking at the surroundings, the less than 20 monkeys that were still frolicking over there had all arrived. One by one, the gray figures leaped between the trees. Their movements were extremely nimble. They either jumped or hung upside down on the trees in all directions, barking at everyone.
It was as if they would pounce at the next moment, causing everyone to not dare to act rashly. Feeling the aura of the long-arm apes and the long-arm apes locked onto them, everyone's heart started to beat faster. Their eyes were filled with panic. Wu Yan glanced at the apes hanging on the trees. When he saw the faces of all the apes, he sighed in relief. Everyone who heard his sigh of relief was confused. The current situation is extremely bad. Why is he sighing in relief? Seeing everyone's confused look, Wu Yan explained. There are only long-arm apes and long-arm apes here. There's no Class 9 demonic beast that took over the territory. Hearing this, everyone came to a sudden realization. Their nervous faces relaxed a little. At the very least, under such circumstances, this could be considered good news among bad news. Shokuhu Misaki closed her eyes and used her ability to sense the surroundings. After confirming that there's no other psychic fluctuation, she nodded and said, "There are no other demonic beasts around. The Class 9 demonic beast doesn't seem to be in the territory." Hearing Shokuhu Misaki's words, Fei Fei and the others who were planning to fight to the death suddenly had a glimmer of hope. "Everyone! Fight with all your might." Fei Fei's body emitted a dense do-chi ripple, wrapping around her perfect body. "While the Class 9 demonic beast isn't here, kill these demonic beasts as fast as you can and leave this place." "Yes." A resounding response echoed in everyone's ears. At the same time, combat aura and mana fluctuations surged out from the members of the elite expedition team. At this moment, everyone's strength was on full display. Then, Wu Yan looked at the 6 long-arm apes. "Our opponents are them, right?" Like Wu Yan, Chuju, Mikoto, Shokuhu Misaki, Ikaros, Astria, Flandrachan, Kinuhata Sai, Frenda, Takitsuba Riku, and Sylph were also looking at the long-arm apes. They all knew that if no one dealt with these long-arm apes, the entire expedition team would probably be wiped out. An icy blue aura erupted from Sylph's body. It carried a majestic mana and swept towards the surroundings. A golden staff appeared in her hand. It was the gold armament Sylph won from the auction. Sylph leaped into the air and charged towards a long-arm ape. The long-arm ape let out an angry roar and leaped down from the tree towards Sylph. In the next moment, the two figures collided with each other. Maybe it's because of Sylph's choice, the long-arm ape she charged towards is the same level as her. They're both level 72. Wu Yan smiled when he saw this. His wine-red eyes flashed with a thick golden light. His blood-red aura soared to the sky. "Finally I can have fun." Chapter 556. 5 long-arm apes, huh? Mikoto licked her lips in excitement. She looked at one of the long-arm apes. "Leave that level 75 long-arm ape to me. Its level is the same as mine." Mikoto didn't wait for Wu Yan's reply. She fired a taser gun at the long-arm ape. The long-arm ape squealed and jumped away. It landed on the ground and charged at Mikoto. What greeted it was an even more powerful taser gun. "Same level." Astria nodded thoughtfully. Her crimson eyes flashed with a unique glow of system perception. She scanned the long-arm apes above her and paused. "Then I will be the level 77 long-arm ape." Astria's clothes faded away in a second and a blue light armor covered her body. A pair of pure white wings unfurled and white feathers fluttered down. Astria flew towards the level 77 long-arm ape with a wave of her wings. Ikaros seemed to have understood what everyone was saying. She turned her gaze towards the strongest long-arm ape, the level 79 one. Her indigo pupils spun and an illusory frame appeared. The color of the frame turned crimson. Clearly, Ikaros had chosen this one as her opponent. Sky Queen mode. On. A burst of light flashed from Ikaros' body. Not long after, the light dimmed and Ikaros in her white light armor was exposed to the air. The blue wings of light fluttered gently like a pair of hands, bringing up a cool breeze. Under the influence of the cool breeze, Ikaros disappeared from the spot and reappeared in the air above her target. Target locked. Beginning elimination. The next moment, countless cherry-colored missiles rained down from the sky towards the long-arm ape. In response, the long-arm ape pounded its chest with both hands and roared. Instead of retreating, it charged towards Ikaros. Wu Yan raised an eyebrow when he saw the three girls picking a long-arm ape each. He shook his head and laughed. The three strongest long-arm apes were picked by the three of them. Not to mention, they are all of the same level. Is this a coincidence or a mockery? There is one level 70 and one level 74 long-arm ape left. Do I have to pick the same level long-arm ape? Isn't that the weakest long-arm ape? Wu Yan's lips twitched. He looked at the level 70 and 74 long-arm apes and placed Flandrachon on the ground. Flandrachon, stay with the big sisters. I'll be back soon. Huh? Flandrachon pursed her lips in dissatisfaction. She picked up an oil bottle and twisted her body in dissatisfaction. But Flandrachon wants to play too. Wu Yan's expression became conflicted when he heard the word, play. Flandrachon, you don't have to play for now. Why? Why? Because. Wu Yan chuckled. There might be something more fun to play with Flandrachon later. Something more fun. Flandrachon's eyes lit up and she nodded. Looks like she's looking forward to that. Something more fun. Hold on. Shokuhu Misaki suddenly spoke. You don't want Flandrachon to fight? Are you going to fight two Tier 8 long-arm apes at once? Is there a problem? Wu Yan nodded as if it's a given. It's just two Class 8 magical beasts. If they were level 75 or above, I might be a little worried. Unfortunately, these two long-arm apes are only level 70 and level 74. Level 70. Shokuhu Misaki looked at the level 70 long-arm ape, then turned to look at Hinajuku, Kinuhata Sai, Frenda, and Takitsubu Riku. Their eyes met and they all smiled at the same time. Yen! With white cherry in hand, Hinajuku stepped in front of Wu Yan who was about to step forward. Amidst Wu Yan's stunned expression, she smiled. Leave the level 70 long-arm ape to us. You guys? Wu Yan flinched with a surprised expression. That's a Tier 8 long-arm ape. Even if it's only level 70, it's not something a Tier 7 long-arm ape can handle. Shokuhu Misaki ran her fingers through her hair and said casually. I remember when you fought with Jaffer, you were only Tier 7. I'm different. I've combined the True Ancestors Bloodline, Infinite Martial Arts, Electromaster LV5, Gate of Babylon, Nether Temple Shana, and almost all of my abilities and equipment to be able to achieve that. That's why I said, we. Chuju interrupted Wu Yan. We may not have as strong abilities and equipment as you, but there are still 5 of us. Against a Tier 8 long-arm ape, we should have a chance, right? Wu Yan fell silent after hearing Chuju's words. He looked at the level 70 long-arm ape. Wu Yan hesitated. Are you sure? Is it really okay? Aya, can you stop being so wishy-washy? Kinuhata Sai jumped in. Even if we can't beat it, we won't be killed. If we can't, we can just run away. That should be fine, right? Let's give it a try. Frenda also tried to persuade him. If we can't, with our abilities, the 5 of us should be able to protect ourselves. We'll be fine. Frenda wanted to say that with life fusion, even if they die, they can be revived with a summoning point. But Frenda knew that Wu Yan didn't like the idea of using life fusion as an excuse to do things that would endanger him. Even if they could be revived, he wouldn't allow it. That's why Frenda changed her mind. Even the most cowardly Frenda said so. Wu Yan had no choice but to nod and agree to her request. Then be careful. If you can't handle it, remember to use the items I gave you. Don't worry. Takitsubu Riku said softly. Even though her voice was soft, her tone was firm. Everyone could feel her determination. Before entering the Behemoth Forest, Wu Yan exchanged for items from the system list that could be used in times of crisis. For example, a return scroll for escaping, a resplendent breath for survival, etc. He divided them into 9 portions and gave them to each of the 9 girls. With these, the girls can guarantee their own safety. After all, if they really can't handle it, they can use the return scroll to return to the camp outside the Behemoth Forest. This is why Wu Yan brought the girls into the Behemoth Forest without worry. That night, Wu Yan even thought of looking for something like a satellite or a moving camera from the system list. He wanted to use these items to investigate the situation in the Behemoth Forest.
It would be best if he could find clues about the Behemoth Forest and the Behemoth King. Alas, he failed in the end. First of all, large items like a satellite have a lot of restrictions. In this spalier world where Do-Ki and mana are abundant, it's impossible to use it successfully. Second, items that can be used physically can't pass through the Behemoth Forest's natural insurance. It's either the detection range is insufficient or it's blocked by various behemoth. This is why Wu Yen had to come out personally to protect them. Chuju, Shokuhu Misaki, Kinuhada Sai-ai, Frenda, and Takitsubu Riku stood in a line below the level 70 long-arm ape. Chuju looked at the long-arm ape that was baring its fangs at her. Chuju raised White Cherry. Hey, Shokuhu. Your ability hasn't reached the point where you can control a tier 8 behemoth, right? Are you sure you can come with us? Yes. If you want to control it, a tier 8 behemoth is a bit too much. Shokuhu Misaki tilted her head and smiled. But, if you want to influence it, it shouldn't be a problem. With Takitsubu's help, that's good. Perhaps it was dissatisfied with the 5 girls boasting in front of it. The long-arm ape swung its 2 long arms and dashed towards Hinajuku and the other girls. You're tuning into the Wisdom Diary YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.